くすぶったままの拙い炎何者かになりたくていくわでもなくただ駆け出した超絶な怪しいより諦め悪い挑戦者が上等無駄なプライド投げ打って燃える勇気連発させようか叶わないはずはない誰より強くなりたいそれより自分の弱さに負けたくない最前線へかっ飛ばして勝利目指し放つこのエナジー最高潮で生きがってかつての自分を超えて勇気戦勇敢を取っ払ってどんな夢
How's it going, everybody? And welcome back to day 2 now of the CCL playoffs. And we're starting off with, honestly, a banger here, UTD versus UCLA. And I'm here joined with Fudgy Waffles. How you doing, Fudgy?
I'm here. I'm excited. I'm excited for another day. CCL sponsored by HyperX with my pal Borg. Getting to watch some of my favorite teams in the league. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that I got first block today in casting, I was like, oh, I wonder what teams I'm going to cast, because I was really busy yesterday, so I didn't even get to see the bracket. And then I see UTD, UCLA winners semis. I'm like, whoa. Okay, we're basically getting a possible grand finals match basically just out of the way immediately. So I'm excited to kind of see, who's going to show up today, right?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm a little bit biased. I'm a friend of the West. I'm a hero of the West, some may say, even. Maybe not many, but some.
A hero of the West.
Hero of the
hero of the West.
HyperX hero of the West.
Oh yeah.
TM. Trademarked. But trademarked not in this game. Instead, going to be UTD rocking Amarats, Windoged, and Blue Blazing versus UCLA rocking Water Fury, the GOAT, Grimella, and 3Z Breezy. 3Z Breezlin, even, some may say.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think. Did these two teams face off yet in the regular season?
They did in the last week, I believe. It was that was the upset. That was the first loss UTD received.
Oh yeah. Oh, I did hear about that. Okay, yeah. I did. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a fun match then, because UTD, you see, I guess I'd say probably more of a well-rounded team, right? In terms of, or you'd think all the players kind of similar, right? At least in rank and in skill. But then you have UCLA, which at the beginning of the season, right, most people would be like, oh, who's their goalie? Maybe they're just going to get scored on all the time. No one knew who they were. But I think they slowly, with some coaching and some help and throughout the season, just improved themselves. And every time that I've seen them play, I've seen them get a lot better every single week. And then obviously 3ZBZ Grimella, Sundubu Strikers forward duo, right? Like, I mean, NASL class players kind of just coming in here, hoping to smurf on everybody. And I heard that Grimella had quite the performance yesterday. So, I mean, hey, I think we're in for a treat either way. And the players now are all in the lobby, so we should be starting up momentarily, everybody.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm also excited to see what maps we're going to be playing on.
Oh, yeah.
I know that there's UCLA is a fan of Inky Splash Zone. I know they've done a lot of studying, they've done a lot of research, they've done a lot of scrimming on that map. And although the map is was super not popular before, I've been seeing it a lot more in this playoffs. I've been seeing it picked a lot more. I've been seeing the Clarion Corp get banned more often, and then see something like Night Market get banned instead. And then we see the Inkies come out just a little bit more often, which I think will favor UCLA slightly because I know how much they practice this map.
Yeah, I think once they stopped forcing us to play Inkies, everyone kind of has laid off the hate, right? When you don't you're not forced to play on it over and over again, it's not as bad. Because if you have to play on it, that's because you didn't ban it. That's your fault. You know what I mean? So if you don't want to play against it, ban it. And if not, then I don't know. Let the other person ban it. I don't think it's as big of a deal. I still don't really like the map very much. I agree with you there, but love to see some switch ups here. And if both teams don't want to ban it, or if both teams maybe think that they could best each other on said map, then hey, let them fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do see it banned. Fight. We do see it banned. We see Clarion Corp and Inkies off the table. But we will be heading into the more traditional maps, you could say. It'll be Night Market Game 1 into Oni Village Game 2 into a possible Atlas Lab Game 3, which would not be unexpected at all to reach that far into this series.
Hey, well, I'm a little sad to see Clarion go. That's home court for me, but what can you do? I heard it's banned a lot. I feel like it's not that crazy of a map, but I guess a lot of teams just haven't really figured it out yet, so don't really blame them for taking that out of the equation here. But I guess we're kind of getting the standard 3, right? The Night Market, Oni Village, Atlas Lab special. Kind of what you'd expect to see most of the time in a lot of standard best of 3s. So we're getting nothing too crazy, but I mean, hey, they haven't started playing yet, so I can't really make that call.
Yeah, but also no excuses. You can't say, "Oh, like we're not comfortable on these maps," because these maps
Yeah,
have
that's
been
BS.
out forever. Like, what do you? It's
Yeah.
it's everyone's had the time to play on these maps to perfect their comps, to figure out what they want to do. And I'm interested to see. I'm going to be looking at Windowge a lot from UTD and see what the picks are going to come out from them, because I know the Luna on Windowge is just it's like the signature pick for Windowge. But I know that last week there was an Estelle picked, I believe, on Oni Village. I don't fully remember with the Luna up, which was kind of it was it wasn't a question mark because Windowge has a great Estelle, but they think they lost that game, and it's been kind of a question: is Windowge going to keep picking this Estelle or just stick to the comfort pick of the Luna, or is the Luna going to get
Yeah.
banned?
Hey.
Either could totally happen.
I'm not expecting to see that on Night Market, unless maybe there's a Deadeye start. But
Hey,
I
last
mean,
week
Luna Ford
or
not the greatest
yesterday.
on this map. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I actually, and I was super surprised too. It was like a super surge start, and they locked it in. Windowge locked in.
Oh,
It
okay.
wasn't against UCLA, so maybe it was just going for pure comfort. I'm trying
Yeah.
to remember which game. I mean, it might have been locked in more than once, for all I know. But I know at least once, I believe, versus University of Alberta, it was locked in. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
Windowge
He's
already
covering it
hovering it.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if it's
So
comfort, then play it, right? But I don't expect to be. Actually, there's also the factor, Fudgy, you think of, even on this map, and they're already going to be banning the Era, so that's something I was going to say too, is the Era X so, scary really on this map, especially against Grimella 3Z. But with that out of the way, and then also taking the Julia out of the way, I guess maybe they'll be trying to look for some just straight up gimping KO potential, but hovering that Estelle, definitely can work for sure. I think definitely is more favored on maps like Oni Village or things like that, a lot more open maps, but we'll see if they can cook on Night Market. Blue Blazing hovering,
yeah, covering a
whatever
lot
you
of
want here,
things.
a lot of
Yeah,
things.
covering a lot
Yeah,
of things.
gonna be going to the Asher was what I expect more, and then Amarat's probably gonna be locking in the Atlas here, and then okay, Octavia for the side of UCLA. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, here it is. This is the pick everyone's been talking about. It feels like you got to pick up this character right now. If there's a start that favors
Yeah.
Octavia, then Octavia just feels like pick or ban. If it's a start that doesn't
Oh,
feature anything, and there's the cast the
there it
last
is.
start, Jersey not
Yeah.
even taking it, but going to be able to contest for those sparks. But Grimella is going to be. I know they've been practicing this a lot. They've been practicing, or at least a good amount, because they've ever since it's just everyone realized. It feels like there's just some breaking point where everyone realized you gotta learn this pick. You have to figure out this pick. And what sucks with Cast Last Start and you're playing like a team like Sundubu Strikers is that they can pilot the Octavia and the Era X. And either way, Cast Last is gonna be ridiculous. But Blue Blazing comes out firing, instantly scoring a goal.
Yeah, I think, a bit of a warm-up set there for UCLA, it looked like. A lot of missed strikes, just a lot of little oopsies, I like calling them. And then, okay, they got the emotes. Not all three are the same, though. Window's kind of playing that Luna Run emote. But, getting into the game here. And seems like, UCLA kind of got to come back a little bit. But Water Fury struggling a little bit now to hold his barriers as Asher is just in his face. And he cannot defend as it goes to the top corner. That's just over.
Yeah. Now hear me out. West Coast team, it's the morning for them. It's
They
the
gotta
morning for
scale.
us. We just woke up. Everyone just woke up, and we're trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure it out right now. I'm sure it's gonna get better as it goes on. Water Fury is on the comfort pick right now. So is Amarats, to be fair. But usually I see this Atlas get banned. But both Bears immediately taken out. Blue Blazing immediately find the bottom corner. That's the first set gone in record time.
Yeah, not looking too comfortable there. I think all those points were under 20 seconds.
Yeah,
That was...
I think that could have been the fastest first set in the whole tournament, and I wouldn't be surprised. That was ridiculous, and that is going to allow the twin drive denial from Water Fury, but there's a lot more on the table.
Timeless here, right? I mean, Timeless still kind of can be going through here. A couple other options. Doesn't really know what to pick too much yet. Ariel's going to be denied actually from Octavia, but also give Estelle some power in that training as well. Perfect Form going to be picked up by Amarats. And then Glass Cannon, I guess, will be a small little prize. The Ice Skates on Octavia. Not really going to be too useful, but if he ever gets left alone for a little too long, going to be running all over the map.
Yeah, honestly, not too much on the table for Octavia.
Yeah.
So kind of okay. If you're UCLA, you're like, well, at least we didn't lose out on like quick strikes or chrono boost or anything like that. That could have been like a big game changer. But still, gotta get in there. Can't be losing rounds like that. But here, off to a much better start this time. Barrier's taken for UCLA for, I believe, the first time this match. And now Grimella building up that speed. Hasn't lost it once since the start of this round. Is going to get stunned by Blue Blazing and lose it, though. Well played by him, able to get that one through. But Water Fury defending this last barrier. Window trying to find something to get this barrier with this stealth, piercing shots, but now look at how low 3Z is. Is going to have flip soon. Is probably going to use that to try to get the goal. So trying to get that core to 3Z, but Window doing a good job of containing. But here's the flip. As the dribble is able to get the 1v1. Does this? Yeah, there you go. Strike, flip, strike. Gets that one in. First goal.
Well played from 3Z there. I mean, you see a lot of players just when they get that flip and they get in front of the net, they just use it right away. They even sometimes give the goalie an opportunity, a position to save it. But 3Z just, I mean, he's in NASL for a reason, right? Just expertly playing that and already getting both points again, just continuing that momentum forward. And, UTD managing to stop this for now. But if Water Fury and Grimella, which having 2 core flips should be pretty easy, stop this push, then I think UCLA are in for a really good point.
Yeah, we see Blue Blazing, really good awareness there, stops the flip from being used, uses the dash to block ahead, and once again, both barriers taken out. Water Fury just a little bit too late to the core, getting a little bit like stun locked, except the stun doesn't actually go through anymore, but again, that clear, the nerves coming through, clears into Blue Blazing, who's ready there to win this strike war every day of the week, wants that core and is getting it.
Yeah, Water Fury, I'm sensing a little nerves. Maybe you said it's the morning. Maybe he hasn't had his brekkie yet. Or maybe he had too much breakfast, that can always be a factor. But definitely just seeming a little bit, you said comfort earlier, but he doesn't just feel comfortable at all right now. It feels like he's getting very pressured. Maybe he doesn't really know how to play against that Asher as much, especially with how it kind of hasn't been picked by too many people recently overall, for whatever reason that is. But hopefully he can kind of wake up and keep feeding it to Grimella, which he's doing right now, and getting it to 3Z hopefully now, who uses that flip actually to get a KO, so now they're no man up.
Yeah, a little bit of an X-Lore moment. The Celestial Intervention coming in a little bit too late, isn't able to get the save. 3Z is low, but is going to be able to have a strong effect on this goal. A lot of pressure, but now is the one who is low. Good, and this time it lands. Water Fury able to get the res off onto 3Z, who now is back to full HP, full stagger. Grimilla has been able to build up the speed this entire time, and that's the barrier taken with the strike reset. And now it's getting really hectic in front of the net. Everyone dropping back. Blue Blazing even dropping back to help defend. Water Fury, though, is going to get struck war by the Window's Rose Warp. But look at how fast Grimella is going around the map, is running circles around their entire team right now. But they need to find a way to shove it in. But, whoa!
Crazy!
All right, looks like... Yeah, hey, we call that a MOBA moment in the business. We call that...
Oh, that was the worst MOBA moment I've seen in a long time.
Hey,
but...
he gets one.
Okay.
Hey,
he
3Z gets one.
Oh,
he always gets one. He always does one. Every game, it's one barrier or one goal. That's the 3Z rule, but he's going to make up for it. He's running up. Going to try and exert his presence this time. Has the ult to bully Amarats, but isn't going to be able to get a goal off of it. Is able to get flipped, though. We have 2 flips on both forwards for UCLA to hopefully get this last barrier. Now 3 flips on the table. Should be able to find something eventually. Amarats does have one to counter, so looking to have something there, but there's the flip. Really nothing you can do to save that one. But still 2 flips on the side of UCLA. Grimella building up the speed, wants to find a goal, but not too much to be found. The speed once again withers. The flow state's off the table. Good weight by Water Fury, but the bounce is just a little bit too high. It doesn't go off the corner and doesn't clear out. And now it's a rough situation. Grimella's probably going to be forced to flip, but it's not going to be given a chance to. And that's another set to UTD.
Yeah, that was not a point, last one, that you really could give away. And Windowge taking full advantage of it. Blue Blazing just keeping the pressure up. And with the combined efforts of those two, managing to get that point on Water Fury. And really kind of heartbreaking there for UCLA, because it feels like this would be one of their stronger maps, right? Like, this is definitely one of their more comfortable maps, in my opinion, at least for Grimella and 3Z. And so if this goes down in a 3-0, that can't feel very good, you know? But, I mean, hey, you get a Spark for Threezy, who now is on 2 Sparks, and then you get Chrono Boost cast for Octavia. This could be the turning point, Fudgy.
Yeah, this is it. This is the exact draft you want. You have Specialized and Chrono Boost up, and you're playing Octavia X, who have these awakenings that you just like have to deny. But you can't deny both of them. They go for the Specialized training, probably figuring, well, we already have Cast the Last Octavia. What more is Cast the Last Chrono Boost? We'll see if that spells the end or is the correct play. Either way, it's just annoying to play against. But, like, yeah, like you're right. It's a weird situation to be in.
Yeah, definitely a little interesting game state, but it seems like UTD is still feeling pretty comfortable as they are staggering Grimella and just making it so incredibly hard for this Octavia to actually make an impact, but still managing to find that pass to Threezy, who gets the first barrier. It's 1-1 here, but Water Fury cannot handle the blue blazing Asher pressure as it goes right there, gets the second barrier down. Ooh. But Amaranth misclear, gets the second barrier, and now it's open goals for both sides.
Yeah, now Grimella having a chance is the one moving up, is staggered, wants to move back, but Water Fury gets stunned by that piercing shot. Winddoge finds the goal.
Yeah, Winddoge, I mean, hey, we talked about that Estelle, right? And maybe it just not being that full comfort pick or maybe not super strong, but piloting it really, really well in this match so far, right? Not really overextending too much, finding his opportunities and converting.
Yeah, making it hard, especially like if the Luna was being picked instead, you would see a much different style of play probably come out, but both barriers taken. But like Grimella, oh, there we go, X-Lore. 3C is going to get the goal and a KO, getting a little 2-for-1 there, but if we saw something like the Luna come out instead, they probably would be just really trying to KO this Octavia. But instead, the Estelle has been doing a really good job of helping the team keep the core away from Octavia, even with this Cast the Last plus Chrono Boost. So, but look at that damage. Look at 3C is really scaled here as 2 Sparks, as rocking 148 power right now and the tempo swing. But hey, 3C's not the only one doing damage as we see Grimella all get KO'd and staggered.
You know, it was actually good there that Grimella died because they got more health from the Celestial Intervention dying there than they would have just running away and trying to regen, right? So that was actually really well played, playing dangerous with that Celestial Intervention still on the table here, and Winddoge there. Like you said, keeping it away from Grimella as good as possible, and as we see, using every ability, but can it matter? The Chrono Boost cast the last is just too strong. Grimella just able to keep it forward, but can they finally get their 3Z just slowly ticking down Amarax's health bar? It's only a matter of time now. UTD have to do something here, but now 3Z has that flip in front of the net, but no, does not use it, and it's back, and Water Fury loses a barrier.
Yeah, and Grimella loses the flow state as well. The flip does come out, which goes straight to 3Z if it does another flip, but it's in the range of Amaratz, who was able to get another flip. 3 flips in a row, spaces that down with no nerves, is able to get that one through. Is not getting cleared out there, but Winddoge has the aerials. It's really scary to have to play against that, but Blue Blazing getting some opportunities, but nothing that can be certainly made into like a checkmated goal. And Grimella is building up the speed once again, which is just so annoying. It's so frustrating to deal with as UTD, because you know if you give them one opportunity for Grimella to build up the speed all the way, it's going to be over. But there's 3Z with the shot to the bottom left. Great spin there.
Yeah, 3Z finally finding that opportunity, and now it just felt like really good pressure from UCLA there the whole point, but they couldn't really find that final, I guess, oomph, that final push in order to use, say, one of their flips earlier to get that goal. But still managed, you know, 3Z to find the heroics, get the angle on that bell ringer, right? And now it seems like 3Z just running over everybody. The flip does not matter from either side as 3Z Breezy gets both barriers immediately.
Yeah, but both barriers immediately found on the side. Blue Blazing, a little bit of a weird pass, ends up being in both barriers taken, and they're immediately able to capitalize afterwards. The Expanse does not reach the core, and Winddoge is able to get that through.
I mean, how many times has Winddoge on that bottom corner done that same combo? I feel like that's got to be like the 4th time. I feel like I've seen it so much this game, and it's working for him, right? The Expanse not really working out in order to save that, so... Oh, there's 1, because this might be 2, but okay, good save. Great comeback there from Water Fury, able to kind of hold it down for now. Grimella still with the flow state up, is just keeping this up in the corner for now. 3Z Breezy with the punch, but cannot, with the flip, get that barrier. So Amarat's feeling pretty good about that one right now.
Yeah, Blue Blazing getting a little low, though, and the flow state is still online. Sacking the barrier to keep that flow state offline. might be either the smartest play or the dumbest play. The result will decide, but Blue Blazing, oh, Water Fury, there we go. Gets it in the game, is now online, is able to block off that flip with another one. And now it's a KO found for UCLA. UTD looking a little weak right now. Grimella getting up, has the ult, but isn't able to get a goal off of it. Has flip now. The flow state falls offline. Windoge able to block the flip. Grimella looking extremely low right now. I don't believe Water Fury has a special intervention. And there's the last barrier taken. Both goal gates are open. Grimella's trying to find a pass to 3Z. 3Z backing up to help on defense, but the speed is too much. The piercing shot passed off the wall. The Blue Blazing for the open net. And that's the first set over. First game. 3-0 for UTD.
Yeah, and it just felt like that UCLA just didn't really have time to scale, right? They got all the things they wanted for Octavia, and it makes you think, right? Maybe if X had that, like, wasn't actually sparking, right? Maybe if X had that Castellas, you know, especially with that tempo in that second draft, maybe it'd be doing a bit more damage. Who knows, right? Maybe they would have found a little bit more success, but it feels like they just weren't able to convert when they needed to, right? Whereas UCLA just had so many heroic plays, had so many different, I mean, plays especially from Windows, right? Just to get really good passes, great combos into that bottom side corner. Just able to get it past Water Fury so many different times. And you see the save difference between Amarats and Water Fury. That's because Water Fury was just pressured so much more.
Yeah, like you see similar redirects, but Amarats is just able to exert a little bit more forward pressure. And some of this, and I don't like pointing out these types of things that much, but like Amarats is generally looked at as like the stronger goalie on paper, is looked at as someone who has been like played the game longer, I believe, has been like was a really like much more, especially in beta, was a like really well-known Atlas player. And Water Fury is kind of a like more of a new kid on the block, playing like more for Collegiate, playing really stepping up for this team, but is going to need to like hang with the rest of these guys. And I know Water Fury can. I've seen Water Fury do it before, and Water Fury has done it before just 1 week ago. So I know that this team has it in them to bring it to a game, and they were showing way better performances, especially in that third set. So I think they're starting to wake up. I think the next map might favor them a little bit more, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they ran it back with a very similar comp. It's the same Octavia and the same Atlas.
Now the question here is, though, now it's Oni Village. Are you going to be banning Windows' Estelle, or do you expect Grimella to match it here?
Yeah, I do. It's definitely either Estelle or Octavia coming out for the side of UCLA. I know the Kai word is like kind of in Grimella's back pocket, but I know in beta, going back to beta, Grimella was an Estelle one trick, so no stranger to that character. Really likes to pick it when available, and Oni Village is the map for playing it. I am interested to see if Windoge is also going to once again pick the Estelle over the Luna. I wonder if it's Awakening dependent or if it's just depends on the map and Windoge's like opinions on that. But I know it was playing Pummeler's Luna on Oni Village and getting that permanent speed. And here you see the X ban come out, which is interesting because it's seen as one of the weaker picks on the map, and there's the Estelle ban coming through. So the Luna is probably going to be forced to be picked, and I believe this is leading to another Octavia pick, if I had to guess.
I'm assuming this has got to be like a spec training star or a tempo swing star, just something that's going to be annoying if they picked an X, right? Just sitting on your goalie, or maybe just one of those things, right? And it's also 3Z comfort, right? 3Z is the X guy, the X lore guy. So, you know, got to pay full respect to that. And we are seeing the Luna here, actually, for Windoge. So I'm excited to see how this map... A lot of people don't really like it on Oni Village. I think it's a lot weaker. It's a lot harder to hit people because of the speed. But I'm actually been a big fan of it on this map, especially when you play it with double midfield. But I'm now excited to see where you can do it with a Juliet on our team. Can he play that midfield role, and will it be difficult to actually keep court control against Grimella's Kai forward?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Luna player myself, and I've been liking to pick more and more on other maps. 3Z Breezy, give him no time to rest, saying, yo, why do you ban my X with this start? I'm just going to pick my other comfort character, pretty much, and immediately get a KO. It's running the Pummelers. Also running the Pummelers is Windoge once again, who just loves going this Pummelers, loves being able to just play for KOs, get these picks off the side of the map, and then get that extra speed. It's like, yeah, permanent slick kicks, but 3Z Breezy, great dribble Great play, able to get that across the map and finish it off with the dash punch. And they're looking a lot more comfortable, looking a lot more clean at the start of that match.
Yeah, definitely very well played there. Just great little passing chain from the side of UCLA. Waterfury to Grimella. Grimella finding 3Z, and 3Z just with a great strike dash punch, hitting it right out of Amaratz's clear. So, I mean, well played to UCLA to start it off here. You know, one barrier already going to be going down. 3Z probably going to getting this next one as, you know, a little bit of cosmetic barriers here. But Blue Blazing getting the non-cosmetic barrier, the one that matters, that top side against Water Fury. And now the map is going to be opened up here. And Blue Blazing now finding a kill on Water Fury. This is going to be pretty difficult. This should just be in. Blue Blazing with another strike war win. I mean, what a great round there for Blue Blazing to get both barriers and then also find a KO.
Yeah, Water Fury has been going to, won the Jack Bun last game, is going it again, has the Monumentalist this time. Monumentalist bulk up start. But it's just, yeah, getting a little bit close to net. Doesn't have like the speed or really anything to be able to run forward, maybe. Ends up found a little bit too far back. Is getting taken a lot of damage as well. The ults are going to help, but that's already another goal. Once again, it's a sub 20-second goal. I remember seeing that 43 last time as due. Not spelling good words for UCLA.
Yeah, I think Water Fury and Grimella really got to be on the same page here. Grimella needs to be covering where Water Fury isn't, as especially, you know, like you said, you know, one of the newer players. Going to be a lot harder for him in these high pressure situations, but you know it's not going to be hard as 3Z Breezy, who is just so used to this, going to be performing out of his mind here. You just have to get him the core, especially when he has this flip. Can Water Fury and Grimella kind of sync up and manage to keep doing this over and over again to get UCLA the win here?
Yeah, I know Water Fury, I believe, plays for some teams in some other games, but it's just still is just not, doesn't have that same confidence when coming to Omega Strikers, but has been building it up across the season, has been getting better. It just needs to find these right plays, and there we go. There's the forward duo right there. That's the NASL forward duo. Great pass into a great shot, and Marat's not able to make it in time. Also, yeah, rocking momentum boots versus Water Fury's a Jack Bun. I believe we saw the same thing happen last map as well. It kind of shows like the different styles of play. Water Fury wanting to rely on that secondary as a goalie more, where Amaratz wants to be able to move around more, wants to be able to move up more and exert more pressure. You can see staying in the midfield right now, and that's both barriers taken. The flip is online. That's a good angle, but Blue Blazing's not able to finish that one off. There's the first cosmetic barrier, as you like to say before, being taken. And 3Z with flip, so, and Water Fury. So looking not too bad for UCL right now, minus the fact they have an open goal. But there's the flip used and the secondary even used. So now it's getting a little bit more scary, but Grimella is able to get back in time to save that one. The Giga Blast pointing a core in a weird spot, but no worries there. 3Z Breezy has the flip. I mean, it's looking to mount an offense, but game's moving a little bit slower now.
Yeah, moving a little bit slower, and Amarat's managing to really just use these momentum beats to full effect. Just feels like he's everywhere at once, can cover all sides of the barrier, and is not too afraid. Just has to not let 3Z Breezy get right in front of him with that flip. And with Water Fury down again from Windoj, it's going to be real hard. I mean, UCLA are going to have to defend this 2v3. Can they do it? Grimella with some great strikes to get it out from out. Amarat's kind of itching forward a little bit with that flip. It doesn't seem like he wants to use it, as he just uses a strike to save that one. 3Z Breezy has to invest that flip into the save here.
Yeah, here it is, right in front of the net. Blue Blazing reverses Grimella and Water Fury. Windoj has that pummelers to get those knockbacks from far away. 3Z tries to get the dash punch, but it's too far away. It's not able to finish that one off. The Monumentalist there going huge for Water Fury, but it's not enough. Blue Blazing is able to get through, and that's going to be the first set 3-2. A little bit closer this time.
Feels like Grimella's dribbles are just a little bit off today, I noticed with that one, and there was one in an earlier point as well. Just dribbling a little bit backwards almost, and then allows UTD, or at least someone on the side of UTD, to get their hands on it as well. It feels like Grimella just really needs to hit into that open space, just getting it to 3Z as fast as possible, because Water Fury is kind of crumbling under the pressure here, bit by bit. Got to give some space to your goalie, especially in these high-pressure situations like we're saying. And now looking at the draft, we got some Spark Resilience plus bulk up action from the Luna. Going to be giving him a lot of power, actually, which is going to be pretty interesting to see. Nothing too crazy of note here. Blue Blazing getting that heavy impact is going to be really nice. Maybe finding a couple more KOs with that range. And Grimella with that cast last going to be hopefully have that little bit of longer speed, just kind of be everywhere on the map at once. And Blue Blazing making full use of that heavy impact right there with the KO on 3Z.
Yeah, mirroring what 3Z did in round one, getting the KO immediately, and now immediately exerting that same pressure onto Water Fury, getting Water Fury a little bit lower, especially with the cooldowns down. But Grimella has, like you said, this Castellast again. Oh, Water Fury almost getting KO'd off the side. The Castellast kind of, it feels like Octavia sometimes. If you get Chrono Boost too, then you're just kind of zooming around the map. You get something like Twin Drive too. Okay, I'm chatting a little bit right now, but I think it's a pretty good pickup. It's going to allow Grimella to have a lot of presence, but Blue Blazing just finds the KO, but it doesn't matter because a return KO. Both goalies off the map, but 3Z Breezy able to make the clutch play and score a goal.
Yeah, it seems like he is turned on, I mean, his overdrive right now, right? His second gear, third gear, whatever gear it is right now. But Grimella, you know, maybe not as much as Blue Blazing finding another KO now. It feels like Grimella is just trying to cover for Water Fury just a little too much sometimes, to the point where now he's just getting KO'd from it. But 3Z managing to kind of claw it out from the mines there. But Water Fury getting a great clear there. And then I'm not actually sure what got the KO. That might have been the Giga Blast there on to Blue Blazing. Great passes there from 3Z and Grimella. Flip coming through, going to be getting that barrier. And now it's open net for both sides.
Yeah, it's interesting to see there's pummelers on this map from both sides, but look at that. The Expanse is able to save that with the Soren angle. Chatting, but Grimella is not able to get back in time. Blue Blazing is able to send out the ult and get that one in, catch the core. Great plays by them.
These goalies got to watch where they're standing. I mean, this is ridiculous, right?
It really is.
These goalies really got to watch out, because I'm tired of seeing Juliet's kill out. This is not something that we should normally be seeing here, guys, but it is what we're seeing nonetheless. And great plays from Blue Blazing here, getting that KO and also now getting both barriers. So far, just feeling super comfortable in this match right now. Great save there, though, from Water Fury to get it back up to 3Z, who gets the barrier in return. Now they just have to save this one more time, and they do it. Great job there, but Windoge managing to find a great rocket there, keeping midfield control for now, and it's kind of an even game here, back and forth. But UCLA have core control here, but Windoge using that flip just misses it. Could not predict what Grimella was trying to do here, but Amarat's looking pretty comfortable in net here. 3Z Breezy has no cooldowns, but still going to be forcing at that flip anyway, so great play there from UCLA.
Yeah, Grimella now is trying to get a dribble, trying to keep forward possession on the way up, but Windoge always has a cooldown, it feels like, and is able to get it through. Blue Blazing's there, ready for it. Doesn't even need to use flip, just a dash punch gets it through. Has the support from Windoge as well. And what I want to talk about is Luna with pummelers and its upsides and downsides, because it feels really weird. It feels like you shouldn't have as much presence, but the dash is when you have dash up, your presence is the entire map at any point. So that's kind of the justification for that. And if at any point Blue Blazing is able to find a pick, or you're able to find a pick as Luna, then you just get that 30% speed for a long time, which is just so strong as well. Like you see their window just covering the whole top side of the map. Doesn't really need any extra speed from something like Slick Kicks to do that. In fact, wouldn't have had it anyway, even with the Slick Kicks. So that's kind of the reasoning behind that I'd imagine. But still, Grimella should be able to try to use this advantage with the Slick Kicks. There we go. Baits Windoge into a position on the speed lane, and 3Z Breezy is just ready to run all the way across, and he gets another KO with the flip. Blue Blazing 1v3. Yeah, Giga Blast is going to send that one in. Not much you can do there, but that's 2 KOs. If they can keep doing that, if they can replicate that somehow, some way, things can be looking a lot better for UCLA.
Yeah, great KOs and just great finds there from 3Z and Grimella just in general. Managing to keep in this one as best as possible. Interesting little back pass there actually from 3Z to Grimella. It actually allowed them to get a little bit more space. So what played from there, getting that first barrier. Now Amarat's getting real pressure here, has no more evades. You have to keep that in mind. But Water Fury was not able to block that dash punch. And Blue Blazing now can do anything he wants with the core here. Finds the flip, kills Water Fury now. I believe that's like the 3rd or 4th time that Blue Blazing has done that, as Windoge should just be able to find this goal here. And getting that second set, really just a heartbreaker there, because it felt like UCLA had some great saves there, but then just all of a sudden, Water Fury gets Gimp KO'd by Blue Blazing, by Windoge, right? Just so hard, it feels like, to play this game when your players are just looking to KO you the entire time. And now looking into this draft, some very interesting things to play with here.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy if I am UCLA here. He's going to get that Castellast Chrono Boost that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Feeling like Octavia a little bit. I think there's a lot of options here. Knife's Edge is the one that's being taken. It's really strong on this map specifically. You're able to run down those sides, but you do end up giving up stacks on... Oh, but built different. Ends up being taken by Windoge here. I was expecting something maybe like the Fight or Flight or even the stacks to kind of make up for the lost speed you have, but the build difference taken out. The size is actually I think it's heavily underrated on Luna. I don't know if I'd rate it so high to take it over some of the other Awakenings, but Windoge clearly likes it, clearly likes this Pummeler's build as well, has just like is playing the game in a different way, and it makes sense with how they're playing and how Windoge likes to play back and play off of this dash more, and just be able to come in, because when you come in with that bonus size in front of the goalie, it's just so tough, but there we go. This time, it's 3Z Breezy taking out Amarats, which I would say this time, but it's been going back and forth. Both, like you said before, both goalies getting KO'd.
These goalies just really gotta watch their step, right? I said it before, but you just hate to see it, right? You hate to see it. I don't like seeing the Juliets win, even though I am a Juliet player myself. Turning sides here. I want to see the Atlases live, right? That's their thing.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Let them play.
They go live
For some more exciting points, right? But hey, regardless, UCLA getting that first point. Trying to claw themselves back here, maybe looking for a reverse sweep, but a great rocket actually to keep it into Blue Blazing's special, but also 3Z Breezer answering right back now, and Grimilla trying to keep the pressure up. This cast-last Chrono Boost allowing them to be everywhere at once, but missing that barrage now loses midfield pressure, and Waterfury with a great save, and Blue Blazing wasting his flip there because of the saves and heroics from Waterfury, but Windoge with the rocket hits it right out of Grimilla's hands into the bottom corner. Waterfury was not expecting that one. You know, great try there from the goalie at UCLA, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, it gets really hard because playing second goalie requires, like, you have to have trust in both your goalie and in your forward. And it's weird in these small situations to be able to figure out what's going on. But 3Z Breezy able to get both goal barriers. A lot of pressure on right now. It's 2-0 right now. The first one being taken a bit for free. Grimella moving up, getting some nice dribbles, but isn't able to get it through. And it just feels so much scarier when there's a 1v1 between Blue Blazing and Water Fury than when there's a 2v1 sometimes. It feels like Grimel's rushing to get back in time. He's rushing to always be like where the core is, to be able to chase it and get to the right spot. But this time the flip is going to be used by Water Fury to put him in a nice situation, but 3Z Breezy isn't able to convert the too many Atlas cooldowns available. But this time the pass is being used. Grimella is going to be one to send it in with the barrage, and that's going to be 2-1 for UCLA.
And there's that weakness of the Luna on this map especially, right? Or just really the Luna in general in that midfield role. When you use that dash, you know, Windoge hasn't been doing it too much. Has been mainly using it for core control in that midfield. But when you actually do commit that dash to go for a goal and then you don't get it, now it's just going to be a 2-on-1 against your goalie. And you better hope that your goalie can hold that. But Amarats, with no abilities up, was just not able to hold that high barrage. So, you know, well played from UCLA to take full advantage of that, and Water Fury now in losing both barriers, so UCLA are going to have a little bit of an uphill battle to climb here on this point, but it starts somewhere, and it starts with Grimella getting core control, getting it to 3Z Breeze, but Windoge now using that dash yet again to just keep it away, but it's only for a short amount of time as 3Z Breezy now does get that first barrier, going to be dribbling here, trying to get that second one, getting out of Amarats is huge, and now 3Z Breezy going to be looking possibly to just KO him maybe almost. Grimella might need to use flip here, but being very patient. Uses it anyway, does not want to risk it. 3Z Breezy trying to get the core here. Gonna be flipping here maybe, but gets hit stunned actually, so he cannot. Blue Blazing now gonna be dribbling, but Grimella taking it away, playing really, really good midfield so far, using this enhanced speed, using this enhanced stuff, but Blue Blazing finds another KO onto Water Fury, and the flip hits it right past him. And again, Water Fury just really needs to like he's Blue Blazing's looking at him and mind controlling him into standing into the back of his own net to KO him. All Water Fury has to do is just stand a little bit further up so he does not get in range of dying there on the side of his own goal. But man, it's just so tough.
Yeah, you say that like kind of I feel like half jokingly, but it straight up is mind control. I'm watching Blue Blazing walk in a certain way, like walk towards Water Fury. And then Water Fury just keeps like feeling the need to walk back. It's like too scared to contest. Doesn't want to have to do like be in a tough strike war situation. Really scared to be playing around these speed lanes. One of the Julies might find a dash punch, but nothing's found this time. There's the dash punch to get one barrier. The second barrier is able to be grabbed by Amarats, who's extremely low right now. Dash punch isn't able to KO. The perfect form almost coming in huge, but Amarats is able to heal up to full, and now 3Z Breezy is left with no cooldowns. Grimella moving up, trying to get this last barrier. Water Fury now the one who's low. Has a lot of energy, to be fair, so should be able to use that if need be, but flip used early by Amarats, and another flip used extremely early by Grimella, And there's
Oh,
another
no.
flip used.
Not another one.
Just a little bit worried. Doesn't want to get KO'd. Heals all the way up to full, but the barrier is taken. Emerald's now moving up, trying to exert that forward pressure, but Wind Doge flies back to save from what looks like the brink of a disaster. Water Fury using this expanse extremely early. This does not want to lose this point. This is the first match on the line. Blue Blazer goes for something crazy, but the stun from the rocket, the whammy onto Water Fury is going to end this match. UT Dallas Esports, it takes it over UCLA in I'll say a very convincing 6-0.
I mean, yeah. I mean, when it's double 3-0, you can't say it's not convincing. Some of those points definitely were very, very close, and it was just the little things that kind of kept, I guess, UCLA back a little bit, right? You know, with Water Fury just getting KO'd so many times. Actually, I mean, I'd say it was at least 5 times, given Blue Blazing 7 KOs, and I remember him getting at least 2 KOs in the midfield, so the other ones had to come from somewhere, so definitely a little rough there for Water Fury that game so far, but a great, you know, like you said, one of the newer players. I think he played all right, you know, thinking when he had those save opportunities, had a lot of great expanses, had a lot of feeds to Grimella, and really tried his heart out that game. But it feels like the UCLA, the Westy warm-up, I guess, you know, has not yet been completed, and they're going to be sent down now to the lower bracket. And UTD probably feeling great getting that revenge now, right?
Yeah, but if you're UCLA, you also have to be feeling good because you obviously hit all of your strats for the reset and all that, and you wanted to go to losers anyway, so you'd get more matches to warm up. So honestly, UCLA exactly where they want to be, no cope.
But, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Great match from UTD though. Yeah, they're really showing off, like you said, getting their revenge. Really showing like why they are the #1 seed, why they were almost the only team to go undefeated in the regular season, and yet again 6-0, not a single set won for UCLA, which is not I didn't expect that going in. I thought it was going to be much closer. Some of the sets did get really close. There were a lot of 2-3 sets, but none of them going in the way for UCLA.
Yeah, and if you look at the stats here, I mean, something that's actually pretty interesting, right? Obviously, Grimella with that Kai and with all that speed has the most rejects in the game at 158, but Windoge not too far behind at 145, even though running that pummelers, right? And managing, it feels like, most of that map to be what it seems like everywhere at once. And so pretty interesting play style there from Windoge, you know, just say, hey, I don't need magnetized souls, I don't need what do you want to call it? I don't need slick kicks. I don't need any of that stuff. I just need pummelers. We get a kill. I get that permanent speed buff, and I can just save my dash to win those midfield interactions. And definitely felt pretty good, I guess, looking at this game so far. So, yeah, I mean, well played from UTD, and I think that's kind of setting the tone there for some pretty exciting matches, as we'll see later on.
Yeah, I know I'm going to be watching the rest of the day. I want to be seeing all these matches. I want to be seeing... This has been a very exciting tournament so far. Some really exciting runs so far. George Mason University, for example, they are someone I've been watching. They had some crazy upset over Lakeland yesterday. I think they might be playing right now even on the Striker Central stream. So definitely check that out. If I'm checking right now, but the match is probably still going on, to be honest, of how fast this one kind of went through. But looks like they just finished as well. Another 2-0, actually. And it would 9-0 finish, actually. SLU looking extremely strong as well. So this winners finals, it's kind of funny because like it's going back, like SLU, a team that was originally put really highly, a team that's originally rated really highly from what I saw. Usually first seeded, like first in the power rankings. But kind of ended up, like, it felt like falling a little bit. Felt like UTD were, like, the new powerhouse. Felt like Lakeland might be even a bit stronger. But SLU been playing really well this tournament. I've been kind of just breaking through, not losing a single set, or a single match, or a single map. I hate all these different terms, man. Which one are we? I need to figure out what we're using
I don't
consistently
know.
here. But
You
2-0s.
just say map or...
Yeah. No maps.
Game.
No
Say
maps
game
lost.
too. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
speaking of watching the rest of the day, that's pretty much what we're going to have to do until later on, I believe. I'm not sure if you're casting still after this, but it's done for us now. here for the first set. You'll see at least me later on in the day, so look forward to that. But we'll be jumping to a quick break here, and a new set of casters will be coming in for that losers side quarterfinals matches, all 4 of them. There's a lot of exciting things going on for that, right? So definitely stick around. Don't go anywhere. Check out the Striker Central stream as well if you want the other games perspective. And yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCL playoffs. We have 2 new winners finalists here. We've got the one that played on this stream earlier, the UTD Comets. Guys, how are you feeling? How are the vibes right now? I just want to know the vibes in the play.
Let's go!
Right. Yep. Yeah, Blue Blazing, I think, is at home. Everybody else is in the esports lab. What's the environment like? Is the entire esports lab like cheering y'all on?
To be honest, there's like 2 other people in here, and then Cloak, he's right there.
And Cloak,
he's on our JV team. He's chilling right there. Shout out Cloak, and then we got the Apex players right in front of us. They're playing for a tournament, so they're super hype with their game too. So it's all hype around here.
I do like the energy. Y'all, I think UTD is also playing in 2 other tournaments today as well. Y'all are very busy as a school, but I do want to congratulate y'all on the 6-0 sweep of UCLA. I knew that was a big moment for you guys, as that was the team earlier this past week in week 8 that defeated y'all, stopped the undefeated run. Now that's pretty much the only top 10 team you have faced and lost to, and now have won against. How are you guys feeling about that and the rest of the tournament as well?
Listen, Breezy said he's gonna walk me like a dog. I guess the dog walked the owner. I ran away, I guess. I don't know. But we feel great, going into winners finals. I believe SLU is gonna be our opponent. So I mean, it's just back to the history, right? We faced against SLU before. I think we scrimmed against SLU this morning, and it's a fun experience, right? Because beating the allegations, I remember in the first few weeks of, hey, you're going to be predicted at 5 or at 4. And now we're at minimum, 3rd place in the CCL playoffs. So that's kind of like a big feeling for us, just as a team, just as for the synergy's sake. Like, we made it so far, we're going to keep going, especially on the winners bracket side. Woo.
Absolutely. Guys, do you guys have any thoughts on that as well?
I'm really proud of us, to be honest. Like, honestly, when we played the first game, we were like, oh, this is going to be easy. And then they really showed up. Like, we cannot blame them. They showed up for that game to win. They showed up to win. But this game, we showed up prepared. We showed up warm. We actually slept. And
there you go.
We swept them. I mean, it wasn't even a problem. That was an easy game.
Yeah, chat, if you don't know, actually, Emirates did not sleep for like 24 hours before
I was over 24 hours without sleep before round 8.
Before round 8's match against UCLA. So if your goalie isn't showing up, that's going to be a little bit difficult there, of course. But yeah, now you guys actually slept. Blue got the coffee, I believe, the coffee in frame there. There you go. There's the coffee. Look at that.
Hold on, I forgot I'm muted. This is the first time I've ever gone out of my house just to get coffee from somewhere and then go back home. I was like, Mom, I'm leaving. And she was like, where the heck are you going? And I'm like, coffee. I need it.
He needs the coffee. There you go.
Energized.
That helped y'all out as well. So yeah, SLU defeated George Mason 2-0 into the upper bracket final. You guys are already preparing for that match. Out of the 4 remaining teams in the losers bracket, you've got George Mason, Premier from Houston, UCLA, and Lakeland. Who do you think you might face off against either in the lower bracket final or the grand final?
That's a great question. I think in the grand final, I really want to go. I mean, Lakeland's been talking all week about us, so I think I personally just want to go with Lakeland again just to shut them up. But in terms of like team that I really want to go against, just because I really want to reenact that battle for Texas. And I think for me, was the most fun game we had in the season, or at least for me. But yeah, I'll leave it to my 2 other teammates.
Yeah, I really want to go against SLU. Pretty good like acquaintances with Coin and Zoro, and they're crazy players, right? They've been grinding, so we scrimmed against them a couple times. They're way better, and I'm hoping we can show up as well. And I want to play against them because that's going to be a really good game.
Yeah, Amarat, same thoughts there?
Yeah, I want to play against SLU. It would also be fun to go against Lakeland or UH. Honestly, I don't really care who we're against in the final. I just want it to be fun.
There you go. We also have Coach Daffgrass in the call. Cam is not up, but we do have Daffgrass in the call. Daffgrass, what was the strategy going into this game? Don't leak too much, of course, but what headspace are you trying to put the guys into this morning?
It's tough, right? I would say out of all of the teams that we have to play against, UCLA is definitely the hardest one for us to kind of really get, I guess, our picks oriented. Before the match. The draft is really difficult because, of course, they have that Era X, they have the Era Asher, they have this Estelle that they could pull out as well. There's really a lot that they can kind of work with. It honestly surprised me. They kind of picked stuff that I'm not too sure if they were super comfortable on. It seemed kind of thrown out of nowhere from what I had seen before. So we'll take it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see them come back with a little bit of a run back. But I definitely am excited, looking forward to our match against SLU.
There you go. Daffcraft said it again. Any last things you guys want to shout out, talk about before we head to a break?
Shout out CCL admins, production. Y'all have been working hard.
out Saya.
Shout out Saya. Shout out
Syntix.
Syntix. You know, everyone on the production crew in terms of casters as well. Y'all have been killing it. We love your stuff, and so yeah, definitely very, very glad that you're here with us. But hey, SLU and then grand finals, baby. Come on, let's go. UTD on top, baby. UTD on top.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to my mom and shout out to this man Amrats right here. This dude came in clutch.
Oh, immersion broken.
Everyone everyone said that he wasn't gonna play well at the beginning of the season. This dude has grown so much and he has played so well, and I'm so proud of him. And I just want to say that.
Amrats, anybody you want to shout out?
I don't know how I can top that, but I guess shout out to my parents or my mom. She's been surprisingly supportive of me doing all of this, and I guess also to my dad, who always supported me through all of this.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. And Daftcraft, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah,
Marvel
shout out.
snap.
That's true, but you know, we're not allowed to talk about that, Blue. Come on.
I'm sorry.
We're on stream here. Shout out to Blue for giving me this opportunity since I wasn't able to do Collegiate myself. So I get to live a little bit of Collegiate through this, and obviously shout out to my parents who are pretty supportive of what I do all the time. And you know, last but not least, shout outs to my barber dog, giving me this nice cut.
I can't see it, but it's got to be
Shame we
fire.
can't see it.
It's stream can't see it. I can't see it, but it's got to be fire. It's got to be definitely got to be fire. Well, we'll be right back with the next game. I believe that we will actually, yes, we will have George Mason versus UH premiere here on this stream, and on the second stream we'll have UCLA Lakeland University playing on Striker Central. So don't go anywhere. We've got more action. We're going to the lower bracket next.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Vaughn, and today I'm joined by Saya to welcome you into this CCL Top 6. Now, today we have two teams that have had some pretty impressive runs over the season. One of them will be going home today after this match. We have the battle for the West Coast continuing with UH Premier, the dark horse contender of the season, not even ranked in the top 10 in our first ever power rankings, climbing all the way up to this pedestal to fight against the team that had a bit of a Cinderella upset story yesterday. GMU falling to SLU in the winners semifinals, now drops down to this losers bracket. So we're going to see the battle of Wiggly Wobbly, Spartan, and Vega take on Hoishi in the gold box, with Muncher and Riles X as the forward pair for UH Premier. Saya, if you had to guess, which one of these teams do you feel like has the edge going into their match today against one another?
I think UH has the edge in this particular matchup. Not for any reason like this team is way stronger than the other. I just think that the player Muncher, as they are often called, is just so good at controlling the midfield. And I think what Lakeland lacked in that game where they fell against GMU was that midfield control.
Again, I think a lot of top players' shared sentiment is that at the very, very tippy-top midfield is the most impactful role. We see it time and time again with Muncher pulling out the picks like the Era. Yesterday we saw a bit of the Kai, a pick that's honestly probably stronger than it ever has been, which warms my heart. Love to see that more and more coming through. And on the side of GMU, there's no slouch. I'd argue that Wiggly Wobbly, the set MVP in that upset versus Lakeland, is no stranger to midfield control. Loves to play that Juno. We haven't seen it let through the ban phase yet today. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we get one Juno game on stream. Haven't gotten to see his prowess yet, but has a nasty Estelle as well. And in the forward position, I also find it quite interesting. Double Rasmus players. Now, Riles X does have an X. I'm checking my notes. He did, in fact, play it, but wasn't able to find a win with it in the match versus UCLA yesterday. But the Rasmus pick was really something he shined on, and that is also the premier pick that Vega pilots as well. So, interesting to see that both forwards favor that same striker. And then in the goalie position, we have two players that love Atlas, myself included. Atlas, I think, the go-to standout melee goalie. Denies so much, able to just press some buttons and make sure no goal goes in. Slight weakness we saw abused in that Atlas pick yesterday was that speed. Some players opting for strike shots, some opting for a more unorthodox eject button, while others sticking to the tried and true momentum boots. Sai, I know if you were on the Atlas, I know what training you would go, or gear, regardless of what any other training would be. I know you'd be on those pauldrons, but still, I'd love to see what kind of options we see today. Now, talking about the map pick ban side, we see a very classic Inkies ban, but I'm curious, this is not something we see very much. We see an Atlas Lab ban. Maybe talk about why you think that might have surfaced, as opposed to a more traditional ban like Clarion Corp that we've been seeing in these playoffs.
Yeah, it's a little strange. UH is the team that banned Atlas Lab, if I recall correctly, which actually, never mind, it's not strange at all. That is the one map where I think it is a little bit scary to pilot that Octavia, where GMU might be able to play that KO comp well enough.
Interesting. I didn't even consider that. I'm someone who, when I saw UH Premier play yesterday, they looked very comfortable on Oni Village. And on the same side, not just that team, but UH Premier has a team where that double midfield could come out. Riles' most played character is Juno. Something that we discussed yesterday is Oni Village is one of those very few maps that it is possible to facilitate that strategy. You lose out on that kill confirm and stuffing potential, but the sheer control that comes with the core makes it so you only have so many abilities as a goalie to save the ball. So we'll have to see where that goes. Game 2 looking like a night market. Both of these teams not necessarily known for their brawling prowess. We'll have to see what kind of forwards that they pick on that map. I'm expecting a classy Era, classy Estelle, these sort of staple picks that are not necessarily top of the tier, but so applicable, so versatile in the trainings and the maps that they're good on. And we're ending it all on Clarion Corp. I've loved watching this Clarion Corp map. It feels like the teams, they haven't been able to watch any of the top, like, let's say NASL Qualiber matches on this map. Usually there's a trickle-down effect where you see what they're doing and they copy it, but we haven't been able to see this. So I'm interested, once we get to that Game 3, how that's going to shape out. Entering the draft phase now. Of course, We have to put respect on the Octavia. This GMU squad did just lose to Octavia in the winner's semifinals. Still probably smarting from that loss. Don't want to have it replicated against arguably the best in the league. And we will see a Stell ban, which means I'm expecting the first on-stream Juno pick. Wiggly Wobbly's most played striker was just locked in. Saya, what sort of advantages does Juno give a team over something like the Estelle? What are we going to see here on the game here?
I think Wiggly Wobbly, of course, that comfort factor is absolutely huge in this particular matchup. But on a map like Oni Village, I think the Juno provides a lot more follow-up, a lot more repetitive follow-up for Vega, who has been very, very good when in scoring position.
I seem to agree, and it's interesting. Eyes opted into this Kai once again, not picking the Era. Kai, a historically favored matchup in the beta, however, not something that, as launch has changed, it has swung back more to an even state. Now, kickoff has begun. One of these teams will be sent home after these games. It's do or die with an aerial start, something that benefits Spartan and Wiggly Wobbly quite nicely, as Spartan and Muncher trade barrages. Now, Spartan using the eject button to push it up to Vega. Not able to find anything quite just yet. It's more about shot attempts than shot quality. Riles on that signature Rasmus, able to burst down the goal, and I finishes it off in the top corner. Just a classy barrage strike coming out for Muncher to secure that first goal, Saya.
Yeah, and it's those moments that I has been so successful in on all of their rosters, right? They've been on that roster with Rebirth and Opabug. They've been on the Bozo bunch with Drop Leto and Forgot. And on this team, UH Premier, with Riles and Hoishi, they are still able to do it. But right now, the offense is fully on the side of George Mason as Vega is pushing up.
Yeah, and not just pushing up, Wiggly Wobbly, like Batman and Robin, flies in to secure the second barrier. We have an open goal on this Oni Village. Such a dangerous prospect because the ball can just fly from one end to the other. Riles trying to make sure he's evening up, can't get it to go, but hooks it back in. Excellently played. Now Muncher has the flip. It's up to Hoishi to figure out how to get the ball back into his midfielder's hands. Muncher takes it into his hands itself, starting the dribble. Back and forth, flips for the middle, tries the shot, won't get it to go. Wiggly Wobbly in the back with Spartan, but Riles again. The secondary slash from Riles, and the best emote in the game dropped by Muncher. Makes this a quick 2-0 start, Saya.
Yeah, this follow-up type of action where I is pushing up with Riles, Muncher is backing up the offense. I talked about how Juno can back up the offense. We saw Wiggly Wobbly jump in earlier, trying to jump in here. But it's really the power of that Kai barrage setting up such advantageous situations for Riles to really just play so easily.
Hoishi, now under a bit of pressure from the Juno ult, can get it clear with the flip and the expanse, but that means his goal is a sitting duck. Vega eyeing up his opportunity, has the flip now, bouncing off the corner. Riles can't seem to get an advantage in the Rasmus mirror here, losing the strike wars. Spartan uses his own flip now, gets it out. Hoishi and him both energyless, which means there's no evade clear for Hoishi. Hoishi can dig it out as the barrier falls, but he has to ult to keep himself alive. Spartan and Wiggly Wobbly, plenty of space to work with here. Bringing the ball up for the Vega shot, and it's in! Wiggly Wobbly secures it with the assist from Vega. There's no elusive left on that Atlas after the flip. So, 1-2 game coming in, and something that we see as a very common trend already is the fact that whichever side is breaking these barriers first, it's a quick goal. There's just not much these goalie picks can do in this first set. Cooldown's a little too low. Now, Wiggly Wobbly gets the top barrier, flips for the second, looking for a bit of a tempo play, isn't able to find it, drops the ult as well, keeps the possession alive. Vega comes in to help, Hoishi drops his primary, gets it out nice and clearly, but it's not out of the corner just quite yet. Now, off to the other side, Muncher eyeing up his opportunity, trying to feed the ball to his forward. He has the flip. Riles positioning for a rebound as Muncher takes his time, isn't able to find the opportunity he needs with Barrage, but gigas it back. Riles has the flip. Nice patience, baits out the Spartan Barrage, and now it's an open goal state. UH Premier looking to take their stamp, the first set win in the palm of their hand. Spartan not able to find anything with their eject button. Nice patience. Riles trying to get the rebound to himself. Can't get it to go with the primary. Now, Hoishi on the other end trying to make something happen with his strike shot. Not able to find anything, and Wiggly Wobbly equalizes the playing field. Now, panic flip from I. Make sure he doesn't let that core in just quite yet. Nice save from Spartan on the top post, making sure that he's using that eject button to his fullest. Wiggly trying to play more vertically than the other side of the team. Now Muncher can eye up another shot attempt as well. Riles fiending as always with that Rasmus secondary, trying to hook what he can. Spartan, trading the barrages, but Riles and Muncher have a great 1-2 combo, resulting in an almost unsavable, unreactable goal. Taking the first set, Saya.
Yeah, now as we head into this draft, it's so scary. The fight or flight available, the prime time available, so much power for this Kai to unlock, and really just not anything that is game-breaking for the Juno. No hotshot showing up, no forced denies, and looking at this entire draft, it just seems so favorable for UH.
It really does. The fight or flight coming in, one of the key strengths of this Kai forward pick is his speed. Once he activates Blazing Pace, once he gets his Slit Kicks proc, he's going to beat anyone in that 1v1 foot race. And we're going to see it even exacerbated further by the fact that not just 30% off of a strike, but up to 50% with that added bonus from fight or flight means that this pickup means Muncher is going to be speeding around the pitch. Activates his Blazing Pace to start. Wiggly Wobbly, playing a nice 2-2 defense, make sure that no gates fall. Now Vega has it in the 101. Hoishi able to take it away, but now Wiggly Wobbly, top corner with Spartan. Spartan's able to use the eject button, making sure that he can fly up top and still keep it in control at the bottom. But Muncher, always there, always ready, has the speed and punishes. Vega now has the ball in the corner. Wiggly Wobbly, dribbling, looking for something. Muncher cuts the pass to himself. Now it's a bit of a scrap in the middle with the Juno ult coming down. It could be anyone's game. The Monu Slime's looking so large. Vega, Wiggly Wobbly, all on the back end now, making sure this final barrier doesn't fall just yet while Spartan takes the moment to strike. Little misposition there results in Riles taking another punishing gate, but Vega trades it right back. These Rasmus do not seem to miss their conversions. Now Muncher in the top. Bit of a misread. Oh, and hangs on with the edge of his toes on the edge, but Muncher, excellent putback to put them up 1-0 in this set. The speed size just looking too much for the side of Wiggly Wobbly, Vega, and Spartan.
Yeah, the speed is ridiculous, and of course Hoishi picking up that prime time, right? That defensive capability is further enhanced, and although one barrier goes down, we know the second one is the one that really matters, and the second one isn't even being threatened. It's just Vega alone on the offense trying to pass to Wiggly Wobbly. Finally gets a second strike, but the Expanse is ready.
Yeah, Vega attempting to make it clear that he's not to be outdone on this Rasmus pick. Goes for the 1-2 combo, but an excellent save from Oishi. Let's get our Atlas Res counter. That's the first one of the game. Probably won't be the last. Now, Vega able to burn both cooldowns with the help of Juno and the core flip, so that means it's time for him to score. Hoishi, a little bit of a missed strike there, results in Wiggly Wobbly with the barrier. Now, bit of an offensive push with the Juno. Spartan facilitating the ball back up to his forwards. Wiggly Wobbly in a position to score. The Juno blob saves it, but Hoishi, a little bit of a vertical dribble, but Vega smells blood in the water, swoops right in, and picks that fish right between Muncher and Hoishi. That's a point, finally, after what seemed like quite an insurmountable momentum lead for the side of George Mason.
And as the kickoff plays out, it's really about whether I can get a barrier right off the bat, because they are so good at doing so. Muncher on the offense accelerates the core, but if they can't make it happen super early, Wiggly Wobbly just sets up all the cooldowns and just so many strikes on the side of GMU.
So many strikes, so many hitboxes, there's only so many Atlas cooldowns, and there's only so many Atlases on the field! Atlas taken out by a well-placed primary from Vega. Rasmus not normally known for his KO potential, but he sure as heck made it come through there. Free goal makes it a 2-1 lead. Now with GMU hoping to return a 3-1 in their favor, but oh, disaster has struck! A classic Oni village makes it so that both barriers go down. Hoishi almost falls to the same prey, not able to take both on the side of GMU, but now a well-placed primary from Riles. Wow, I did not expect that shot to go in. I think if you're GMU, you just kind of shake that off and go to 0.5 there. Not the greatest start for them on that round side.
That was such a surprising shot. I didn't expect it either. It was such an awkward speed as well. And Spartan, unfortunately, could not get there in time. Hoishi now, with the dribble, somehow manages to get it out of the situation. Rouse with the follow-up, gets both barriers. And what was a deficit for UH has turned into another set win. 2-0 up in this first game.
Wow. I was watching this set, and I was 100% sure Jimmy was taking it, but all it took was just that one strange goal, almost like a change-up in baseball. And now we're going to see, with this draft coming up, I fully expect quick strikes. The player and myself will be locking it in. Recently nerfed, but still an incredibly powerful option. The beautiful thing about this draft, however, is that the first 3 or even 4 characters are going to bet one of their greatest trainings we see Juno picking up that hot shot, Atlas with that timeless creator. The rest of the scraps fall to the wayside, but the most important thing to mention is the quick strikes giving so much prowess, letting also Kai work through those Juno slimes a bit more efficiently. Might result in more midfield wins for the side of UH Premier as they storm ahead, take one barrier. I, with an excellent Giga, splits the defense wide open, looking for the second. Not able to find it just yet, but Wiggly Wobbly enters the fray. Nothing happening quite now. Now Muncher bringing the ball up for Rasmus, able to squeak that one by the side of GMU, and it's an open state. Now Riles has been so efficient with his Rasmus secondaries, playing more of a second fiddle, not a more traditional brawler, but more of playing for Muncher, making sure he is in the rebounds and facilitating a potential pass to himself. Vega, able to trade one back, something we've seen him do consistently these kind of matches now. Back and forth, the flip going out, Spartan! The barrage goes wide, Wiggly Wobbly tries to jump in to save it, but Muncher smelled the goal and punts it into the far post.
That quick strikes fight or flight combination. So much speed for so much court control. And despite giving the hot shot over, it just feels like an insurmountable lead at this point. Awakenings the barrage to cover. Both barriers going down in an instant. UH continuing the offense, finally stopped, but it'll just continue again as Ice Speed doesn't really have any cooldowns on it. You just gotta strike the core.
That's so true. With the added bonus from fight or flight side, it just feels like no one can keep up with this Kai anymore. As soon as he gets the ball on his hands, he is probably at least 50 movement speed faster than any other character on the pitch. It just feels like the onslaught of attacks never end. Spartan tries to clear here. He clears once, he clears twice, but it doesn't seem to get anywhere. The insurmountable pressure now from Muncher, heralded with the defense from Hoishi, and Riles making sure he has the rebounds to put it back. This might end up in a 3-0 sweep unless GMU has something to say about it. They don't. Both barriers are going down. Muncher off the top corner. Riles looking for more of a signature, but a bit of a misstep from Hoishi in the back. Still should be fine. Riles has most cooldowns, but starting nice patience. Now, game slows down a little bit as there's a bit of this Oni Village classic. Both teams not trying to leave their goalie in a 2v1, but it happens. Spartan, with the insurance Giga Blast, makes sure that the ball doesn't go in. Vega has the flip, burns all of Atlas's cooldowns, might have an opportunity. Now it's Riles' turn with the flip. 1v1, can't get it to go. Muncher, the flip goes wide as well. Vega, Wiggly Wobbly, Spartan, it's a 3v1! Spartan! Let it fly, young man! Using that eject button the way I'd like to see it done.
Runs all the way up, the confidence, the saves. Riles was in front of the net but could not get the final strike. Has Dieter now, but it's still a new point, a new chance with the barrier still up for George Mason.
I'll say it once, I'll say it again. This Muncher player looking like a conductor on the field. And the strikes are his symphony. There's quite literally nothing that this Kai can't reach. Now Riles in the corner, feeding it up to Muncher. Now the strike shot, keeping the possession alive. Hoishi keeping the possession alive. Riles, now Muncher, now Riles, and Muncher takes it out. Riles 1v1. Spartan wins the crucial strike war, keeps their hopes alive for game one. Vega pushes it past Muncher, but he's just too quick. And the Giga Goat! I need to see some Firelight 16 Giga Goats in the chat. Sad Boys emo flash as well. He knows that he just took over that game. UH Premier, the team not even assumed to be in this playoff day 2, stamping their way to losers semifinals.
What a dominant performance on Oni Village. They looked so comfortable. They did not miss a beat, and George Mason just could not get anything going. Even the set, which they had the lead, was quickly turned around by UH. It was just absolute dominance.
Yeah, honestly, one of the most systematic dismantlings of a team we've seen on stream yet, Sai. Something I want to point out, especially while I was singing the praises of Muncher. Something that can't be understated is Hoishi, making sure that once his barriers went down, was able to pretty consistently get the ball back up to Muncher, something I find very critical in the goalie position on Oni Village, that midfield goalie back and forth being so very important. He understood that sometimes when the drafts fall and the chips go down in a line, that there's one character on your team that has all the power, and they played to that strength. Muncher really munching his way through the defenses of GMU and leading his team to that game one. We'll see if he can replicate that. Night Market is infamously a map that favors the brawlers, favors the wide hitboxes, something that Kai isn't as popular on. We may see a different pick coming out from Muncher this draft, but Sai, what sort of characters do you look for as power picks on this Night Market map?
Oh, I'm gonna have to pass that to someone else because, see ya.
Bye.
Hi, Vaughn. How's it going this morning?
Oh my gosh, Gumi, surprise guest. Welcome. I noticed
Hello.
you saw your West Coast compatriots getting a win and wanted to hop on for game 2.
Oh yeah, gotta. The match versus UCLA yesterday was so wild. So it's cool to see they're not discouraged and they're trying to run it back through losers.
And running it back through losers they are. I've got to admit, first of all, may I compliment you as a fan of bow ties. You're looking quite dapper this morning over on the West Coast. Love to see it. And almost as much as I love to see the Kai gameplay that just came through in Game 1, we just had a pretty dominant Oni Village start where Muncher was able to pick up quick strikes and fight or flight, looking like he took over a bit. We saw Wiggly Wobbly on the Juno for the first time. He wasn't able to convert, but it just looked like UH Premier was all gas, no brakes. And we're going to be going into Night Market for this game too, Gumi. So I passed this question off to Saya, and I understand that Collegiate might be a bit different in terms of priority picks, but what sort of things do you think have been showing their head as a top-level power pick on Night Market so far in this Collegiate tournament?
Yeah, I don't think any teams will be whipping out the era comps with the double brawlers. I doubt it. They probably haven't practiced it enough. It's kind of a newer thing in the NA region, as we sort of just imported it from EU. So I doubt it has trickled down to Collegiate yet. But what I would like to see on Night Market is I would like to see these goalies locking in those defensive power picks like Dubu, Atlas, even Kai, so that they can hold that down when their teammates are dead, and they can hold it down for the entire game so that their teammates can score.
Yes, I completely agree. I love seeing those on my team when the chips are down. Nothing's better than having the Atlas in the back pocket. I completely expect the Atlas mirror to be run back. I think while Spartan did not do a poor job on the Kai, I know he has one of the best Atlases in Collegiate, so I expect to see that locked in, as well as Hoishi. It is his go-to. He's a beta head, and we love our Atlas picks. So I'm looking for Riles, even though I understand that Rasmus isn't as good on that map. He just looks so much more comfortable on that compared to the X. We saw him lock in X yesterday on their Night Market match versus UCLA, the kings of X era, if you will, and not able to find success there. So we might see a bit of a redemption here from Riles on the X, and I'm most likely suspecting Muncher will be on the era. Curious to see if the side of GMU will stick with that Juno or opt in for something else. Gumi, I know you have experience teaming with Juno players, especially on Night Market, one of her better maps. How do you feel about Juno in the current state of the game? Do you think that she's, as some would say, a weak pick, or would you say that she gives enough of an advantage to lock her into the draft today?
No, I think Juno's definitely very pickable, and I think she gives a lot of that core control, which is the reason why you pick Juno, right? You get that core control, and playing with the Juno, who knows what they're doing, feels so good because they just have those slimes everywhere to help you to get that ball forward, and you're able to have more abilities up to save the ball when it does get to you. So I think that Juno pick will always be a power pick, no matter what anyone says.
I could be anyone saying that Juno isn't, but if they did, I would have to agree with you instead of them. Probably don't know what they're talking about. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen going into this second game. I think Juno is a character that, despite me not liking to necessarily play against it, I do like watching it. I think the unpredictability of what a player can do with that character, especially if they're practiced on it, is something that's always entertaining. Will they pass off the slime? Will they go for a shot themselves? And also, sometimes randomly, get a ton of damage trainings and just one-shot you with Tempo Swing. Infamously, another strong pick in these drafts. So we'll see if Wiggly Wobbly busts that back out. I think that after the success of Game 1, this team, UH Premier, might opt to ban his Estelle again. He was the leading force in causing Lakeland's upset yesterday in winners' quarterfinals. Now Lakeland in losers playing against the UCLA squad over on Striker Central. Don't forget to check that out as well. That will be a barn burner. One of those teams will be going home with a 5th, 6th place finish, which is much lower than either, I think, would either have expected or been seeded. So don't forget to check that out at twitch.tv/Striker Central. Now, going back to the match at hand, we just saw a systematic dismantling of GMU, a team that looked so strong yesterday when they upset, probably one of the biggest upsets we've ever had in Collegiate, 11 seed taking down the 2nd seed. Gumi, after you have a loss like that as a player, as a team, I understand sometimes it's hard to recompose yourself. What sort of things do you do as a player to try to make sure that you're checked and locked in for a second game after getting 3-0'd?
Sometimes I utilize the Sad Boys tech and go for a walk. That always helps. Drinking some water, just walking around, getting away from the computer, and just clearing that headspace is always really important when you take a hard loss. And just get that mind back in the game and focus up.
Something that I like that this team is doing is they didn't jump right back in. I think some teams just, they lose and they're like, let's go game 2, and then they start right away. You definitely need that time. Collect yourself. This is it. Like, someone's going home. Your season is on the line. There's 2 months of work that's gone into this moment, and you don't want it to end here. There's no shame in taking those extra 5 minutes to make sure that you're going in 100% ready to get a win. So I am a big fan of the fact that GMU, with, I'm sure Hamster Quest is going over some things with them as well, is making sure that they take that time. Important to make sure that no stone left unturned when you're fighting for solutions to win. Now, we've gone through the maps. We've gone through the picks. We've gone through the players. What I'd like to ask Gumi is I would love to hear what is your prediction, something very common on a desk. I would love you to give me the set prediction, like 3-2, 3-1, 3-0, and then who's going to take this one? Will we see a game 3, or is it going to end here?
I would love to see game 3. These games are very hyped, but I think I'm going to have to predict it. UH will win 3-0.
Woo! Yeah. 3-0. Really? No faith even for a GMU set?
I don't think they'll take a set on Night Market.
Oh, no faith.
I mean, I is just a Night Market specialist, if you will. That Era pick is so strong on this map. The Octavia, if it's left open, which I doubt it will be, I don't think there's a way that they take this game.
Hey, as you know, love picking the Octavia. We've seen actually more Octavia picked today with some other teams as well. 100% ban rate, if my stats are correct that I've kept track of. UH Premier has not gotten Octavia a single game all bracket, which I think is critical. On the winner's side, however, we did see multiple Octavia picks. In UCLA versus UTD, UCLA opted into the Octavia. They fell 2-0 to UCLA, however. On the other side, GMU versus SLU. Trademark locked in Octavia Game 2 on Clarion Corp. So we're seeing this pick rise in popularity. Gumi, why is that? She was just hit on the ban list. It feels like, or the ban list, sorry, trading card game brain. Just hit on the ban list. And I'm going to call it that from now on, not a nerf list. And also, it feels like 3-4 weeks ago we saw almost 0 Octavia play. So where is this coming from? Does she have counters? Like, what is the deal with this character?
Yeah, I think it kind of stems from people not really knowing what she was good on. Like, everybody knew she was good on Cast Chrono, right? Everybody knew that, but people just kind of didn't want to pick it because they wanted to ego that they knew how to play the game traditionally better. But I think people now are starting to say, okay, if I lock that Octavia on her good starts, and even not on her good starts, I can roll those good awakenings, and I can perform even without good awakenings. And it just adds more win conditions to your team. So I think that's the main reason why people are locking that Octavia.
I always say, like, a lot of people argue it's not fun to win with whatever, but at the end of the day, I think winning is the most fun, so I'll pick whatever it takes to get the win. Now, we finally loaded in the game. GMU versus UH Premier Game 2. We're going to see the Era taken away. Interesting choice. This may be the first time that Muncher will ever get to play Octavia. First and potentially the last. So all our talk about Octavia is probably going to come true as the Juliet ban from the other side. Let's see what happens here.
I can't believe that they got the Octavia on the game that we started talking about Octavia. Oh, yeah.
There's no narrative here, folks. And there it is. Feast your eyes. This is the man in Collegiate that is known for Octavia. There's no one quite like him doing it in the Collegiate scene, and he's gotten his hands on this signature pick. I love the attempt here from GMU to mix it up. They don't want to deal with the Era. They believe they can deny this Octavia efficiently. We're going to see it's a glass cannon reverb start, so as long as they focus on keeping the ball away from Muncher, they're going to find success. Now, Wiggly Wobbly back on the signature Estelle, but Riles, quick early find with that spin to win. Spartan on the back foot. In a bit of a 1v3 situation, Wiggly Wobbly up to help, doesn't want to leave him alone. Spartan continues to clear, that's 300 lore. Wiggly Wobbly now battling with Muncher in the box, but able to dig it out. Spartan loses one, but not both. As the onslaught continues, Muncher keeps the flow state alive with base drop and gets a kill with the primary as well. He can't be stopped. No one's going to take this flow state off him, as all it needs is Riles to stay in the post with a hoisty strike shot to keep it alive. Loses the state, but still an open map. Has the flip and scores! Close post. Nice realization that there was a pocket of window there, Gumi.
Yeah, I mean, I has so much practice playing this comp. It's a Bozo Bunch reference, right? The Atlas, the Octavia, and the Axe. They have so much experience on this comp, and I don't know if they'll be able to hold up.
It's definitely going to be difficult. The beautiful thing about Octavia as well is the dichotomy of playing midfield is how much do I interact with my forward? Do I need their help, or do I let them sit in the box? And the beautiful thing about X, as you're going to see Ryle start to do, is you can just pick and choose which target you want to have focused, and you can just sit on them as your Octavia marshals the midfield for you. As we're seeing, I not able to make much progress, but as long as that flow state is up, it's possible. Now, Vega has some other thoughts, though. One of the downsides, Octavia, that we're seeing here is the focus on the flow state makes it so sometimes goalies have suboptimal clears. Now, that was not a suboptimal clear. Riles trying to fire back with his flip, not able to get anything to go, but Spartan isn't able to clear from Riles' second barrage attempt. Now, Vega, wiggly wobbly, not able to find anything, but Spartan holding it down in the paint as we know him to do. Vega has the 1v1. Can he find it? Hoishi is able to hold strong with Muncher. Flip on the back, making sure for insurance. Now Vega's in that 1v1 once again. Has the hook, has the flip, waits out expanse. Wiggly wobbly back in the post. Fires a shot, not able to find it, but Vega and Wiggly wobbly together. Too many shots on goal. Hoishi can only hold so much, and the iron wall shows a small crack. 1-1, Gumi.
Yeah, that Estelle Rasmus comp is so strong at covering all those options and hit stunning the goalie and giving them that stuffing treatment. So it's so hard to defend against those two characters as a goalie.
It really is. Wiggly Wobbly, known for his Estelle after his performance yesterday, opts back into it. Looked like a Lanimal on this pick. Could not be stopped. Going to look to replicate that performance here. Now Spartan patiently waits, trying to size up where he can clear the ball, but Wiggly Wobbly is going to go drown. That base drop with a character with no evade is so lethal, but Vega, not a stranger himself to making plays, makes it so that both gates are open. A kill! A second kill! Spartan needs to back up from the edge. Muncher with his most kills on Octavia I've seen in the first set. And another kill from Riles X. Get away from the ledge, guys. It's not safe. I know Spartan's known for the kick off the cliff, but you don't want it to happen to you on the other side.
Yeah, this GMU team is definitely standing a little too close to the sides, but it's okay. They can make that adjustment, and if they're able to make these adjustments and keep the ball away from the Octavia, this game is definitely winnable.
Now, flow state is out. Vega recognizes the importance of the evade, doesn't let himself get tricked into getting hit by it. Has the 1v1 with Hoishi. Bad bounce might result in a flow state loss, but Muncher is able to keep it going. So effective with how he can dribble with this core, making sure he's always in a position for the flow state to be reignited. Now, he has the rebound. Ball goes a little wide. Core speed already picking up in this early set. Bit of a surprise for me there. Now, Vega and Wiggly Wobbly have their chance. Can they work their magic that they are so akin to doing? Spartan, nice dig out from the corner means Riles can't pick it up on the backside, but Riles is able to do it with Muncher supporting him and finds his, I think, fourth KO in the first set. Octavia is a brawler, ladies and gentlemen, but Spartan walking far out of the net, making sure that he heard us on the cast deny Hoishi and Muncher. Now, Spartan has the flip. Wiggly Wobbly and Vega trying to generate some offense, a bit on the back foot so far. Trying to get the ball forward, but great catch by Spartan. Sees through. Back and forth, back and forth. Vega, night market bouncing, has the primary. Hoishi with the strike shot, always cutting that shot attempt before it can even begin. Now, Vega, secondary runs out at the perfect time. Wiggly Wobbly's primary is just too slow, but Vega, excellent cross-up for Hoishi. Couldn't figure out where exactly he was going to place that ball. It is a 2-2 set.
Yeah, playing against that Octavia with so much core control, Vega really has to capitalize on his chances, scoring almost every one to keep the game close. So props to Vega for managing to put these in the net.
The conversions are so important with this Atlas. Sometimes the best virtue isn't your shots, but it's your patience. And Vega has that in spades, not afraid to take his time, making sure that Atlas, as we see here, uses those abilities. That's both abilities burned and the shot off of just a singular secondary. Vega is absolutely taking over on that side of the pitch, but now Wiggly Wobbly, Spartan, in a bit of a 2v2 defense. Using his ult to generate more offense, is able to find one barrier. Isn't able to keep the flow state, though. No buffs just quite yet. Wiggly Wobbly going for a classic Estelle setup. Can't find the goal. Now back to the top side. Riles pops the ult, attempting to find some opportunities of his own, but the defense is too strong. Iron Wall holds strong. Spartan now back in the corner, something these Atlases will have to continue to do. Wiggly Wobbly forces the flip, but Vega is able to keep the ball forward. Wiggly Wobbly has his cooldowns up. He's looking for Blink Snipe. He's looking for result. Can't find it quite yet, but Vega, with the help of the itty-bitty 2 Crystal Thorns, puts it away for game 1, and now it comes down to carousel luck. We will see what Octavia gets, Gumi.
I mean, Spartan and Wiggly Wobbly played that round so well, syncing up their strikes perfectly to hold it down in the goal box together, and Vega managing to score his chance when he gets it, and wow, my bad. Hey, they took the first set, and they denied that cast at last from the Octavia.
Interesting choice here, the Twin Drive going to Octavia or Atlas, so good on both of them. They opt to give it to the Atlas, a choice I love, and the denial from Hotshot from Estelle results in an interesting draft. If I'm this X, I pick up a Spark, and I'm happy with it, but he might opt into Peak, as he started with Reaver. But based, Mayor candidacy is always accepted on this cast, and GMU has managed to dodge a bullet, as one of the Octavia God trainings has fallen from the wayside. Vega's able to snag that and make sure that she does not get one of those big buffs that she so desperately wants giving.
Yeah, and that shows how Octavia completely can change the way the game goes. If they manage to score that point, I would have been first pick in the draft, and he would have first picked Octavia, and GMU would be crying and bawling their eyes out. And since the Octavia wasn't first picked by winning the set, now she's a little sad that she has to go Hotshot.
Yeah, it's just so wild. There's no other character quite like her in the meta. So dynamic, so polarizing, that just a single training, just a single goal shaped the entire outcome of this match. Instead of this being a contested game, we could have an Octavia with one of her greatest trainings in the entire format. Now, doesn't mean that he's no slouch. As we're talking about the trainings, he proves that he doesn't need them, puts in the goal on his own. He is almost level 8, while the average level in this match is still 5, Gumi. Where is all this XP coming from?
Well, the amount of redirects that I was able to get on this Octavia character running around the map, even without that CTL chrono, is crazy. I'm honestly surprised he's able to keep flow state up so long, even without those increases on the duration.
Increases on the duration be damned when you have the positioning that's accompanied by a top caliber midfielder. Now, Wiggly Wobbly, no stranger to that title as well, is able to generate enough of a push to result in 1. Vega trying to do his best for the second, but Muncher on the back foot with that eye Octavia, making sure that he's helping on defense. A flip trades for a flip, but Hoishi, tight angle, can't get it to go. Spartan has an interesting bounce, not able to find the angle he's looking for. Now, it's a scramble for the bottom barrier. Able to keep it alive, so important for this team to make sure they keep one of these barriers. We don't want an Octavia 1v1 with an open net, but Riles, excellent spin with the X play. Now, open game state. The flow state comes out, but it's passed to Muncher. He's able to keep it. Goes down now. The offense has stagnated a bit. It might be time for Vega and Wiggly Wobbly to get their shots on net. Vega running forward with the boost. Wiggly Wobbly has the open. Hoishi patiently waits it out. Now, Spartan on the other side. Vega, hook. My God,
wow.
The night market bounce. I'm punching air if I'm Hoishi. Nice goal, Vega.
No, it was all planned. Once the practice tool got released, or the custom game feature, he's gone into the night market. He's practiced those bounces in preparation for his collegiate matches. Vega scoring his chances.
Nice job, Vega. Now, flow state back up once again. Quick one this time. Vega and Wiggly Wobbly able to push the ball forward with the support of Spartan. Now, Spartan in the back. There's nothing better than if your back's against a wall. What wall is better than an iron wall? Spartan making sure that he is marshaling the ball up to his forwards. Can't save 1, but can save 2. Vega in this 2v1 situation. A little outnumbered, but never outgunned. Wiggly Wobbly has his back, but Muncher, this flow state cannot be kept under control at this point, resulting in this offense being generated and puts it top post again. Sometimes the quick strike after the flip is the best way to score. 2-1 for UH Premier.
Playing with a good Octavia or midfielder as an Atlas feels so good, because with those long cooldowns, you're able to get them back in between enemy scoring chances, and you're just able to lock those barriers down forever because they're never able to score on you when you don't have cooldowns.
So important to make sure that on this map, especially with these bounces we've seen, once these gates go down, it could be anyone's goal. All it takes is one fortunate dribble, one fortunate Karome off the wall, and it's a goal for either side. Now, GMU's been in this position before. They were down in the first set, able to claw it back. Muncher taking his time, trying to formulate where this pass is going to go. Now Riles having some pressure with the X. Wiggly Wobbly and Vega trying to get a shot off, but Muncher comes back with base drop to try to assist on the play. Vega patiently waits. Something he doesn't get nervous about is when he's in that box. He knows that he has the time against this Atlas to find the best possible strike. Has a bit of a breakaway with Spartan assisting. Wiggly Wobbly with the speed gate, looking for some hitbox. Isn't able to get it to go, but Vega hooks it back to himself. Good scoring opportunity. Strike shot goes wide. Wiggly Wobbly with a nice punish. Open goal state means this match's Octane just got kicked up. Muncher up to the dribbles. He's hit level 10. Max level in set 2. It's up to Wiggly Wobbly, but Vega! Wow, what a hook out of left field. Hoishi just can't quite react with the expanse. Rockets itself up to him, and Vega makes this another 2-2 set.
Yeah, Vega is really keeping them in this game, scoring when he has to. So props to Vega for managing to score these chances, even though they have this scary Octavia on the enemy team that's at level 10.
And it is intriguing, nice kill from Muncher going out, that the side of GMU has picked two characters viewed as some of the weakest in the game, especially on this map, but it shows that comfort triumphs all as they're keeping this game extremely competitive. Now, Vega's back up, able to assist with the defense, but Hoishi can't quite find the primary and burns the expanse. This could be curtains for UH Premier if GMU can get the ball in front of the net. Hoishi, oh, the flip on the edge, able to dig it just back out, but now Spartan has so much room to work with Muncher. Once he's not able to have that flow state up, isn't having that offensive pressure as much, and Vega! My gosh, it's like I'm watching Thresh from League of Legends. Hooks across the map, securing another set win out of nowhere. This GMU team, Magician Rasmus, like this new skin, he's just pulling a rabbit out of the hat every time they win these sets, Gumi.
Yeah, a lot of the time that people play against Octavia, they think, oh, we have to kill the Octavia. But this GMU team is like, we're just going to core control better than her. We're going to score better than her, and we're going to play better and win more.
That they did. Most certainly some excellent play coming out from the side of GMU. An exciting 3-2 point set for both sets now. Another deny from Rasmus means he will have Super Surge Castellas. Pretty goofy when you look at it, but so important when this Octavia can be such a threat. As soon as she's able to come online, it could spell curtains for GMU now. Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan trying to make sure that this flow state goes away, but Muncher so good at elongating this buff. No matter how much they try, he's able to still keep it up. The flow state going wild. Oh, the double, though, from Vega. What an eclectic answer from the Rasmus, making sure that he evens this up. Strike shot, Hoishi, always such a sneaky devil with those. Able to always poke the ball out from under. And Spartan, not be able to find the response in the 1v1 versus Riles. Now, open game state, but Spartan has the flip to save it. But gets hit stunned, I think, a little bit. Maybe didn't expect the ult from Riles. A bit of a quiet performer this game, but comes up big when we need him in the net. Riles with his first goal of this set.
Yeah, I mean, this GMU team is able to score their chances, but the other team with the X is able to confirm those goals as well. So with the Octavia keeping that flow state, I has been known to say that Octavia is good even without Chrono CTL being in the game, so he really has a chance to prove it this game.
Oh, flip, into flip, into flip, into flip results in only one barrier going down. Common trade, Sad Boys emote, have to shout it out, well done. Muncher might be a UH Premier fan, no bias of course. Wiggly Wobbly now bringing the ball up. Riles trades his ult for some core control, not able to figure out how to get it past Wiggly Wobbly. Now Spartan clears vertically, nicely done. Vega bringing it back up, reads the strike shot this time, uses abilities but not able to find the conversion. Now it's back to Muncher. Has the flow state, has the base drop, has the barrier. Does he have the goal? Not quite. Now Wiggly Wobbly Vega has another chance on the other side. House Expanse has been burned, so if there's ever a time to break this barrier, it could be now. But it's not.
What a shot by Riles.
I understand what Wiggly Wobbly was going for there, but Riles just says, hey, corner pocket, and calls a shot.
Puffy angle, as some might say.
That was a Puffy angle. Shout out to Puffy FPS. We love you, Puffy. Now, these GMU Patriots have been down 2 points in every single set, and I feel like every time I'm starting to write them off, they find a way, so I refuse to start now, but it is looking grim. A fast 15-second double barrier, and it is in. Finally, UH Premier is able to find one of their match, set wins, and Chrono Boost. The boogeyman is on the table for this draft, Gumi.
Yeah, that shows the power of that Bozo Bunch comp, that
Oh.
Octavia X. Oh no, Chrono! I wonder if he's going to opt to that fight or flight to get that double slick kicks, or maybe prime time to last longer.
He takes the fight or flight. We saw him so efficient with this training in game 1. Looked almost unstoppable with the speed. Estelle opting in for the stagger. Spark does not want X to pick up it, but he's fine with just some power. Stacks dropping to Rasmus. Prime time dropping to Hoishi. Something surprising. So now, if I'm not mistaken, Hoishi. Prime time twin drive. Now that is a frustrating combination to break through as a forward, Gumi.
Yeah, I mean, playing against that Atlas with all those cooldowns is so hard to score against. But Vega, he might not be worried because he's been able to score on this Hoishi Atlas.
Muncher, as always, trying to find these KOs and succeeding. I think he may have more than everyone in the game combined. Just perfectly positioning and making sure that any misstep by the side of Gmu is punished appropriately. Now, Wiggly Wobbly gets one, but the true battle starts now. One Atlas has 4 abilities, one has 2 for defense. The sheer amount of hitboxes that Hoishi can output is going to be difficult for GMU. It looks like the side of UH Premier could be set up for a reverse sweep. Muncher now able to corral the ball with his ult into the net, but instead of close post is a far post shot. Excellent placement there for Muncher.
Yeah, this strategy by UH is really interesting. They just have X clock in, going to work on their goalie, while Octavia is doing everything else in the midfield and the core.
And sometimes when you just have this speed now, especially with fight or flight, what else do you need to do? When they finally get the ball past her, you have an Atlas that saves his abilities with the exclusive purpose to return the ball to her palms, and that's actually why I love this strike shot pick. I want to talk about this for a bit, as there's a bit of a volley right now. There's no other Atlas I've seen that has opted into the strike shot, and it's paying dividends for UH Premier. It allows Atlas to give a ranged strike that keeps his Octavia's flow state alive, more times than not has resulted in UH Premier's possessions being kept alive. So something I really want to point out before we move on here. Something that's not being kept alive, though, is GMU's chances of winning that point. Another goal. They just can't get it past Muncher, Gumi.
Yeah, it is so hard for Spartan to make these clears with the super fast Octavia and the X on top of him. Really showing the power of this Octavia in the midfield.
Oh, Vega. I mean, it feels like every time the chips are down, this guy starts performing. Excellent second time he's McDoubled off of a simple ability. It could be time for GMU to fight back. Now, Vega trying to find something to happen. Can't get it to go, but I has lost his passive, but it doesn't matter. Hits the primary for the slow into the ult, resulting in a kill on UH Premier's side. Now, in a 3v2 situation, Spartan, with a razor-thin margin, manages to clear that ball. Vega, it's up to him, making a miracle play on the Atlas. Atlas, common expanse W, not deterred at all. A little bit of a night market bounce going on. Good clear from Spartan. Stalls this out nicely. This may be a goal for Vega. Don't rush it, young man. Bang! Right in front of Hoishi's face. Just has to wait for the strike. A goal back on the side of the Patriots.
Yeah, Vega's really in his comfort zone here. Just like you said earlier, when it goes down 0-2, Vega goes down to Vegas, puts all his chips down, and performs.
Now, if you're GMU Patriots, this is it. One more point, and you're going to set 5, and this Octavia's picking Chrono. It almost spells disaster for the Patriots, so if you need to win a set, it's set 4. Set 5 will not be yours. Wiggly Wobbly, I hope you understand. Doing a bit of ping-ponging, but Riles coming up huge, has the flip. All Muncher needs to do is to get it to his X with the dash. Oh, wow, great shot! Excellently done. It's looking like UH Premier is running with this set, and Muncher has finally reached singularity. Chrono Boost will be picked up for this set 5.
No, there's no more avoiding it. But the quick strikes is also there, and that also denies X, so I wonder if there's an argument for quick strikes here from Octavia.
I think it's got to be Chrono because X gets strike, specialized, or form, and I think those are some weak trainings. We'll see what he opts in for here. Potentially a perfect form is better as he's not really playing for KOs, and you don't want any more cooldowns on GMU's side if you are Riles. Now, everyone's just kind of going to pick up the pieces here. Not a super important draft falling for the rest of that. Chrono really is showing its prowess, but maybe Vega, who has been the Patriots' shining light in this game, could facilitate, with the quick strikes, a potential set 5 miracle play. Spartan losing both barriers, but charges the score flip. I guess it's a trade deal. Don't know if I would take it, but Spartan now on defense. Hoishi's going to lose the first barrier here. Now Vega will see if he can find the second. Not able to make it go. Now, Hoishi and Wiggly Wobbly staring each other down, but Riles makes sure that he's not alone. It's a full defensive effort from UH Premier. Spartan now kicks it away from I. Doesn't want this flow state to continue, but it doesn't matter as the offense hasn't stopped. You might stop the flow state, but can you stop the goal? He can. That's one expanse. Can he stop the second? He can. It's at the cost of his life. Vega, it's time to stall. Dribble it out, young man. Muncher yoinks possession of the core. Wiggly Wobbly!
Wow.
Close. Nicely done. But Riles and Muncher are able to still put it home.
Yeah, I mean, even without flow state, this Octavia is just so fast with that glass cannon split kicks fight or flight. He is zooming around the map without any speed at all.
It doesn't matter if you're able to save one. If you can save two, the ball's just going to keep coming back into your net, and Muncher will be the one to hand deliver it. UPS Postal hire this man. He will always deliver. Now, Hoishi making sure that he strike shots it back to Muncher. A little bit low on the stagger, but has the Atlas res in the back pocket. Riles dashing forward to attempt something to be done. Can't find it himself. Muncher actually staggered. Vega has a shot opportunity with the quick strikes. Able to find it off the increased cooldown. Wiggly Wobbly in the post. Blinks forward. Nice clear from Hoishi, making sure that he does not fall prey to that. But Vega has the strikes. Spartan playing aggressive here. I like this decision from the Patriots. It's your time to score. You don't have barriers down too often. You don't want to let up on the gas pedal. Flip coming on from Wobbly. Vega, nice shot. Can't get it to go, but the far post. Vega slips it by Hoishi's outstretched hand.
Yeah, Vega's going to work early this set. It's not even 0-2 and he's still performing. So I wonder if Vega and Wiggly Wobbly can pick apart Atlas before the Octavia goes to work.
When the chips are down, Gumi, like you said, Vega comes to perform, and he's got it all on black today. Let's see if the roulette table will fall or if it stands strong, and we're seeing a Game 3. Now, Riles in the midfield trying to get something done. Can't break through the Atlas. Now, Muncher has his flow state available. Finds one. This movement speed is almost lightning fast. Still keeping it under control. Just taking his time. No reason to rush this if you're Octavia. Loses his flow state, however. Riles almost a return kill for Wiggly Wobbly's sins. Not able to find that, though, as Vega burns the second expanse. Now, core flip lost Riles. Try to catch that. Didn't quite get it to go. Vega has the hook out, but I on an 8 KO streak on the Octavia now. Both barriers going down as soon as one kill happens. The midfield control flourishes. Strike shot keeps the chrono alive. Muncher still has his flow state. I can't even imagine what the move speed numbers are. And Riles, all he has to do is like a golf caddy for Tiger Woods. Just hit it home. Set up on a tee for him. It's a match point for UH Premier.
Yeah, Vaughn, is I playing 1-2 punch Pummeler's Julie on this map, or is he playing Octavia with the amount of KOs he's getting?
Honestly, Gumi, I can't tell. I don't think I've ever seen this many Octavia KOs. Really, honestly, kind of thrilling. We only really speak of her prowess as a midfielder, but I mean, I swear, every round this guy smells the blood in the water and gets his confirmed. Now, Riles and Muncher. Oh, what a calculated bounce! It's an open state. GMU, it's time to hold. UH Premier could make history as the first non-top 10 team making a top 4 in any collegiate tournament. It's up to them to see if it can be done. Wiggly Wobbly, but Vega stuffs it. We know him in these hero plays. When the chips are down, Vega is there. Back and forth, has the strikes. Wiggly can't find the snipe as well. Muncher has the flow state, looking to convert. Spartan feels like he always has the flip when he needs it. Vega trying to ban an ability, gets one. Wiggly Wobbly keeps the play alive. Vega back and forth. Nice dribble off the middle. Another Octavia ult will not result in a kill, but he's so fast. He's putting pressure on Spartan. They're in a bit of a tough spot. Riles sends them home, and UH Premier, not even a top 10 ranked team at the start of the season, has made it all the way to the Final Four of CCL.
Yeah, everyone sort of underestimated this team, and they were talking about more Hoishi being that beta player, but that rising star, rising on up to carry this team, and wow, that Octavia performance was breathtaking.
347, and I don't just want to stop at that stat, Gumi. More damage than any player on GMU as well. 7 goals, 5 assists, 50 saves, 9 KOs, and 133 shots. I mean, for the basketball fans out there, this is a Wilt Chamberlain-esque scoreline. This kind of performance, I don't think I have ever seen in a day 2 bracket or a final top elimination bracket in Omega Strikers history. I can't overstate what a performance this was from Muncher on the Octavia. This is truly something to me.
Almost double the KOs of everybody else in the lobby combined. Wow.
I mean, what more can we say? GMU, look, Vega, excellent performance, putting up fantastic stats of his own. He showed up to play. Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan, also good performances, but sometimes it just isn't enough. Now, GMU's Cinderella story ends here. Not able to fully find the win against UH Premier, but nonetheless an excellently played game, taking each set in this game 2 to its absolute maximum. So many .5s, so many moments in this match that were determined by just one strike, one bounce. But that's the nature of Omega Strikers, folks. Sometimes that's just how the chips fall. And unfortunately for GMU, they didn't fall in their favor. We will say goodbye to GMU, but 07's in the chat for an excellent performance from Vega, Spartan, and Wiggly Wobbly. Now, do not go anywhere. Obviously, we have more matches to come, but first, we're going to sit down with the man himself with that stat line, Muncher or I. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with that player interview. Please stay tuned, and I will see you soon. Welcome back, viewers at Odyssey Interactive Twitch channel. I am Vaughn, and I'm joined here by the man of the match, Mr. Muncher I himself. Just took down GMU Patriots in an emphatic 2-0. I need you to walk me through. Were you surprised that Octavia got through the ban phase, Muncher?
Yeah, I kind of just assume I don't get to play that character in tournament anymore. So when I saw that they went for an era ban, even on no like good era starting awakening, like Monumentalist, I was a little shocked. My thought process was just like, I have to impress everyone now. I have to make them regret it, yeah.
Well, regret it, I'm sure they did. I would be shocked if that pick ever got through again. Now, I'd like to talk a bit about your run going forward. Looking ahead, you have now secured yourself a top 4 spot in these CCL playoffs. Now, the remaining teams, UTD, Lakeland, UCLA, and SLU. These 4 teams were seeded as the top 4 teams going into the season, and you guys have made a historic seasonal run. Even in future seasons, this may not be matched again by a team so underappreciated at the start of the season. I'd love to give your opinions, maybe get inside your head a little bit. What are some of the teams that you're eyeing as matchups that you would like to play?
Again, from what we played in the winner's bracket, we lost to UCLA. I'd like to get the run back on that because I really like playing against the 3Z Grimella duo. And I hope they win that match that's happening right now, so we get to run back on that. And then in Grands, I don't know. I feel like we'll probably end up playing UTD, but I don't know. I haven't seen SLU play, so they could impress me. They could surprise me on that.
Man, an interesting storyline here is despite all these top teams being in the same bracket, UH Premier and SLU have never played, ever. Yeah. So that would sure as... I mean, I'm looking forward to that if it happens. No idea how that will go. All these teams have some sort of history, but it's so interesting that we can make it all the way this deep in the playoff run, and there's still 2 teams that have never jousted on the Core Strike field. So, something that I'm looking forward to. Now, let's circle back. I'd like to talk a bit about your team and the identity that goes behind it. You are teaming with a player, Hoishi, who role swapped to goalie to fill out your roster, and you have Riles, a newer player as well. Could you talk to me a bit about your process as a team, coming together, finding your identity? What sort of improvements or things that you'd like to talk about between either yourself or your teammates that have led you to this point in the season?
Honestly, I'm a little shocked at how good we got at the game since the start of the season in comparison to how we were initially. Like, as we started out, we were... I mean, I think we were still top 10, but I feel like the predictions, like most predictions putting us out of top 10 were reasonably justified because at the time I feel like they were true, but as the season progressed, like all 3 of us are midfield players initially, by the way. We all we all had to gel into that role. So as like Riles learned Rasmus and then eventually picked up X so we could play a character when Rasmus gets banned. I feel like we all just kind of set into our roles and now we play really well together.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear. I feel like everyone understands that they're a piece of the puzzle. You, a bit of the, as the one that was still on their main role, able to facilitate the learning and offset some of the potential mistakes that could come from the challenges of learning a new role. I completely understand that midfield to goalie transition myself. I know that there's so many intricacies, and I really like to shout out Hoishi. I think he's doing an excellent job on that Atlas. While Riles is making sure that he understands another piece of the puzzle. It all comes together to form UH Premier, and that's a puzzle that is taking you guys all the way to this Final Four spot. Now, before I let you go, Muncher, I would love to offer you a chance. Any potential shout-outs you'd love to give, or anything else that you'd like to say on the broadcast before we leave you?
Shout-outs to our captain, R2RO. He's super, like, involved in it, and he's always, like, giving core strikes and ban recommendations, and he shows up to every match. He's, like, super helpful for all this. I'd like to shout him out on that.
Nice. Always love when someone's like in your back corner. Doesn't matter who it is, just having someone there as a reassuring voice or giving you some extra motivation. Always appreciated. Well, I appreciate as well those answers, Muncher. An excellent performance. Seriously, I don't think I've seen a better midfield performance in any collegiate event in the history of the game. So again, give yourself a pat on the back. Fantastic performance coming through. And now we, on this here Twitch channel at Odyssey Interactive, will be right back as we're preparing for our Winners Finals Premier match. And no, I'm not talking about UH Premier. I'm talking about first-seeded UTD Meteorites versus the third-seeded SLU Strikers. One team will make it to grand finals. The other will have to battle their way back in the losers bracket. Don't go anywhere. The culmination of all these months of hard work is going to come to an end right here today. Stay tuned, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, guys, gals, and my non-binary pals, to CCL Winners Finals. Two teams have battled through 2 days, 2 long days, might I add, of Omega striking, and we're finally down the first-seeded UTD. We'll be matching up against the third-seeded SLU Strikers. Now, this is a rivalry that has been brewing ever since the regular season when UTD successfully took down SLU 2-0 in the regular season off of some exceptional blue blazing performances. We'll see if he can replicate that today, or if SLU has come back ready for revenge in this winners finals. Gumi, how do you think these two teams stack up?
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup, right? UTD only losing to that UCLA team that is currently playing in that losers round 5, I believe, right now. And this matchup, I believe it can go anyway, right? SLU, obviously a very strong team. Going into the season, they were predicted to be top dog, and UTD were actually the ones who ended the season for Seed 1. So it's really going to be cool to see how these teams stack up. And it looks like we're going into Night Market. The side of UTD is hovering that Drakkar ban. I guess they really don't want to see that trademark Drakkar, which is kind of what he's known for. And SLU takes out that Juliet from Blue Blazing, one of his most common picks. So he's going to be sticking to that weak Asher character to get those stuffs instead of the Dash Punch from Juliet. Aimrat's locking the Atlas. It looks like Zoro will also be locking in the Atlas. We're going to be having another Atlas mirror on Night Market. That character is just able to hold the barriers down so well on this map. And Windowge bringing out his signature Luna, which we saw a little bit yesterday on the Striker Central cast. That Pummeler's Luna on Night Market, picking up so many KOs. And it looks like it's going to be an Asher mirror as well. With the Octavia coming out from Trademarked. We're going to see Octavia again on the stream. And, wow, I did not expect the Octavia to be coming out from Trademarked.
The Octavia has been locked in. We'll have to see what training start it is. It is a twin drive specialized start, which means that these Atlases, Amarat's known for his Atlas, as well as Zoro, will be able to hold it down quite nicely as Windowge opts for the specialized training on his signature Luna. Kickoff started with Trademark losing a flow state. Not able to find much just quite yet. Windowge cutting the dribble out from Trademark, but he's still able to keep the ball up. Now, back onto the other side. One barrier falls. We're going to see if Trademark can channel the spirit of Muncher in this game. Atlas holding it down in front of Blue Blazing on his Asher. Now, ball back on the other side, but Windowge finds a kill with the dash, has that Pummeler's boost as well. Now it's back onto defense for the SLU Strikers. Holding it down, Blue Blazing able to find the second barrier. It's an open goal for SLU. Dribbling off the corner, not able to find much. Coin helping on the defensive end to make sure his Atlas does not fall. Takes the right secondary from Windowge, not able to find the kill. Now hits level 2. That's one barrier. Trademark dribbles up to his Asher. Isn't able to find much there. Now, back and forth. Also waiting for his level 2 to come online. Windowge isn't able to find it, but a kill and a double kill for Windowge makes it a 3v1 situation for SLU. Oh, Zoro catches it in the back pocket. Keeps his team's hopes alive. One more clear and he's got it, but a well-placed rocket from Windowge results in the first point going to UT Dallas. Gumi?
Yeah, this Pummeler's Luna pickup has been so impactful this game, giving him that 30% movement speed whenever he gets a kill, which is pretty common because Windowge is farming these guys.
He really is. Great start from UTD to start this game open. Now, Coin wants to answer back. Trademark fires his ult, recognizes Blue Blazing has no energy, but isn't able to find the kill quite yet. Now, Amarats loses one barrier, a little bit low. Coin eyeing up that second barrier nice and close to the Amarats, has the flip as insurance. Blue Blazing dribbles and converts, so efficient with that Asher in the corner. Now, back to Coin, seeing if he can copy that, but the Twin Drive Atlas holds strong. Zoro uses his to keep the ball forward. Now Blue Blazing in a bit of a 1v1 situation. Coin, bullied by Windowge in the back. Now Trademark's pop and uses core flip and answered with a core flip of Amarats' own. Now Octavia singing her way through the midfield, pops the ult to keep the control. Amarats expanse goes wide, can't find the pass to Coin. Coin injured in the back. The Atlas ult is popped. Good res is going to come through. Coin staying alive. Zoro keeping his forwards up, but Coin is not done getting bullied quite just yet. Has to play a bit of League of Legends to survive. It's turned into a bit of a team deathmatch. Always the case when Luna's on the pitch. Now Coin on the other end of the floor dodges Windowge boost, keeping himself still alive. Now Trademark Zoro just making sure that they don't make any mistakes in this backfield. Don't want to give over a free goal. keeping that flow state alive, but Zoro expands a little too late, results in that barrier getting taken down. Coin goes for the goal, not able to find it. Windowge ults Trademark as the ball comes through. That's one Atlas expanse. Oh, nice clear from Amaras as well. The angle's able to find it. Now Blue Blazing with Windowge. It's so critical that this Luna is kept under control. Good strikes from Trademark to keep the ball on their half of the field. Now, Blue Blazing opportunity, not able to find it, but an excellently timed Atlas res again. Zoro, bit of a Guardian Angel for his team in this set, as Blue Blazing has no opportunity, but a Guardian Angel he may be, the Iron Wall he is not. Uncharacteristic silver from Zoro. Blue Blazing gets the goal.
Yeah, Blue Blazing, obviously one of the best Juliet's players in this tournament, if not the best, showing that Juliet prowess throughout the tournament. And they banned it away, thinking, Blue Blazing, you have no other picks. But now he has to show them that he has the Asher gene. And that's what he's going to be going for.
Asher gene, Coin is most certainly trying to achieve as he gets the first barrier, gets the second barrier, battles past everything, what she's known best for. Zoro with the corner clear. This could be time for Slew to strike back, down 2-0 in the first set. Now, we always know that this Octavia character only needs one train to come online, but she doesn't have it quite just yet. Twin Drive still nothing to scoff at, as Amrat's using it to its fullest potential. Windowge. Oh! But Coin and Trademark together holding hands on the goal line get the first goal of the match for Slew by the hair of their chinny chin chins.
Yeah, this Octavia character is so strong when she wins those sets, so it's going to be really hard for them to win if they don't win those sets. So UTD is going to have to close out these sets fast, and they're going to have to make sure Octavia doesn't get those awakenings to because we also saw what happened last game with the Octavia.
We sure did, Humi. Now, Windowge, hearing your words of wisdom, tries to force it through the flip. Can't find it. Nice pass and strike from Coin and Trademark, this forward duo pair. Windowge flying down to assist. Amarat's patiently holding core flip. I like that decision from him. He did not bite on that first aggressive play, but Trademark now on the other side has the flow state going, and the flip has been burned. Amarat's a little nervous. Trademark wide, shot goes in, but Coin's able to bottleneck that back up into the Asher primary. It's all of a sudden 2-2 now for the side of Slew. It looked so dangerous, but maybe managing to offset the damage coming out from Windowge's Luna.
Yeah, Trademark opting not to score originally so that he can get more XP by hitting the core more times. Really well played by Trademark to place higher in the draft.
And he has the ult walking up on Amaranth, able to force down one barrier on his own. Blue Blazing taking a little low, but now the other Atlas reminds us he too has a res, helping out Blue Blazing's HP bar. Now Zoro, using his first of the expanses, trades his flip for the Luna. I think that's a good choice. Now Coin sees his shot, like the attempt. Amaranth excellently responded to with his expanse of his own. Now Trademark's taking control of the ball. Amaranth's whacking up, but Trademark, nice primary to force that through. And Coin trying to do Asher things, not able to find it just quite yet. Trademark keeping his flow state alive, while Windowge eyeing up the ball with his boost, not able to find much. It's a fast break opportunity. Coin and Trademark bring the ball up the pitch. Can't find it. Amaranth's great clear to secure that. Coin tries to go for an interesting mix-up, not able to find it himself. Now, bit of a neutral state here. Good pass to Windowge, not able to find it with his primary abilities, but Alice with another res, and the ball sneaks in while I'm distracted. It's the Slew set win, a reverse sweep in set number 1, Gimme.
I think Octavia might be first pick in this draft. It's either Octavia or Asher. It's Octavia!
Sad Boys draft luck coming through right here. ISX closed.
Oh my!
Cast the last first pick. So what this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that Octavia's secondary will be almost doubled in its duration. So effective for Octavia to pick up this train early enough. Now, she will not have the stagger to offset the damage that this Luna is going to do. Probably going to pick up a Super Surge, but denied actually by Asher. Interesting pickup from Asher as well. But Luna is left with Egoist, Tempo Swing, both fine trainings, and Atlas decides also to pick up the Knife's Edge for some of that additional speed. Now, really all that matters here is that cast last. We're going to see if Trademark can facilitate his flow state similar to how Muncher did. We'll see UTD adapts. Good first barrier taken.
Once again, we get to see how the game entirely revolves around the Octavia, so let's see if Trademark can carry.
Yes, we'll see. It's in Trademark's hands, but UTD is that first seed for a reason. They've been here before. They've won on the biggest collegiate stages. Battle for Texas. They're no strangers to being put on the back foot. Now, Trademark bringing it up with Coin, met with an expanse, something that we'll see very often that Twin Drive start. But Zoro, good primary to keep the flow state alive. Now Coin and Zoro working in tandem, but Amaranth once again has an expanse as an answer. Luna dropping the nuke to try to force a possession. Now Coin back on a defensive play to make sure he can help out. Amaranth has the ball slip through his fingers, and Coin with a core flip in the near post. Makes it a 1-0 start to this set.
And the fact that Trademark had Twin Drive starting makes this Castellax so much stronger. As we saw in that point, he instantly lost his flow state, but guess what? He just pressed it again and was able to keep it the rest of the round.
Now, kickoff on top side means Windowge will get a cheeky rocket into Trademark's face. Trying to keep the possession alive again. Amouranths back and forth has been such a defensive stalwart all season, but Trademark reads the clear, keeps his state alive, and as well continues his passive, taking night market barriers. Coin gets one of his own. They're not done yet. Slew circling this goalpost like sharks, looking to put this second point in the bag. Coin back and forth, hit stun for an eternity, will go down. Good aggression from UTD to punish the Asher there. Now it's up to Trademark and Zoro to hold it. 2v3. Good clear from Zoro. Stalls this one out. And Expanse as well. Aggressive positioning from Zoro. Now, Trademark's in the mix, trying to help out his goalie. Not going to be able to save it. That is both barriers down, but Coin and Trademark are looking to return the favor. Amouranth's good choice. Denies Octavia her flow state reset. Coin misses that strike, but Windowge finds an opportunity and scores with the help of Blue Blazing. Good punish by Windowge. Notices that Zoro's aggression is too far on this night market map and rockets forward to tie up this set 1-1, Gumi.
Yeah, if you're not watching out for those rockets as Atlas and just goalie in general, it's really hard to defend because they can come out of nowhere and either snipe the ball away from you or hit stun you and make you unable to make the save.
Now a bit of dribbling here from Trademark. Wants to keep his flow state alive, pops the ult as well to keep the aggression going. He is a menace right now in the speed department. He can't be contained. Their only hope might be to kill him, but the Atlas on the back will make that so difficult. Amouranths, Expanse once again denying all potential for the offense to be generated. With Zoro and Trademark on the back. Blue Blazing corralling the core very nicely. Knows what he does best, but Coin taken out like a matador. The red flag was raised, but Amouranths made sure that he was taken down all the same. Now Zoro playing defense versus this Blue Blazing. Oh, Amouranths coming forward for an aggressive play. I like this, but hold. Slew stands strong. 2v3, they can't be broken. Zoro, Iron Wall cosplay coming in, but Blue Blazing, nice read with the primary. Results in that gate being down. Now Trademark and Coin want to trade it on the other side. Burns the flip from Amouranths. Coin gets another chance. Connects. Finds the strike. Trademark loses the state. Windowge eyeing up a potential dash punch here with the boost. Primary from Trademark keeps the possession alive. Good pass from Trademark. 1-2-3 combination. Zoro back to Trademark, keeping the flow state alive. And Asher lore coming through. Sometimes all it takes is the primary to beat any goalie in the net.
Yeah, I mean, this Octavia is just able to give Asher so many chances to score, and Coin is able to capitalize and put it in against the Amouranths Atlas.
One more kickoff, one more point, and we may see Octavia pick up yet another piece of Exodia, but for now, it's up to the side of UTD to prove them wrong. Windowge, such an efficient Luna player, misses the Coin, misses the strike there as Coin picks it up. Now Trademark on the other side, but Windowge trying to make sure he's locking it down midfield. Zoro trying to keep his possession alive, but Coin, excellent pickup there with the dash punch. Atlas not able to keep that in mind, but Amouranths, always the lockdown defender, makes sure that none of his barriers fall. 3v2 situation for the side of Slew for the first time this game. Not too many KOs on their half. Able to get one barrier, not quite both, but Zoro kicks it back out to his Asher. These Ashers are just waiting to be fed the ball. The hungry hippos of the brawler role. They sit and wait for it to be delivered into their hands. Trademark, nice pickup on that barrier, results in an open map for Amouranths, but he's being brought down low. If UTD can find a kill on this Octavia, it will completely be a stopgap for Slew's offense. Now, Coin on the other side battling with Amouranths. Good saves. And Blue Blazing gets one of his own, almost a night market bounce, but Coin and not able to convert versus Amouranths. Flip comes out, and an excellent shot from Blue Blazing. The weakness of Atlas on full display. His speed, his ability to reach vertically just isn't on par with some of the other goalie picks. 2-2 on the set, Goonie.
Yeah, keeping the ball going fast by Blue Blazing, redirecting the ball, coming off the high speed, hitting it into the corner pocket. Zoro not able to keep up. And this Octavia pick is just so dominating with this flow state. And I guess they're just trying to kill it now.
Sometimes the best medicine is just eliminating the character from the field. Now, Atlas ult being used by Amouranths, worried about the base drop getting a kill. Excellent evade from Trademark, but can't do it twice. It's up to Coin to try to make something happen. Not able to find it, but Zoro, now responsible for the defensive end, has his expanses ready to fire. Don't know if he's under too much pressure just quite yet. Blue Blazing and Windowge, however, might have a different story. Down to Trademark. Windowge finds a nice strike to bring it back. Has the flip to maybe force something. Coin takes the full force of the Luna rocket. both forwards on the side of Slew, limping their way to an offensive play. Maybe Coin can find something. Nope, not able to go. Now Blue Blazing looking very healthy on the other side. Trademark Coin, no HP, no elusives, and potentially no chance of winning this set. Zoro now heralded as one of the Slew's top players. Up to him to hold it down. Trademark trying to marshal the forwards to Coin. Now Amaranth's great defense with Windoj assisting on the back. Trademark loses his flow state. 1v1 with Zoro. And Blue Blazing, another excellent strike in the bottom corner, results in a close 2-2 set now going to the side of UTD 1-1 in this game, Gumi.
Yeah, this adjustment from the side of UTD opting to have the Asher sit on that Octavia, and the Deadeye getting picked up by the Luna, that is humongous to add to their game plan of killing the Octavia.
Biss for Biss. This is my favorite Omega Strikers. Both midfielders have picked up arguably their greatest trainings possible. We see the hot shot coming out from Atlas with that twin drive. He'll be able to lock it down with impunity. Fight or Flight getting picked up by Coin, I believe, and Octavia will have to settle for a Spark of Agility. Interesting draft. Extra special, not taken from the table. Something we don't see very often, but understandable when I look at some of the other picks like Perfect Form that were on the map. Windoj with the Deadeye looking to completely take over. Has some of the strongest trainings in the entire game. Has the tempo, has the specialized, has the Deadeye. The ball is now in his court, both metaphorically and physically, as Amaranth tries to defend with the help of Windoj. Now, nice elusive from Trademark means he's not going to fall just quite yet, but now, Coin, Amaranth. 1v1. Amaranth's able to deny once again. Blue Blazing consistently finding his own mark, though. Windoj, nice pass to secure that as well. Now as Zoro with Hot Shot rockets the ball forward. Trademark speeding to make sure Coin is able to get the ball back, but it's back down to Blue Blazing, and Trademark absolutely evaporated on the health bar. Coin managed to get something of his own, but now it's back into Blue Blazing. So efficient, but Trademark taking out. Nice snipe from Windoj. It's up to Zoro to try to hold on his own. Coin helps out a little bit. Misses the dash. Blue Blazing in the corner. Evade clear from Zoro. Evade clear from Coin. They're trying their best to hold. Blue Blazing, another clear from Zoro. What can't this man save? Now, patience is a virtue. Has the second expanse denied, but Blue Blazing, the ball gets back in his hands. It feels like he has magnets on these Asher paws.
Yeah, Zoro is showing why he is arguably the best goalie to ever play Collegiate Omega Strikers. He is holding this down on the Atlas.
Now, 1-0 set. Windoj fires off a cheeky rocket, but Trademark decides to evade. Blue Blazing drops the ultimate as well. Ultimate from both forwards on UTD have been utilized. Trademark back to 1 HP. Something so difficult to play against Luna. Something he'll have to figure out as he circumvents this game. Now Coin dribbling. Takes out a dribble, but Windoj from the top corner. Bang! The Pummeler's Deadeye just a little too strong. So Trademark to stall as he waits for his teammate to come back. Blue Blazing sets himself up for an interesting play. Love that experimental barrier being taken there by Blue Blazing. Now, open net for Slew, but Trademark and Coin aren't done just quite yet. They have the Octavia, and as we've mentioned and seen before, anything's possible with this character. Always able to grab those rebounds. It's the story of can Windoj put out the damage? Can he get the ball in Blue's hands in front of the net to convert? Blue so efficient in this Asher play. Pass back to Windoj, set up a better shot, not able to find anything here. Now Zoro ping-ponging with enemy Atlas. Blue has his 1v1 and gets it with Windoj, getting a nice rebound off the bumper. It's a 2-0 for UTD.
Yeah, that shows the power of Luna there, able to fly across the map and absolutely dime up Blue Blazing, hitting it into his primary, and he's just able to get the freest goal possible.
This Deadeye is so efficient on Luna. There's quite literally no better spike in the game except for obviously Octavia Chrono Boost, and we're seeing Windoj use this to his full potential now. That being said, Slew always manages to find little chips in the armor, getting one barrier back as well, but Trademark marshalling the ball up the field. Now Zoro sends it back with an expanse of his own. Now Trademark Coin able to find their first open goal of the set. Windoj using his abilities to chunk out Coin. Coin responds in detail. Now Trademark and Windoj battling for midfield control. Bunches of strikes missed. I think we're a little nervous on this point, everyone. Amaranth's flip goes wide. Zoro can bring it right back. And Trademark and Coin looking to put away this goal as Blue Blazing has other answers. Now, specialized Deadeye Luna training absolutely one-shots Zoro, but he's able to stay just alive. Orb comes up at the perfect time, but Blue Blazing, second strike goes wide, third strike does not, however. Coin! Wow, what a shot recognition. Sees a tiny crack in between Windoj and Amaranth, and despite the Atlas primary coming out, still gets a goal. 2-1 on the side of UTD.
Yeah, it seems like UTD is kind of going back to their original plan because Trademark was full HP that entire round, whereas earlier in the game, Blue Blazing was opting to absolutely squash Trademark, just sitting on top of him all game. So I wonder if their plan is to just keep it away from the Octavia now instead of trying to kill it.
It might be. It still feels like no matter what they do, who they hit, this Windowed Luna is just such a menace. They can take out anyone, but Coin can take out both barriers as well. Who needs your HP bar when you're able to take out everything possible? Trademark, so speedy. Coin as well, looks for the shot. Staggered, manages to find his way in, and we are on yet another 0.5, the third in a row in this UTD slew game, and it's looking like, Gumi, it's going to go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are just so evenly matched and strong that this is such an entertaining game to watch. The highest level of Omega Strikers you'll probably ever see. So this is just really, really good Omega Strikers gameplay.
And it's interesting, too, the dynamic between the Octavia, one team completely centered around control, the other team a very strong set with killing. As we see, I can barely finish my sentence, and those kills have happened. It's going to need another stellar defense from Zoro. Finds his clear angle once. Can he find it twice? The Sony W with the clears. He did it! 1v3, he holds. Zoro keeps Slew's chances alive in this pivotal bet 3, making sure that his team still has a chance. Coin and Trademark, it's up to them to help out their goalie, make sure his sacrifice was not in vain, but Blue Blazing has something to say about it. Another clear, this time Trademark assisting. Now Blue Blazing losing 0 strike wars, able to get it through, but he's back once again. Luna ult drop, mandatory evade from the side of Slew. Now Coin has breakaway opportunity, but taken out once again. The Pummeler's Luna just out of nowhere, playing like ranged Juliet. Zoro has some backup this time. Let's see if Slew can keep their hopes alive once again. Core flip from Blue Blazing says no. Windowge walking with his flip as well. Looking like Zoro's a little low on the HP department. Windowge eyeing his shot with the flip. Zoro scoops it back out once again. What can't this man do? But Windowge responds in kind. Anything you can do, I can do better. And sometimes left clicking is all you need to score a goal.
Yeah, I mean, Zoro just threw out that rune emote. That rune emote, the despair is right. He played that round like an absolute demon. Probably the best goalie performance in the tournament.
Now, Chrono Boost seen by the Octavia. Someone's going to have to deny that. Looks like it might fall to Luna, or potentially very based. They leave it for her and just kill her.
Prize Fighter, please. Prize Fighter.
Oh, that is so based. That is so based. That is so based that they just decide, you know what? Who cares if you have Octavia? Who cares if you have Chrono Castellas? We've decided that you are such an easy target. We have such a strong KO comp that it's not going to matter. This is an interesting decision. If you're the side of UTD and you win this game, you feel justified. But if you're the side of Slew and win this game, you feel like you were just given a second chance. Anything's possible with an Octavia on your team has been the narrative of these last 2 matches, and we'll see if Trademark can make it happen. Now, Speed coming out, the Coin once again getting so bullied by this Luna, taken out by the 1-2 punch Deadeye. Now Trademark has the ball back in his hands again, looking to stall for his Asher to come back up. Now Trademark able to take the ball to the top side as well, looking for a pass to Coin. He's able to find it, but is so speedy. Now, gets the ball back in Coin's hands, is racing around. This Chrono Boost speed really is so impressively fast. Coin gets the ball back in his hands, now to find it. An excellent res from Zoro keeps him alive. Amaranth's on the other half. Great defense coming out from the side of UTD. We've seen them more on the offense at this point, but they're no slouch as well. But a nice mix-up by the 1-2 Coin. He's able to take it home just on his own.
Was that selection by Windowge in that draft correct? Absolutely not. But was it based? Absolutely.
Yes. It's
absolutely
based. Hey, people in the chat, you may know I'm Slew's coach, but honestly, I'm okay if UTD wins because that is such a baller play by Windowge to just say, I don't want a dead training, I want you dead, Trademark. So we'll see if that is actually going to work out for them. So far, this set, not the best. Trademark accidentally steps into the ult. Windowge does an excellent job chunking out this Octavia. The best counterplay for her is for her not to be alive. Now, Coin controlling the ball in the midfield, has lots of stagger and elusive to work with, but Blue Blazing got his first start on this Atlas Asher combination way back in beta and shows why he is comfortable on the pick still now to this day. Has a bit of a stagger bar issue, uncommon to see against this comp. Now Trademark doing his best to keep his flow state alive, adding pressure to Amaranths, while Blue Blazing getting bullied by the Coin, blows the core flip. Now Coin finds the second barrier. Trademark marshalling the ball up with his ultimate ability. Windowge flips, can't find the angle, gives it time, but Coin smells the shot, not able to find it. Good save from Amarats. Coin once again. Now tasked with his 1v1. These Ashers have one job, and it's to try to score. Boom! Dash punch from Asher, not necessarily Juliet or the Luna, and it's 2-0. Maybe this Chrono Boost pick should have been denied, Gumi.
Yeah, I mean, he's just zooming around the map, doing everything. As we saw 2 games in a row, Odyssey Interactive, we're on your Twitch channel. I hope you're enjoying this gameplay, how you meant the game to be played.
Just beautiful Octavia striking, and beautiful coin barrier taking as well. The momentum is all on the side of Slew after this set 4 has begun. We're going to have to see. They're going to need to bring it back, but Zoro, such a defensive stalwart this set. Really, I trust him to hold this down with his flip. Amrat's no slouch as well, known for his Atlas play for months. Now, once again, connects. Zoro, aggressive flip, goes wide, trying to get the ball back up, not able to find it. Now, Blue blazing, trading strikes with Trademark, but he's happy to do it. Flow state is active. Flow state is pumping. The adrenaline and music is in his ears. Windowge goes for the kill on Coin, not able to find it, but Zoro, aggressive positioning, forces the ball back through. Coin has the ult. They're looking for an aggressive push to end here. Amrat's backs up, doesn't need to use a cooldown just quite yet, but Octavia once again has her flow state active, pushes the ball forward with the ult. We might see Amrat's have to use flip, but not quite. Blue blazing helping on the defense, but Coin, a rare kill from the side of Slew, results in a huge dynamic shift. Amarats uses his flip ideally. Oh, the flip and dip, rare combo coming out from Amarats. Now Trademark trying to figure out how to get past Blue. Blue dribbles it for Coin. Now Zoro holding it down on his own. Trademark able to dodge the Luna combo. Coin missing his dash punch. Won't have those abilities to score for quite a while. Now Blue blazing set up, but Coin! Unfortunate bounce for Amarats. Can slot it back in. The weakness of Expanse doesn't fully expand when connected with something, and we're going to a set 5, Gumi.
Yeah, on that point, Zoro just got so bored of watching the Octavia touch the ball that he was just walking up at that point. He had enough. He wanted to hit the ball. He wanted to strike the core.
Now, I'm looking for some health in this draft if I'm Octavia. Quick strikes taken by the Asher. I think a good choice as well. Maybe Stagger Swagger will be falling to Octavia. We'll have to see, but she opts for the Spark of Resilience.
Interesting.
Interesting choice. I don't know if the 450 base HP will offset, but there might be a Spark build later that I'm not aware of. Luna opting for more power, and Blue blazing getting that 10% Stagger Swagger bonus. We've seen him have a couple times he's been staggered, and Zoro, Monumentalist, is a huge pickup. Hot shot Twin God Monu is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, Trademark already has that Spark of Speed, which is why he's picking up that Spark of Resilience. He has so much speed and stagger, and this is one of the best Octavia builds I've ever seen.
I don't know if I've seen a better Octavia build in tournament. I think at the end of the day, sometimes the chips just have to fall quite right. We were talking about that all the time with GMU, and sometimes the chips are passed by Windowge to the opposing team. Oh, rare Atlas KO is going to take out Blue blazing as well. Amarat's now stuck into 3v2. Let's see if he can match the goalie performance, but Windowge makes sure that he doesn't have much to worry about. Takes it out, but Trademark fires back. Who can catch this man? He has so much stagger now as well that it's not as easy to take him off the pitch. Windowge making me eat my words literally the next second. Combos nicely, and Zoro distracted by defense, not able to get the res off. Now Windowge, star midfielder for UTD. Trying to generate some offense here. It's set 5. Zoro has the flip. Denied by the entirety of Slew, but Blue blazing on the back foot is able to find one bear. Can he find the goal? Not quite yet. Coin with a pass. Unlucky bounce. Amarats has the ball back in his half. Trademark, patience, waiting out the Atlas primary. Burns and Expanse. Coin, dribbling. Amarats has the flip. Looking for the pass. Coin! Sir Lore. Classic. Now the passive from Asif. Oh my goodness. The passive from Asher, say that 5 times fast, Gumi. Able to sneak in, grab that core, and rocket it in with the primary.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Asher does best, right? Octavia will get you the ball, and then you just gotta put it in. And Octavia, get him the ball, he does. Because this sort of feels like Trademark's game to lose.
It really does. It's in the palm of his hand. He has complete trust in his forward to convert. And it's up to Amarats and Windowge. Blue blazing as well. Blue blazing kills Zoro off a misstep. It's forwards in the net time, and I don't know if it's going to happen. Zoro, crucial mistake, and excellent punish by Blue blazing in this set 5. Equalizes the point. Now,
yeah, I mean, that Atlas pick can't do much if it's dead.
That is correct, Gumi. Now we're going to see point number 3. Whoever earns this point is on match point. Game 1, UTD Slew going the distance. Now, Trademark takes a bit of damage, but Coin, able as always to make it past his Atlas. Now, Trademark with the speed, looking to get past up to, connects. Windoj now spots up to try to stop this onslaught, but Coin, nice flip, results in the first barrier going the way of Slew. Trademark keeps it alive. Windoj misses the dash punch, but Blue Blazing able to get a sneaky barrier of his own through the speed zone. Trademark, speed of his own, keeps it alive as well. Blue Blazing in the 1v1. He can't be stopped. Blue Blazing is just a conversion machine. 1v1, despite Zoro's build, can find a crucial point to put them on elimination gold.
You know what you can do against UTD? You can ban his Juliet, you can take away his home, you can take away his food, but you can never take away his DreamHack Dallas victory and his Omega Striker skill.
That is so true, Gumi. Now, 3v2 situation. Trademark marshals in solo 1v3. The speed is so difficult for UTD to keep up with. Blue Blazing in the corner. Just goes wide. Zoro pops the flip. Trademark pops the ult. A clear down. Make sure that the ball is saved for now. Coin in the 1v1 with Amrats. Not able to find the success that Blue Blazing is just quite yet. Now Atlas ult is dropped, but the pressure is so much from Blue Blazing. He has the flip. Trademark and Zoro not able to find the defense. And Blue Blazing, with the team on his back, able to find almost single-handedly every goal to propel UTD to a Game 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Blazing was just picking apart SLU that game. He was being so good with his chances, and he was really able to carry that game. And SLU just lost with the best Octavia build that I've ever seen, and that is a little bit embarrassing, I'll say it.
Definitely a tough loss. Both teams with characters with their absolute best, but it really came down to the hero plays from Blue Blazing in that final set. Zoro had some excellent sequences going up to it, but the never-ending onslaught from the side of UTD proved too much. Set 5, they finally found those cracks in the armor, resulting in a win for UT Dallas.
Can we talk about Amrats with 4 KOs, which is more KOs than anyone on SLU and more KOs than Blue Blazing?
Oh my, yeah, what the heck? Where did those come from? I didn't even notice that. What? Is Atlas weak? Where did those come from, Gumi? I didn't even see those.
I saw him get a few with his primary off the wall.
Wow. Well, great performance from him as well. That is the character he's known for. No slouch that Atlas. Zoro is known as one of the premier goalies, but all it takes is a character and a man on his comfort pick to equalize that as well. So, with that being said, as a SLU coach, Gumi, I gotta go. Hold it down. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, going into game 2, it looks like we'll be going on to the UTD Village. Oni Village coming out. Less KO focused. I wonder if Windoj will still lock that Luna. I mean, he's done it earlier in the tournament, right? We've seen him do it yesterday, and we've seen him lock that Luna on maps where it's not particularly the best. And, well, we're going to have to see. I'm going to be expecting Amrats and Zoro to be locking in that Atlas once again. It makes the most sense. And, it makes the most sense. And I wonder if they're going to continue to ban that Juliet away from Blue Blazing. Because he put on a monster performance on the Asher that game. And I don't know if they're gonna want to ban the Juliet and put him back on the Asher. But Coin was also playing really well on the Asher that game. So maybe they're gonna want that mirror run back. And Trademark, I don't know. There's some Octavia players that really like Oni Village because it's so hard to get kills on that map. But it's also very wide and it's very open, so there's a lot of angles to hit it around that Octavia pick. So I wonder if we are going to be seeing that Octavia come out once again by Trademark, or if he's going to go back to his Estelle, his Drakkar, the staples of Oni Village and Trademark's champion pool. And as Vaughn is giving as Vaughn is giving that SLU pep talk, I wonder if it's going to reinvigorate them after that loss, losing with Octavia best in slot. I don't think many of us have seen a better Octavia page, and I don't know how they lost as respectfully as possible. They should have won that game. They got robbed by Blue Blazing. Blue Blazing went to their home, rummaged through their closets, and managed to take their lunch money. Welcome back, Vaughn.
Yo, what is this lunch money slander? It was a close game, Cuby. Come on now. What the heck? I also hope there's no lip readers in the chat. If you don't leak, guys, don't leak. Keep it secret, keep it safe. All right, Slew, we're going to bounce back for game 2. UTD, an excellent performance. That Luna Deadeye window just demonstrating just how efficient he is on the pick. And Blue Blazing on his signature Asher was able to make sure he connected on those goals. Now, we are going to Oni Village on game 2. A map that we don't see as frequently as Night Market and Atlas Lab. Give me, what are some characteristics of this map that stand out to you as a goalie player? What kind of defines the meta on this map? What sort of picks are prioritized?
Yeah, I sort of like the that Oni Village goalie playstyle where you just kind of sit there and you hold it down, right? You just kind of vibe out and turn on that music, you start space gliding, you lock in that eject button Kai, you lock in that Atlas, you lock in that Dubu, and you just go to work holding down that barrier. And that is the playstyle that is sort of meta in Oni Village. So I will probably be seeing Atlas coming out for both teams to hold that barrier down longer. That second barrier needs to last a long time in order to win an Oni Village round. And as we usually see, these games go for a while because these goalies are going to be holding it down. So it looks like Vaughn has left to give his teammates some drafting advice. So I wonder what he's going to be directing them to pick. Looks like Trademark will be off that Octavia. Maybe Vaughn said, "You're done. You're cut off with the Octavia pick. You need to go back in the mines and practice it a little bit more before it's tournament ready." And he's back on Estelle duty. And it looks like they're going to be playing that powerful Estelle Rasmus comp, which is so hard to defend against as a goalie. I would say really well played by Vaughn. Good draft.
Oh, yeah. Love to hear that come out from me. We have a perfect form and glass cannon start. Glass cannon, my beloved. We are going to see arguably my favorite pick in the game, Ice Skates Dubu. If you've got the emote, show it in the chat. Thank you, Kava. And now let's get right into the match. Coin and Trademark now bring the ball up with Amarats. We see the Estelle Ditto coming out for the side of Windows and Trademark as well. Little 2v2 defense, a hallmark of Oni Village. Sometimes that midfielder needs to come back, help that goalie get clear. Nice shot by Windows. Isn't able to find that position just quite yet, but doing a bit of ping pong back and forth. Now, Zoro able to get the clear just once again, but Blue Blazing, such a menace on this Asher. Sizing up his competition. Ult goes wide, trying to keep the ball on their side of the field. Not able to quite find what he was looking for there, but Trademark has a pass through the middle. Nice clear from Amarats, but another chance for Coin. Still goes wide now. Blue Blazing gets his turn. So efficient in the 1v1s we saw in game 1. Windows. Nice blink. Catches Zoro off guard. Has the flip as well. And is able to find the goal. Blue Blazing slaughters the forwards behind Zoro as the ball sneaks past the Dubu for point 1.
And Vaughn, as the SLU coach, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
So, you directed Zoro to lock in this Ice Skates Dubu pick, I presume, right?
He wanted to play it. I said, okay, what's up?
Did you tell him the song that will carry him to victory this game?
I didn't, Gumi. And if he wins, I'll have to share it with the rest of the chat. But for now, let's see if Coin and Trademark can get the ball and equalize this point up. They have an opportunity here. Not going to quite go, but Trademark. Nice pass into the hook. Coin. Excellent heads-up play by him. Not going to go. Amarats. Great clear. And Windows sizing up to make sure that they play this double goalie strategy. Getting the ball nice and clear. Coin. Primary goes wide. Amarats has some good defense. Zoro walling off. Doesn't want to take the trade with Blue Blazing. Understandable. Has the flip as well. Amarats has nowhere to go with that flip. The log plus Coin pressure. Trademark behind makes it so it's almost an unclearable goal.
Yeah, really well played by Coin. He layered his abilities almost perfectly in order to make sure that Amarats had no options. And that Dubu pick, people think of it as a defensive powerhouse, but Dubu is one of the best offensive goalies in the game. With that log, with that roll, take to the skies, Dubu, and score those goals.
Knowers know he's laced up these skates, and now it's time to fly. Good save and patience from Trademark. Keep both in. Coin with a kill out of nowhere. It's going to be up to Windows to take over that goalie position, but he is no slouch. Coin finds an excellent pass to Trademark. It's an open goal. Now Windows has to hold it down while Amarats is coming back up. Isn't able to go. Blue Blazing fires yet another ult to try to core control, but not corralling the ball just the way he wants. It's going to be a 2-1 for Slew to start this set.
Yeah, these Oni Village rounds are going a lot faster than one would expect from this map. So these forwards are doing a really good job capitalizing on their chances and scoring on the goalie-favored map. So really well played on the sides of Coin, Trademark, and Windows Blue Blazing.
Yep. Now, Blue Blazing trying to answer back. The stun makes sure that Blue Blazing can't connect with the barrier. Now Trademark and Windows sizing each other up in the Estelle mirror. Opting for the flip to keep the possession alive, but Zoro has the wall ready. Zoro once again able to find the clear. Once again able to find the clear. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times can he keep the ball out of his net? Now, Coin might have a chance himself to start generating some offense. Not quite. Back to Blue Blazing results in the open net, but Coin on the other side answers with one. Trademark misses the piercing shot. Now, Window setting up for the classic Stell. Oh, Zoro with the steppy roll isn't able to quite find the connection there, and Window equalizes this set. It's going to be, dare I say it, Gumi, another 0.5.
Yeah, I mean, these 0.5s are so scary because Awakenings are so strong, and getting that advantage in the draft, even without an Octavia, is a really big advantage. If Dubu can get those speed Awakenings, if he can get that Happy Star, if he can get that Clock with Wings, it's going to be really hard for UTD to take the W.
Correct. Now, good defense on the top side of the map from Slew is going to result in the barrier save. Zoro with an evade clear as well for the piercing shot. Now, Trademark and Coin, it's their time to see what they can do. Blue Blazing Window so clinical on the offensive side. Amrat's responsible for holding it down. Hits it in open space. Zoro comes up to help. Not able to find the offense, but good push by Slew. Now, UTD's turn. Amrat's so good at holding it down. Has the flip for insurance. Able to find it out this time. Not like earlier in the set. Good point save by Amrat's with the Coin. He's got the ball back in his hands. Trademark keeps the position alive with the blink. Zoro on the top side of the map looking to help. Clears it back down. Window has the flip. Goes to the orb to grab it, making sure he has that energy to spare. Now Coin has his flip, but Window pops it first. Coin in response, looking a little low in the HP department. Hook goes wide, and so does his body as he's staggered, but so does the barrier. Trademark and Coin are looking to close it out, but Zoro and Trademark able to find that point with an interesting bounce, and Slew takes the first set of this Oni Village game.
Yeah, Trademark played that round really well. His forward was getting absolutely shot dead in the street, and he was showing that Estelle power, able to pick up help with that scoring as well as controlling midfield at the same time, and really well played by the side of SLU.
Gumi, what kind of awakenings are the goalies looking to pick up here, and what is Asher probably going to get left with?
I would assume someone would probably want to deny tempo swing from Asher, because if Asher gets that tempo swing, she can kind of just one-shot everyone. But if I'm the Dubu here, I'm probably going to be taking tempo swing from Asher. There we go. And looks to be that Atlas has picked up Spark of Resilience. Maybe he's putting in that running for mayor.
I would love to see an election. Yesterday we saw 3 sparks, but never the elusive 4. Very rare on stream, but always such a treat to see. We'll see if Ambrance is able to utilize that stagger efficiently. Now, Blue Blazing connects with the first bear. Can't quite find the second, but that's where Windowge comes in. Zoro rolls out from under the Asher play. Actually, a very good decision. And he holds yet again. Maybe he's just him, dare I say it. Now, Coin has the hook to try to generate more offense for the side of Slew, but Blue Blazing always a menace on the Asher. Sharks for the dash punch, but can't find it. Now Trademark and Windowge battling in the mirror match. Zoro not able to find the clear this time. A little too much pressure coming down, and Windowge on the break, has the blink, has the flip. Blue Blazing and Zoro both with the secondary. Sometimes it happens. The ult goes wide. Not able to find the connection. Coin now on the other side with Trademark. Trying to find some of the barriers of their own. Windowge has the blink, but Trademark takes him out with a well-timed snipe. Now it's up to Coin and Trademark on the other side. Amaranth's no expanse, has been burned, has his strikes though. That's something that'll never go away. But Coin reads the clear angle. Now it's Trademark's turn to fight. Blue uses the flip, but Trademark! Is Trademark here to play? What a round from him, Gumi.
Yeah, he really, I think he really wants to redeem himself from that last game Octavia where he just couldn't pull through with that Octavia. And now he's like, I'm going back to my comfort pick, and I'm gonna gap you, Windowge, you noob.
Direct quote, most likely. Zoro has the wall, stops any sort of offensive pressure. This is one of the maps that Dubu can find his footing on. Doesn't have to worry too much about the KOs coming out with the Luna being taken away. Now Blue Blazing has to worry about a KO on his own. Staggered by the extra damage from Tempo Swing. Zoro has the clear with the flip. Answered in time by Amaranth, but Coin catches it. 3 flips, no barriers down. Now Coin has a primary, can't find it, but the strike always will. As I always say, all you need is left click and Trademark! Snipes Amaranth in the back. It's going to be another forwards in the net. Windowge and Blue Blazing held the first time, but can they hold 2? Coin. Zoro fly! Young man!
Take to the skies!
Dubu. Guys, Ice Skates Dubu. If the chat has it, it's time to bust it out. He finds his way with the glass can of momentum boots. 2-0 for Slew in this Oni Village game.
Vaughn, as the coach of SLU, have you taught Zoro how to flap his wings on Dubu?
You know what, Gumi? The only thing I've taught him how to do is win games. Maybe it's a mistake, but I'm hoping it comes through here. Windowge has something to say about it. And another flip denied by Coin now. Working his magic on Amaranth. Amaranth Holding it down as well, under so much pressure. He keeps composed, but his strike cooldown's not enough yet. Windoge with the blink, can't find the goal. Coins in the 1v1. Amarat's denial with the primary strike, but Trademark has it once again. Level 7 on this Estelle. What a performance. But Zoro and Trademark, bit of a miscommunication. And a goal for Blue Blazing. Hey, in the business, what do you say? We take those. 1-2 for the side of UTD.
A bit of a communication issue there on the side of SLU. Zoro did not call his back shots to Trademark, and Trademark was not ready.
It was not at all. The UTD comments emote has been flashed. Now, Coin, nice hook. Takes one. Now Trademark eyeing up his shot, but maybe not have the cooldowns yet. Amarat's patiently waiting on the barrier. He has no reason to go anywhere else. That's the Oni Village classic. Blue Blazing dies yet another core flip. These players are so efficient at denying that utilization of the core flip mechanic. Now, Trademark taken out. Zoro holding on the line, but Blue Blazing once again, just an indomitable force in the net. Once again, Yumi.
I have no idea how he died. What?
It was a Estelle blink.
Ah.
But now, can you say it? I've said it so many times. What point are we on, Yumi?
Set 5, or no, 0.5. Set 2.5.
Ah, there we go. Maybe that's why your color. You get to take the time to take the notes. Blue Blazing wasting no time, however, taking that barrier. Coin and Trademark need to get to work if they want to have a hope of winning this game too. Amarat's nice trade of the primaries has his flip as well for possible denial. Now Blue Blazing trying to generate that offense on his own, staggered for his trouble. Amarat's making sure that the ball stays down. Now it's up to Zoro and Trademark to clear it out. Blue Blazing trying his best to stay alive, figuring out the perfect place to position. Coin knocks him away with the flip, but Windoge, midfield maestro that he is, able to keep the ball under control. The State Farm Steppy roll actually goes perfectly fine, and Zoro with a bit of aggressive positioning, able to dig that ball out. Amarat's loses one, but not going to lose the second just quite yet. Windoge is going to make sure of that. Now Blue Blazing, critical strike miss, but Windoge with the flip in the corner. Trademark trying to make sure he can help deny, but the stun locking from Asher, too powerful. It's an open goal for Zoro. We're seeing Blue Blazing just sitting on Zoro here. He understands that he will get the ball. Complete faith in his teammates. Coin and Trademark try to cover all passing angles. Now Windoge trying to get the ball to Blue Blazing. He's so good in these 1v1s. Get him in the ISO play, but the Dubu wall comes out. Trademark now. Strike War 1. Strike War lost. The roll coming through. Redirected by the blink. Ball's going too fast. An Oni Village classic. Can Blue convert? Coin with the hook to make sure it doesn't happen. Trademark with the snipe trying to deny as well. Traded snipes from Windoge. It's a 2v2 opportunity. The flip coming out from Zoro. And it's Trademark, that finds that crucial goal. He is running away with this set. Standout performance from the captain of the Slew Strikers.
Yeah, what a wonderful mix-up there by Trademark. He walked backwards, missed his strike, and then struck it again to absolutely bamboozle UTD.
You have some powerful awakenings in this draw. We see Happy Star. Dubu's eyeing that. We see the Prime Time. We see the Missile Prop for these Stells coming through. Opts for the Missile Prop. Wants the increased damage. Windoge taking that Ego as such an efficient tool for scoring. Now Dubu has his point, but he's going for the MF Mayor. Leaves the Happy Star for Rasmus. I actually don't mind this, as this coin hook ability is pretty good.
It's
able to crowd a lot of the goals.
Chrono is very good around.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes Happy Star is all you need, Gumi. And we'll see now with Blue Blazing PF, the Monumentalist. These ults from him are going to be so large, Gumi. How are Amarats and Zoro expected to play the rest of this round out now that these trainings have come into play, Gumi?
Amarats and Zoro are expected to sit on the barrier and click their abilities when the ball gets close to them. I know. Chilling Oni Village gameplay coming out on the side of the goalies.
Oni Village, notable for one of the few maps that is arguably a very goalie favorite. A lot of times the power budget for maps is in one side or the other, often being the example of the complete opposite. But Oni Village, known for these melee goalies, Trademark, known for his ability to perform on this map as well, gets another kill on the Asher, the snipe as well. Coin using that Happy Star hook. Cooldown is so low, he can fire it with impunity. Now, Primary keeps the possession alive. Trademark eyes up his shot, bounces it off the middle. Coin has the flip, not going to be able to go. The entirety of UTD says otherwise, but another kill from Trademark with his secondary. Looking like a damage character, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Coin versus Amarats. Trademark backs him up, but Blue Blazing doesn't want to leave his goalie to dry. They're teammates for a reason. These champions of Battle for Texas have been here before. They're no stranger to performing and helping one another succeed. Good clear from Zoro, straight down the middle, finds an angle to clear, but Blue Blazing, I mean, I say it once, I'll say it again. He is able to just find these goals out of thin air. Whenever UTD looks like their backs against the wall, he's coming up with these goals.
Yeah, great dash strike redirect by Blue Blazing, really showing why he's that second best Asher in Texas. Really well played by Blue Blazing. People sort of think of him as that Juliet one trick, but he's really proving it today that he can play that Asher to perfection.
Trademark now, looking for a shot, can't get to go. Amarat's nice defense, and this is a clinical play from the side of UT. It could be an open goal. Window sizing it up forward in the net moment. Coin gets one clear. Can he get two clears, though? It's hard. Gets the second, but not the third. The forwards in the net prophecy rings true, ladies and gentlemen, and UTD is looking to start a little reverse sweep of their own.
Yeah, Dubu has so much damage in his build. I wonder if he's going to start going for those KOs.
And we'll see him able to trade damage anytime because Asher comes in. He can chunk them out, but the most important thing isn't the damage, Gumi. It's the barriers, which Blue Blazing is an absolute master of crushing, and Windowge and Blue Blazing together steamroll to a 10-second round. My goodness.
Yeah, that set really reminded me of a certain NASL team that played together for a while. Finesse.
Oh, that is true. Estelle Asher, a signature of one of our favorite NA teams, Finesse, demonstrating how efficient that combination is now. Dubu opts for the hot shot, ends his run here, recognizes there's no Mare to be had, denies the hot shot from Atlas. Now Stack's going to fall to Coin, and quick strikes for Asher. Interesting draft going here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, this draft is so good for UTD. They get that quick strikes on the Asher, able to cook a little bit more with those strikes, and Windowge picks up some movement speed, so maybe he's able to keep up with that Coin Stacks.
Yeah, we see Glass Cannon opted on for all characters, but Windowge and Blue Blazing, so the speed offset is going to be more pronounced than ever before. Now, Trademark getting absolutely one-shot by the Monumentalist Asher. Always funny to see that come through. Now, Coin and Amarats battling it out while Trademark takes a bit of a breather. Blue Blazing, as always, converts when he gets the ball in his hands, doing a bit of Oki gaming on Zoro just now, but Coin, excellent read, will clear the ball. Now Windowge has to bring it up, but Trademark making sure he's not leaving Zoro to dry. The 1v1, now Coin gets it back in the corner, can't find the goal, but can find the kill. It's a forward in the net moment. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. Wee woo, but Windowge is known for his goalie performance, is a bit of a flex picker. Now Zoro and Trademark once again not finding that connection that they can, but Coin at least gets a corner flip for his couple, and Mr. Frame perfects it as well. Not the first time he's done that this set or game. Now Coin trying to make sure that he can answer in kind on the other side of the pitch. He's been doing so well on this Rasmus. Now Trademark is eyeing up the shot, but Window trying to stall with his ult. Great clear from Amarats. Can he get a second? He can. Great assist from Window. Now Blue Blazing in the net. Can't find it this time. He has another chance, but the roll from Zoro, but the strike and ability from Blue Blazing will get it through. As always, get the ball in this man's hands, and he will score.
Yeah, a lot of times in tournament, I'm sure you can relate, Vaughn, playing goalie in these high impact games that are very, very important, it can get so stressful and you can get nervous and you can make those easy mistakes. But these goalies are doing a wonderful job locking it in and holding it down.
Yeah, I will say almost none of these goals that have gone in have been for free. Now that barrier might have fallen a bit for free, but good ult from Zoro to deny any sort of offense. Now Windowge has his egoist proc, first one we've seen since he's picked up, has the pass, but Zoro can cut it, flip, 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 got nothing, feeling like a bit of a ping pong match, and I don't just mean hitting it, paddles back and forth as Zoro makes a clear topside. Coin blocks the Crystal Thorns from Windowge. Bit of a stagnant game state now. Both teams trying to eye up each other, looking for an opportunity. Now Blue Blazing. Not able to find anything just quite yet. Now Amarats has the possession himself, but has to deal with Coin and Trademark. Isn't able to find it, but Blue Blazing. I mean, he had Zoro had to guess. Zoro had to opt for down, up, or straight, and guessed wrong. Blue Blazing gets another goal. It's back to back to back to back. Blue Blazing goals.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Blazing and Windowge are about to close out a 6-0 in 2 sets in a row after going down those first 2 sets. Is this the comeback, and will it end swiftly, or will it be a set 5.5, Vaughn?
We're going to have to see. If I've learned anything about this game, it's that there are going to be 2 goals scored by the side of SLU, and then one team's going to win on the 0.5. So just hold on to your horses for now, Gumi, because I know that this is already going to be a SLU goal. If history will repeat itself. Now, Blue Blazing putting on that goalie pressure. Trademark coming back to help, but Amarats has a lot of tools at his disposal to clear. Just needs to strike this time. Now, Zoro clears it up. Doesn't want to deal with the Asher 1v1 just quite yet. Blue Blazing flips to the pass. Windowge. Nice roll from Zoro, and the flip from Windowge not connecting now. Trademark and Zoro both together in the midfield holding hands. Coin getting to work on Amarats. Finally burns that flip as well from him, but the hook into the Trademark pass back to Coin, back to Amarats. Cleared as well. Now Zoro making sure that this possession doesn't die, skating his way to the midfield line. Blue Blazing doesn't want to get this point taken just quite yet. If they can close out this set 5, the momentum is palpable, but Coin able to split the defense and find a crack in the iron wall, forcing, dare I say, the first point of 2. Or will we see another set 5.5 gimme, or will we see just a classy 3-1 on this round?
I think it'll be a classy 3-1. But an interesting thing that Blue Blazing did on that last round that not a lot of people that haven't played Asher very much, they don't know, is if you step back onto your half and cast that primary, it gets larger and it's so hard to get through. And Blue Blazing is walking right behind half to get that large Asher primary in order to help steam the defense.
Good point. Now, speaking of that point, however, UTD is going to have to make sure they don't get a point of their own scored on with Zoro and Trademark on the back foot now. Good clear coming up from the side of Slew. Now Amarat's in the 1v1. No real pressure on him just yet. The Windowge and Trademark to see which team is going to be jockeying for this goal. Trademark now in the 1v1. Windowge blinks back to help, but Trademark still keeps possession. Looking for the pass, denied by the Crystal Thorns. Now Coin on the bottom. Has the Egoist proc. Flips early, looking for a pass to Blue Blazing. Now the Dubu wall comes out. Blue Blazing's alone, 1v1. Has the flip, but isn't going to be able to find it. Nice try with that angle, though. I like what he was looking for. Trademark passes Coin. Now back down to himself. Trademark ready to catch the rebound if necessary. Now Zoro's getting ready to skate, but Coin! Excellent. I've been talking about Blue Blazing's conversions, but Coin versus this Atlas is able to find it. And I'm going to say it again, guys. It's another .5. This series truly is a battle of inches.
Yeah, I mean, these games are so close, and it's going to feel really bad to lose, but hey, someone's got to win, and someone's got to lose.
And I'll say it, I try to keep the bias out, but my lord, do I want Slew to make this a game 3. Let's see if they can make it happen. Windowge has something to say about it, but Log, ever reliable, make sure that that second barrier doesn't fall. So crucial on Oni Village. The Dubu ult goes out. Amarat's scrambling to the top side, makes sure that he keeps the ball back up for his forwards. Now Trademark gets the ball by. Amarat's loses 1, but no big deal on Oni. That happens all the time. Amarat's now has to handle 2. Uses the primary. He's able to get it to go. Now Coin in the 1v1 with Amarat's. Has the insurance again with Flip. Coin trying to sneak that one past, but can't. But Zoro, nice flip to save his barrier. That was gone 100% if he did not. Now Coin and Trademark on the top side. Windowge, Blue Blazing matching up on the opposite sides of their requisite forward counterparts. Ball back in the corner. Windowge so clinical with these strikes. Feels like he has such a good conversion on the strike wars in this corner. So patient. Egoist proc. Might be a goal here. No. Ball's cleared out in a mad scramble. Now Amarat's uses that expanse, but Windowge is so fast with Egoist. This pickup was so crucial. Coin now has a chance himself, but Windowge. Oh, Blue Blazing gets a kill out of nowhere. Forwards in the net. They haven't been able to hold, and they sure as heck can't hold it now. It's a set 5 for the second game in a row for this UTD Slew match.
Yeah, Vaughn, I think if you're going to support Slew, I'm going to be rooting for UTD. Take it home,
down.
UTD. They only
I'm
lock
down.
in gentlemanly characters like Asher instead of that cringe Octavia stuff.
Infamous Gumias, I know you love playing against Luna, and I know your teammates love Luna too, so only the most honorable characters on the slide of UTD. Now, we're going to see this final draft come out. Built different, deny from the Rasmus means that Trademark will take up fight or flight, so integral in that midfield matchup with Dubu. Locking Castellas as well will mean his stuns are just a little bit more impressive, and Asher is left with a bulk up, which, if I'm being honest, if I'm Asher, I'm pretty happy to get Gumi.
Yeah, I think he should have gone Timeless for the funny big ult, but that's just me.
The airship, as it's been colloquially
Look how
referred
big it
to.
is.
I know, if he had Timeless, that would be pretty goofy. Alright, we're going to see now if Trademark and Coin can lock it down. They've gone so close before, but Blue, Blazing, and Windowge have proven when the chips are down, something I've been saying time and time again, that they are able to convert just a bit more on offense. Now, Trademark and Zoro trying to keep the ball out of their barrier's harm. Still have both. Zoro coming up aggressively here, trading back and forth with Trademark. Going to be one of the barriers down, but again, that's the Only Village Classic. Both barriers up on the same side. Asher doing Asher things. Zoro one-shot by the ultimate ability. Asher one-shotting Dubu in the back. If the ball gets to Blue Blazing, he'll probably be able to score, but Coin making sure that that does not happen. Dialing Windowge for supremacy in the strikes. Windowge blinks a little too far forward, has that increased range. Now Coin dribbling off. Dribbling as well, stalling quite nicely. Burns the flip from Windowge to push the ball forward, but all holds for insurance while Amaranth tries to clear to Blue Blazing, not able to find it, but Coin has the strike. Trademark blinks down to cover Windowge. Windowge patiently waits, no strike. Amaranth was able to hold that barrier, actually. Well done by him. Didn't see that one. Now Zoro is responsible for holding this down. Trademark helps him out, but Coin finds that barrier finally. Amarat's such a stalwart defender. Love the word, love the player, love the pick. Let's see if he can keep it going. Amarat's has that flip, doesn't need to use it. Blue Blazing once again forces Zoro to guess and goes down. Not the first time we've seen that happen, but if hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Gumi.
Yeah, I really loved watching Asher on that round. She did a really good job synchronizing her abilities together to create the perfect stuffing attempts. Blue Blazing is showing why he's a premier forward player.
Completely accurate, but Coin is no slouch either. We are singing the praises of Blue Blazing, but time and time again, he's able to find these with less hit stun and abilities. Now he is looking for the shot, can't find it himself. Has the primary, has another strike war win, and Zoro walls up to keep this play alive. Trademark on the top side, waiting for a clear to go his way. Not able to find much, but Coin looking for the strike. Can't get it. Zoro flips it out. Amarat's trades to keep the possession alive. Blue Blazing capitalizes. It's an open goal for both players. Now it's up to Amarat's to hold it down, get it to Blue Blazing. Here we go. It's his time. He always delivers. Get the ball in his hands. He can't be stopped. It's a UTD massacre. Set 5.
Do you think your SLU boys will bring this to yet another set 5.5 one?
I think it's going to happen. Every single set is 0.5. I'm going to be honest. I don't even know if I have to watch to know what's going to happen, but I'm on the edge of my seat trying to figure out how it's going to happen. It's going to start with Coin and Trademark generating the offense. 2 barriers to nil. Now Windowed fires back, but can't find much here. Amarat's burns the expanse, but Dubu on the top side ready to assist Coin. Holds for security. Blue Blazing gets 1. Blue Blazing gets 2. Windowed procs the Eagles looking for the pass. Mr. Frame perfect! Coin, he's so good at that, isn't he, Gumi?
Yeah, I mean, Coin, we've been talking about Blue Blazing as you said earlier, but Coin is so good at that Rasmus. He has so many games on this Rasmus, and UTD didn't ban it. So he's just going to be on that one trick that he's played so many times, and he knows what to do.
There's nothing like a comfort pick to help secure your game 5, set 5, excuse me, trade. Now Coin. Flip goes wide. It's up to Zoro to clear. He finds 1 clear. Not bad at all. Blue Blazing eyeing it up, though. Has the flip and all abilities. Zoro rolling. Flipping. Trades the flip with Blue Blazing. Not able to convert. Rare Blue Blazing miss there. So clinical to those. Tries one more time with Zoro. Nicely timed strike. Now Coin and Trademark have the option to run forward. Zoro, Trademark, and Coin all in front of Blue Blazing. Get the second barrier. Trademark striking it once again. Can't be stopped. Nice pass to Coin. Blinks forward. Not able to find it. Good defense from Amarat's. Good defense from Amarat's again. Oh my goodness, this Atlas can't be contained. The strikes are all he needs. An open gate means no problems, but Coin in the top corner. I mean, call me the prophet. I knew it's going to 0.5. Every single set this game is 0.5, Gumi.
Well, there was one that was 3-0, but that's all good. But this Amarat's is so good at that Atlas, right? Everybody talks about windowed Blue Blazing, but when he has to, Amarat's is able to hold it down. So, let's see what can happen in this final point.
It all comes down to this egoist proc. Nice stun from Zoro. Gets the ball clear 1 time. Gets the ball clear 2nd with the help of Trademark. Windowed has so much speed. Gets the kill with the flip. Incredible swing for the side of UTD. Now it's up to Zoro and Trademark. They hold 3v2. All abilities dump. Doesn't matter. Now Zoro playing an aggressive style. Doesn't want to get trapped in corner with Blue Blazing. Now, ball's back on their pitch. Coin is up. He's been such a hero when he needs to be the most. Now, Trademark just misses the snipe, but Coin has a flip. Can't seem to find it. Amarat, Zoro with the roll as well. So many abilities to be pushed out. It's up to Slew to hold it down defensively, but Amarat has his chance. Uses the primary. The flip goes wide, but Blue still has his ult. Coin has the strike as well. Zoro's left in the 1v2. It's in! It's in! UTD! Every time it's a 0.5, they are not the ones to fall, and they just punch their tickets to grand finals in the closest game I've seen yet in this CCL playoffs.
Wow, that was an absolute nail-biter. Those players played so well. All 6 of them should be really proud of that performance, even though UTD managed to take it home. And SLU is going down to face the winner of UH and UCLA, I believe.
I think you are correct. I think, though, UCLA got eliminated. I think that's Slew, no?
Lakeland.
Yeah.
Lakeland and UH.
Very excellently played game for both these teams. This is not the last time we'll see either, and thank goodness, because those matches were down to the wire. I really want to give my MVP for this match to Blue Blazing. I think that he absolutely delivered when he needed to. The Atlas matchup for him, and then the Dubu as well. He could not be stopped in 1v1. I think that was the spark plug that ignited UTD to make sure that they could hold it down. They've heard a lot of chirping over the season, Gumi. They had their quote-unquote free win in Battle of Texas, but they're proving it doesn't matter if it's Texas, it doesn't matter if it's the United States, it doesn't matter if it's the entirety of North America. Right now, they're seed 1 and sitting in grand finals, and it looks like, despite the valiant effort from Slew, no team just quite has what it takes to put the pieces together to send them to the losers.
Yeah, Vaughn, you mentioned North America, but we might even be able to extend that to the world. Amy Enjoyers who? I think UTD gaps them.
I mean,
and Vaughn, as the coach of the SLU, what types of things are you going to be telling them as they head down to the losers bracket to motivate them? If you can give us a little sneak peek into the SLU locker room.
I'm going to be honest, Gumi. I don't know if there's much I will need to tell them. I thought they played a great game, and sometimes when you have a close match like that, it only takes one small strike going your way to make the difference happen. I understand the heartbreak of losing the set 5.5s. I understand the triumph of winning the set 5.5s. It's a classic on both ends of the spectrum competitively. So all we're going to do is we're going to recompose ourselves. We understand that was a tough loss to swallow, but we played well. I think Slew just proved that they can take out any team in this tournament. They already made it to winners finals themselves, so they'll fall to the losers finals. You'll see us back again on stream. Do not worry about that. However, we might need to have a quick sit down with UTD themselves. So we will be right back. Do not go anywhere. This interview will be coming up very soon. See you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. We're back with day 2 of the North American Collegiate League playoffs. Coming up, we have the University of Houston versus a face that we're a little bit familiar with, Lakeland University. We casted their series against George Mason University yesterday, and if that series was any indicator, this one will be a heater.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at a Premier versus GMU.
A Premier, baby.
Yeah, University of Houston. Great acronym. Whoever came up with that, good job. Good job living in Houston. And what I'm looking at between these two teams is their star players. Oh wait, sorry, I have brain worms. I'm looking at University of Houston star player midfielder who has been up and coming, played in the North American Striker Academy on Bozo Bunch, and recently played in Africa Invitational Tournament where they got third.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't just get third out of nowhere without being something special. And I think if you've seen I's performances in some of these previous rounds in CCL, you will know exactly what I mean.
Yeah, and
here, this isn't GMU. I was right the first time. The other star player is Soren, who also plays in top level. He's an epic goalie.
Yeah, and we did see the Octavia come out. One thing I want to point out too is that it's a bit rare here in the Collegiate League. It's more prevalent once you get into the NASA and NASA levels and stuff. But having a pocket Octavia is something that basically always draws a ban. Essentially, that character as of right now in the meta can really run away from the game, especially if they grab something like the Chrono Boost, like the Castellas. And honestly, that's something that a lot of teams are just unable to deal with. So that leads to kind of like a free ban, which allows Hoishi and Riley's to kind of pick what they want. Of course, Riley's electing to go to his Rasmus as we get into this game here. But honestly, Muncher likes to play Era, likes to play Kai. He's going to be comfortable in both those picks as well. So honestly, I think there's a draft advantage here for the side of UH.
Right, I think so too. I think the Octavia ban by Lakeland was very smart because obviously on Oni Village, a character like Octavia has a lot of strength. But moving over to the Kai, also, it's an incredibly strong character. But hey, sometimes you've got an X sitting on your goalie, and then it doesn't matter how strong of a midfielder you are, because your goalie is at 0 health.
I'm getting a little bit of deja vu. I swear, if I had a nickel for every time I casted Itihan in playoffs, standing on front of an Atlas with X and getting goals and goal pressure, I'd have 2 nickels, you know? But that's what we're seeing right now, is Itihan actually already picking up a kill and making a well-earned Lakeland University flash, as he's going to send 2 people into the penalty box for now. Now 3 members from Lakeland University are on the offensive, and when you're just a little forward in the net, a little Kai forward in the net, there's only so much you could do, and now that's 2-0 immediately for Lakeland University.
Yeah, we are rushing through God's fastest Oni Village game, and you might be wondering why. Well, we're looking at a 1-2 punch start, and Hoishi being the only one to take Stagger Swagger, the other starting Awakening. Insane how he's still just getting chain killed in these rounds, but I suppose that's the power of 1-2 punch, and Etion sitting on a flip here is just able to get denied by I, so who cares about that? Who's also sitting on a flip, and half their HP.
Yeah, and even though Itihan was able to get a really nice goal there, mixing up Hoishi on the 50-50 and taking the first set, I still want to talk a little bit about the players from UH as well as we get into this draft here. I think Riley's, when I was playing against him in DreamHack, his champion pool was like Era and Juno. But now that he's picked up the Rasmus, I think he's a lot better of a forward player for it, having a nice little character pool. But going to the draft here, actually kind of an interesting thing. We see Castellas and Specialized, which the X could pick. Looks like he is. Looks like Itihan is opting into the Castellas. We have I picking up the Hotshot and the Monumentalist, and Aerials going over to Hoishi and Min Mouse respectively. This is actually a really powerful draft for probably everyone except, I would say, maybe Soren. I think on Oni Village, the Specialized training is also really good, but it looked like a lot of characters here got really strong awakenings.
Right. It seems like Itihan opted for the Castellas as a deny from any of the opposing team, especially I on Kai. Getting Castellas and having all that extra speed would be really nice, and left it up for Soren. But like you said, Castellas seems... Woo! Oh, bye-bye. Castellas seems less than ideal over Specialized, especially with how fast Etihan has been killing Hoishi earlier. It just, even more damage coming out seems so nice. But hey, Castellast also really good. If you're able to pump out that much damage without it, now you have Castellast. You have that much longer of an ult to just get there, get into work, beating up this guy.
Yeah,
hey, I'm really interested to see how this turns out.
Look at Etihan right now. They're actually playing somewhat effectively around Etihan now. I mean, look at Muncher using the Kai word of all things to be sending Etihan off the net. No Van Brace on this X, which means that he will be vulnerable to a lot of damage strategies against him. And yeah, that 2v3 situation allows Riley's to get in a nice position to take the 1v1 against Soren and score the first point in the set.
Yep, rips out the Pendulum Swing. I don't believe he was able to stun Soren with the Pendulum Swing, but still, hit him with it, able to tap it in, block is clear, etc. Rasmus really excels at that, and honestly, it's his only real stuffing potential, which is such an important thing for your forward to have on this map. But if you're able to use it to its fullest effect, it doesn't matter. It's incredibly effective, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and going into this rally here, we do see one goalie barrier down for both teams, as Muncher right now trying to fish for something with a Giga Blast, but not able to find anything right now. Etihan looking to get some damage on a Muncher with Soren's assistance. They're trying to blow this flip from Muncher, and we'll see if they'll be able to do it. Etihan probably only seconds away from an X Maximus, and now it looks like Etihan's going to be looking for that as well, and now the flip is finally blown from Muncher. He's going to be sent off the map regardless, as a whiffed flip from Hoishi might spell curtains for this goalie barrier and the goal in a second, as Etihan doing a little bit of X lore. The bell ringer sending Hoishi and the core into the net with the assistance of Min Mouse.
Yeah, absolutely an X-Lore moment, and Lakeland getting themselves on the board this set, ready to clap back after losing the first point, and I think they're looking really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing right now is we need to see plays like that. Riley's needs to come up and start pressuring Soren the way that Etihan is pressuring Hoishi, and already we see some nice damage come out from Riley, sending Min-Mouse into the penalty box for a little bit, and that again, that 2v3 pressure allows UH to get through the cracks in Etihan, the cracks of Etihan's and Soren's defense. So if they could keep that up, keep one of the forwards from Lakeland University off the map, Riley's will be able to convert, but that's a big if.
Right, and there in that goal, we saw I actually cover the entire bottom side of the goal, and so when Soren cleared it in that 2v3 situation like you were talking about, there was nowhere for it to go except into I's hands, and they were just able to put it in with all their abilities, so incredibly well played. And now we're looking at both barriers down, and Etihan is once again X-loring it up, putting it in with the core flip just like that. Not getting a KO, but sometimes you don't need it. Core flip pushing everyone in the goal box away and giving a nice open top corner to put it in.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're UH there, you're not that upset with a goal. I mean, both Muncher and Hoishi with high energy. If they were sent off the map, they'd be looking really bad going into this final point of the set here. But right now, it's Etihan using the X Maximus to its effect, trying to blow this flip out of Hoishi, which will be very much needed. But instead, he blows a Celestial Intervention, which saves a critical flip in this final point of the set. Now, Etihan and Min-Mouse looking to get the final point of, or final goalie barrier of this set, but it's going to be cleared away by Muncher and Hoishi. Flip comes out from I instead of Muncher. That's a bad habit, but right now we're going to see Riley's in front of the net, and Soren flip barely comes out in the nick of time and is able to clear it. Now the flip comes out from Hoishi. Etihan with possession of the core. The Celestial Expanse is out. The X Maximus not able to find the core, but a pass is intercepted by Riley's. Now Riley's trying to get possession of the core right now. The hook comes out, but he loses strike ward to Min-Mouse. Etihan losing possession of the core as well, and now the Giga Blast is out. Etihan, though, only a sliver of health, has the dodge to work with, but a pass from Soren will set Etihan up for a perfect shot in the bottom side of the net. 2-0, Lakeland University.
Yeah, wow. UH did everything they could to try and get rid of this X, and they just weren't able. He fighting through the lack of stagger, eventually getting that pass from Soren, who ran up out of the goal box and onto the midfield line and passed, and then that's Chrono Boost going to Itihan. Now, if you thought the cast lasted a long time, imagine if it was even longer. Primetime conversely falling to Muncher, who with Hotshot is just going to have so many barrages to throw out all the time. It's going to be super useful, especially in just getting this core control, trying to get the ball and moving it up to Riles, who, like you said, will be able to score in those situations where they have the advantage. Other interesting things, Soren picking up Glass Cannon for speed, and Eminent Mouse picking up Stacks also for speed. Lakeland is looking to go fast right now, and trying to fight against that core control that I will be providing.
And already we kind of see a tale of two drafts from these teams right here. The Primetime from Kai electing to go for more core control over that damage peel that we've been seeing him give before against Itihan, and that might cost UH dearly, as now Itihan with the Chrono Boost, with the Castellast and 1-2, kind of has free reign to play in front of Hoishi's face, but that won't matter if the core never gets to him, but unfortunately it does. And with the flip and the Bull Rush, that means Celestial Expanse will be burned. Now, if the core could get to Itihan again on an open net, it may be curtains for UH, but a nice Giga Blast from I intercepts that play before it could happen. Now, the Crystal Thorns go out. Flip is burned from Hoishi. Itihan with the X Maximus doing his best to get some damage down onto Hoishi, but unfortunately doesn't find any gold quite yet. Now, Riley's burns the defensive flip from Soren, but the core comes right back to him. Giga Blast burn from Soren. Hoishi with a very clutch clear in the 50-50, reading what Itihan is doing. Now, Muncher's the one with flip. Got to be close to the net. No, it whiffs, which means all the offensive pressure from UH is going to be down, and that might be curtains if Min Mouse can get the core, but he doesn't. Riley's with an excellent pendulum swing sends the core into the net.
Right, Riles just at the right place at the right time, able to receive the core off the clear and put it right in. Beautiful. And something I neglected to mention about the draft that I noticed in that point was Hoishi took a reverb, and that little bit of extra stagger seemed to help a lot in staying alive. And Itihan is just struggling to get anything off of all the damage he's putting out. Able to stagger I and KO, but now staggered himself is looking a little rough and will be taken out. Now we're forced to a 2v2 Omega Striker situation.
Yeah, and we will be seeing a little bit of the Valentine's E-couple gameplay, but just for a second, as now Muncher is back to join his team. Rise with Pendulum Swing trying to find the bottom barrier, but it's defended away by the kit of Itihan. Now Min Mouse trying to get that final goalie barrier, but no purchase against the defensive Muncher and Riley's. Now Hoishi trying to win a strike war, nothing found so far. Celestial Intervention is burned to make sure that no damage will be pressuring the side of UH. Now Riley is able to send Itihan off with a nice little secondary. Dribble comes out from Muncher, the 1-2 dribble, unfortunately not able to find anything. Now Min Mouse almost able to make a reverse power play with a nice piercing shot, but nothing is found just quite yet. Soren with a misstrike means that Riley will be able to get that final goalie barrier. Now, open net for Lakeland University in overtime, and good offensive pressure from the two forwards of UH. Pull UH ahead 2-0 on the set.
Right, third set has come, and UH is running away with it right now. I think really this core control coming out from both the forwards is helping so much, especially I, who is just able to get the ball to Riles in every situation. And again, the reverb on Hoishi is just allowing him to live so much longer and kind of negating Lakeland's win condition of allow Itihan to stand up front and do up whatever he wants until someone dies and then score.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw Spartan dealing with this with sheer mechanical prowess. But today, Hoishi is going to take a little bit of an easier route by selecting the right Awakenings, which means, yeah, this X is kind of looking like a fish out of water. Not really able to get much KO pressure. He's not burning the flips like he was before with the X Maximus. And even though he wins a flip engagement there, it's going to go right back to the side of Soren. And now Riley's and Muncher have an opportunity here. And now we see it cleared away pretty casually by Hoishi. Now clears it away again, but Itihan here. No stagger, no dodge, loses the strike war, but has one more opportunity here as we get into overtime. Now Soren desperately trying to get it to his forwards, but no purchase found on the goal. A good barrage keeps the core in play and away from Hoishi's net. Piercing shot barely whiffs as now Riley's has the opportunity, and there it is, the stun lock on Soren, followed by the 1-2 punch strike. Sinks it in too fast for Soren to react, and that's UH taking their first set of the game.
Yeah, Riles hit the pendulum swing, trying to stun Soren and put it in. Unfortunately, it missed the core. But if you saw, Soren popped his eject button right after that, expecting Riles to take a shot somewhere else. But then he shot it right back into Soren.
Oh, and that's
And he wasn't
three
expecting
sparks.
that.
That's three
And that's
sparks
three
for Riley.
sparks he's been awarded with. So now, a bit of a secretary in the building, running for mayor. A huge threat on the board all of a sudden. And really, such an interesting draft. We see I take Tempo Swing, presumably as a deny to allow Riles to pick up that third spark. Perfect form on Hoishi, just super useful. Just for cooldowns, Atlas just loves cooldowns, and interestingly, recent information found, is that Etion puts the goal in.
Yeah, and like the recent information I'm assuming was that perfect form interaction with the Atlas healing. For those of you who don't know, the perfect form procs off of each healing pulse from Atlas's Celestial Intervention, which is really, really helpful as that reduces the all too important Celestial Expanse, that all too critical secondary for defending the net. But going in this set here, we do see Itihan swinging away, now has extra special, so we will see more damage, more stuffing opportunities. Perhaps he could finally catch up with the extra defenses that UH has grabbed over the course of the game, but unfortunately not going to find anything right now as the core slowly goes back over to the side of Soren. Riley's with a good engagement means that Soren actually has an opportunity to play aggressive here, but nothing found from the side of Riley's as they are trying to get possession of the core yet again. Celestial Intervention is burned away as Min Mouse finally able to get the core to Itihan, but it's only going to be cleared away with a nice flip from Hoishi. Now Muncher trying to win this engagement against an Estella. Min Mouse again has that flip, but it's Soren there actually. That's going to be found in the face of the net for Hoishi, and a Giga almost sends it in from this glass cannon. 1-2 specialized trading Kai, the absolute howitzer of the Giga Blast. As Muncher though finds himself with the core, almost grabs it with an excellent core flip barrage, but nothing is going to be found. It is again cleared away by Soren, but Riley's is there finally taking advantage of the cracks in the defenses provided by Min Mouse and Soren, and they're 1-1 on this set.
Right, hits the Whiplash, catches Soren's clear perfectly, and what we saw,
Whoa!
It is, first of all, a beautiful dash punch kill by Itihan, but Lakeland is putting up so much offensive pressure out here. Seem to really got their groove back after that third set, but you give UH one opportunity, and they're able to take it, run away with it, and put it in. But as I'm yapping about UH and their success, Lakeland has responded in kind with their own just offensive blitz, taking us to match point here.
Yeah, and Lakeland is only 1 point away from taking a big advantage in this series, but right now, if there's anyone that could say anything about it, it's going to be Muncher and Riles, making Soren play defensively, not play his own game, but the things are looking grim right now as Itihan in front of the net with a bell ringer sends it in. X-Lore Celestial Intervention will not matter, and that's Lakeland University taking a 3-1 victory over UH here in loser semifinals.
Right, UH was looking really good that third set, and even the fourth set looking to make a comeback, especially with that 3-spark Rasmus and all the CDR coming out from I. But unfortunately, it seems like it wasn't enough, and Lakeland took the set, or lost the set, took it like a champ, and was ready to get back in there, even stronger than ever.
Yeah, and honestly, really good adaptation coming over from Itihan. I mean, he was getting a ton of KOs early, getting a lot of damage pressure, blowing a lot of those evades and flips, but once we saw Hoishi with that stagger swagger and reverberation, once we saw Riley's with the 3 sparks, it looked like the KOing opportunities from Lakeland University kind of dried up, but an extra special pickup in that final set allowed, I think, Lakeland that extra stuffing pressure, that extra kind of offensive play off of kickoff that really, really made the difference, able to pretty much every single set, I think, I saw Itihan basically bull rush in and X Maximus to immediately get at least 1 barrier, if not 2, and a KO, as we saw in those final points. So really great adaptation from the forward here, of the brawler here of Lakeland University.
Yeah, putting on an absolutely stellar X performance, an X lore going on in the building. You have to wonder, how will UH respond to all this? You know, it's having such a successful X on Oni Village, the map known for its core control emphasis, is insane. And I think largely in part to this 1-2 punch start all this damage was coming out. But if we see a similar damage start on a more KO focused map, what can UH do to fight against ET Han and his massive brawler pool?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm not too sure what game 3 is, but even if UH bring it back here, I believe they're going to be. They might be taking Lakeland University over to Night Market, which, let's remind ourselves, going back to the previous series that Lakeland had against George Mason University, they did lose that series. But when they rolled Night Market and the Arrow was forced to be banned away from Min-Mouse, even with that was a decisive 3-0 from Lakeland University. Lakeland University might actually be the best Night Market team in this left in contention for playoffs here. So even if you win this game, it will be an uphill battle now for UH as we get into Atlas's lab, though. That being said, Atlas's lab are interesting dichotomy where it's a closed map, but once that black hole is burst open, it becomes a very open map. So things like the Kai word, things like the Octavia are still fine here. And we are going to see again an Octavia looking to be banned away from the side of Lakeland University. It's a respect ban. You have to do it against someone who is a known Octavia player. But again, like I said, Muncher still has that air to rely on. Muncher still has that Kai word to rely on as well. So we'll see what they'll be able to pull out here in this game.
Right, and it looks like they're hovering Era X here. Oh, coming out in full force with the Rasmus goalie. Interesting. Era X mirror on both sides. Who could have seen it coming? Killing Era X combo. Known to be pretty good, as it turns out. The big difference here being these goalies coming out. We see Hoishi on the Atlas once again. Great pick for this map. Able to defend those barriers with the Expanse really well.
Yeah,
but the Rasmus being able to push the core up a lot more. And so on this Chrono Boost hotshot start, I think we're sure to see some. We're sure to see a lot.
Absolutely.
Wow, Era X on Chrono Boost. Oh my god.
Already, we see that X that Muncher's kind of known for at this point. Before he was a big Octavia player, he was a huge Era fanatic, and he's able to already get 2 goalie barriers basically by himself. But looks like Itihan and Min-Mouse will respond in kind. We do have a hotshot Atlas here with Pauldron, so already off the bat with no outright damage start, Itihan's gonna have a little bit of trouble to find any sort of KOs without the assistance of Min-Mouse. But right now he finds himself in a 1v2 situation. The Celestial Expanse is burned as Riley's. It's gonna be sent off the map with a black hole burst. Now Maelstrom comes out from Min-Mouse, not able to find the final goalie barrier, but now it's Soren with a core flip right into the astral projection, which means that's going to be a little bit of an unfortunate goal, but a little bit of good fortune for the side of UH going in this game.
Yeah, Hoishi absolutely, in the battle of goalies, just absolutely completely negating anything Soren was able to put up, and he was almost able to hook it back, and save the core, but not quite, as once again, both barriers are down for Lakeland University.
Yeah, and it looks like Itihan and Min-Mouse, nice little passing play back and forth, will burn that defensive flip from Hoishi, but now it's Soren that finds himself with the net, and there he goes, a good Maelstrom from Muncher, actually checkmates Soren, forces him to make that clear and send himself into the net, and that just makes it all too easy for Muncher with a flip, able to take 2 points pretty much immediately afterwards for UH.
Yeah, UH is here to play. They lost the first game after mounting a bit of a comeback, and I think they're hungry for more. They're not ready to go down without a fight, and they're here fighting on an Era X Ditto. So I think if they can continue to succeed as well as they are, they'll have first pick of Awakenings, and in any sort of mirror match, getting first pick of Awakenings means that you're able to just pick up whatever you want and deny the enemy team at the same time.
Yeah, I definitely agree. One concern I have with that, though, is Muncher is stalling out the respawn timer here, allowing Riley's to come back, is I'm actually really worried that Hoishi will be the MVP coming into the set for UH, which means that it'll probably be the case. Oh, well, if Soren also gets MVP for his team, it might not matter too much. But having your non-mirror be the first one in draft does lose you a little bit of that priority pick. But going into that set right now, if Muncher is able to get his hands on something like the Monumental, something that he super loves, or the Fighter Flight, and make a lot of those 1v9 plays that he's been able to do so far, then things might be looking really bad for Lakeland University. But for right now, they're going to be a little bit fortunate, as Hoishi unfortunately gives up a nice little own barrier off the Atlas's lab mirror. But Riley is there, almost able to respond in kind, but a good defense from Soren sets Minmouse up for a nice goal there with the Shrink Ray. 2-1. Lakeland University still at a disadvantage, but clawing their way back.
Right, clawing their way back indeed. Fighting throughout that point, but able to get that offensive pressure out. Able to get these goal barriers a little bit earlier than they were before and get the goal. But here, that's Riles off the map now. And things are looking great for Lakeland all of a sudden. They're able to... They've made an adjustment in their game plan and have started coming back.
Yeah, definitely.
Really
and
just...
even though Riley has been the one being sent off the map the most, he's actually pretty even with XP with ET Han. So with Minmouse going off the map, if Riley's is the one to get this goal, he might be able to be in front of ET Han going into this draft, which will be huge if we see something like the specialized training, like the cast to last, the 1-2 punch, so many things that are up. But right now, Riley's is just going to be spending more time on vacation here as he's sent off the map yet again. Muncher and Hoishi now in a familiar position, 2v3 on the defense. The Hotshot Atlas, though, has the cooldowns to make the clears when needed. And whoa, a nice little bull rush from Riley's, able to snipe a goalie barrier away from Soren. Now open goalie net for both teams as one goal barrier goes down. Celestial Intervention is now out to preserve the flip from Muncher, who sends a flip down. Now Soren, pendulum swing, not able to find anything just yet, but Etihan does have that flip, has the 50-50, and it's predicted away by the Celestial Expanse from Hoishi. An unfortunate pass, I think, means Etihan had a shot, but he wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for that either, but it's all good as Riley is now again with possession of the core. Pass from Soren to Etihan means that there's a dribbling play here with the X Maximus. Hoishi with no cooldowns tries to get a really cheeky clearing angle, but unfortunately it's 1 degree off, and that's going to lead to a tie on the set.
Right, Hoishi trying to rip a beautiful Soren angle against the man himself, but unfortunately unable to catch it, and Etihan puts it in. And now we're sitting at 2-2 in this set that UH was just dominating previously. Lakeland sitting here, making their way back, fighting for it, just fighting for priority in this carousel once again. Especially because both Era and X are characters that scale really well with Awakenings and are usually a little bit weaker early on. The winner of this carousel is so important for who has advantage throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, and oh, there it is! A pass that field goals it right through the forwards of UH straight to Etihan, means that Etihan will get that much coveted close quarters 1v1 against the Atlas and close out the set in favor of Lakeland University. And there we have it, a twin drive denial probably incoming. 1-2 punch on the table, tempo swing also on the table. The X could get that first, which means we might have to see a tempo deny coming from I, who actually quite likes it on the Era, but we'll see what happens.
All right, we'll see what happens. We see a 1-2 punch deny coming out from Hoishi, and yeah, that's the tempo swing. UH just coming out and trying to deny everything they can from Etihan, who got draft priority over their own forward, who now Riles taking Spark of Strength, looking to become the mayor once again, or spec into the campaign.
Yeah,
grabbing
absolutely.
That Spark of Strength. A great pick if your last pick on the draft, and ideally they scale later. And where did Soren go?
It looks like he fell victim to the 1 Spark of Strength, the extra knockback he wasn't ready for.
Oh my
and
God.
Riley's, the X at the end of his name stands for X Lore, as he sends 2 folks off the map and the core into the net with an excellent, excellent play, using that pummelers effectively as we get into this next point here. And one thing I also want to talk about as well is that there's, a tempo swing on Era might not initially mean a lot, but as a big Era player myself, you could get straight 100 to zeros with that tempo swing if you get a good NATO purchase. And I is no stranger to setting up those NATOs for himself and his team. So if he gets the opportunity and gets staggers, we'll actually probably be seeing Era peaking the top of the damage scoreboards this game. But for now, it's going to be E.T. Han forcing defensive core flip from Hoishi, using the core flip of his own. Now, Riley's and Muncher forced to go on the defensive. Muncher helping out his goalie here in a good strike war against the death touch from Soren means that one goalie barrier will go down. But Riley's and I are going to try to make it 2. But right now, it's Hoishi, the one that has to keep the core alive for now. X Maximus comes out, which forces out the Celestial intervention in kind. Min-Mouse losing the strike war to get the goal. It means that Muncher might have an opportunity here, but some unfortunate positioning means that it will be lost. The shrink now from Muncher, or from I keep saying Muncher, but it's comes out, and E.T. Han barely manages to lose out on the goal past the 50-50 from Hoishi. Now, E.T. Han again in front of the net, staying on Hoishi, trying to find anything, and there he goes! An excellent bull rush, reading where the core is going to go, reading where Hoishi wants to clear. It's going to take a point over for the side of Lakeland University on this set.
Right, rushing in with the Superman dash, catching the clear, putting it in. E.T. Han was ready for that, and showing a little bit of that expertise that he has on the character. Really, yeah.
Yeah,
looking
absolutely.
good.
And right now, we are going to see a lot of offensive pressure coming from Lakeland University as they get another open net. But Riley is able to respond with 1, trying to make it 2 with the assistance of Muncher. Dribble off of the black hole means that they will have more opportunities. And there it is, Muncher able to make a nice little clutch play. Pass goes up to Riley's. X Maximus, unfortunately, not able to find the core control that UH so desperately needs right now, as Soren's going to be sending the core back with Pendulum Sling. A whiffed flip from E.T. Han, and unfortunately it means that this play might not be as great as they would like, but for now it's going to be Muncher with core control, and Riley is trying to get that core in, trying to get it past Soren, who's playing so well off of kind of what, Riley's just trying to beat E.T. Han at his own game, but he's kind of failing to do so right now, and I think that's causing UH a little bit dearly. But right now, we are going to see an excellent Maelstrom yet again from I, forcing Soren in a checkmate situation. Nowhere to clear, nowhere to go. He would probably just be sent in the net as well if he didn't evade. So that's another point going to the side of UH. If that happens one more time, we will be seeing this game tied up.
Right, you hate to see someone get caught in Tornado Alley, but with these beautiful Aero Tornadoes coming out every single time, able to catch people off guard and force those, like you said, checkmate situations. What do? You've got a giant orb in your goal that won't go away, and now you have to deal with that, clearing with that, not dying to it, all of it, and it is so hard to deal with. But now we're looking at UH take both barriers and sit at this advantage on the set, and I just wins the strike war against the pendulum swing, able to get it through, puts it in just like that, and takes the set.
Yeah, and even though Riley's gets the MVP there, which is important with specialized training still on the table, instead it's going to be a bit unfortunate as we see 2 sparks drop. But there is still a lot on the table. Big Fish stacks bulk ups up for everyone who wants it. And Muncher, with that tempo swing, might actually elect to go into that bulk up if he feels like it. Actually goes to the perfect form. That makes sense. That's a deny against E.T. Han. But we'll see what both teams could pull out going out of this draft.
Right. The perfect form deny coming out. Perfect form is an absolutely busted awakening on pretty much every character. But X, especially with that X Maximus, can make so much use out of it. Imagine if you use both of your primary and your secondary, then you ult, and then you have all of your abilities back. Smile.
Yeah.
Where they'll come from. Oh! Hey.
And there, we are going to see Riley's being sent off the map. Yet again, a familiar, hello darkness, my old friend, sort of type beat right now. But we're going to see the Celestial intervention blown out, which means that E.T. Han will do nothing but tickles as right now. Muncher and Riley is sending the core up the field. The Maelstrom's not going to find anything from I right now, but we are going to see a nice little dribble play, put the core in front of Soren, but it is eventually cleared away with the help of Min-Mouse. Now, pass from Hoishi to Riley's. Bull Rush comes out, stuns up Soren before he can make the clear, and now I is going to be the one finding himself on the edge, being punched away by the X Maximus, but barely manages to live out with some excellent positioning. And Hoishi with an excellent Celestial Expanse, barely able to touch that core before it went into the net. Now, good pass from from I, able to clear it down to Riley's, but it's cleared away pretty easily from Soren as we get into the overtime. Flip comes out, and it's Hoishi who wins the flip war. Now Itihan with a cool redirect, but unfortunately not going to mean anything as it's sent right back to a now big Riley's. Hoishi now with possession of the core yet again. Clear goes to Min Mouse. Pass down to Itihan is not found as Riley's yet again is shrunk as the core is going so fast. Riley's just not able to find anything right now. The core is going around him with some excellent passing plays coming from Min Mouse and Itihan. And yeah, the death touch from Soren will even make that harder as yeah, Itihan has enough opportunities, has enough strikes to give, and he eventually puts it in the net.
Right. Hoishi and I were putting on an all-star defense there, completely blocking every shot Itihan was taking, but eventually it just became too much, and especially when their entire team seemed to be displaced, a little out of position from everything. Oh my god, who cares what I'm talking about? New point has started and ended just as quickly. Blink and you'll miss it. I puts it in with a crazy bounce.
Yeah, and that,
oh my god.
Honestly, that's the Pauldron's 1-2 hot shot Atlas. I think I just underestimated how fast a single strike could send the core, as literally a dribble into a shot made the core red. And Soren there unable to defend it as he was having to deal with the stun lock from Riley's. But for now, going into this point, we are 1-1 on the set. A Maelstrom will be sending Itihan off the map for now, but Min Mouse, now with possession of the core, will be able to stall out a little bit, but it won't be enough as one goalie barrier goes down. Can I make it 2? No. It's going to be Hoishi in a 1v1 against Min Mouse, and it looks like Min Mouse will be the one winning as he keeps core possession, able to get a reverse power play and blow the flip from 2 members of UH and keep the core going. Things are going really well for Lakeland University right now, who now have an energy and core possession advantage, but the shrink comes out from I before anything can be found. Now, Death Touch from Soren tries to advance the tempo of the play, but nothing is found, which means that Muncher will be able to punish the no cooldowns. And whoa! Riley's out of left field, almost scores a goal, but a good reaction from Soren will keep the core in play. Now, Celestial Expanse is gone. This is an Atlas on an open net. Things could go so wrong in just a moment's notice if UH lose the core here, which they don't. Muncher able to finally recover it just barely. Dribbles coming from Riley's, faking Soren out. The tension is building, but it's finally cleared away, and a pendulum swing straight to Itihan means that he'll be able to pocket into the top side of the net no problem.
Yeah, Soren was able to catch that dribble so well with the pendulum swing and send it right to Itihan's loving hands, who just has a free shot on the top side of the net, able to put it in. Really well done by Lakeland there, putting that synergy to the test. Itihan was just ready for it.
Yeah.
Hey, when you play for that long, you know what your team wants, and you are ready for it.
We are going to see one goalie barrier go out for both teams. Now, Celestial Intervention is blown, but that won't mean anything as, whoa, the core is flying right now, but Hoishi, with an excellent reaction time, will keep the core in play just a little bit longer. Now, Min Mouse losing a strike war against I means that defensive flip has to be blown by Soren, but now it's a 2v1 situation in front of the net, and Itihan puts it away with the X Maximus.
Right, sometimes you just gotta punch it in. Punch the goalie while you're at it. Make sure they can't move while they have to watch you score. And that's another set for Lakeland. There's that specialized training. It's almost certainly going to have to be denied by either Hoishi or I if they don't want to deal with Itihan getting 50% extra damage on their ult move. And Castellas comes out, a kind of a linchpin of both, or this era X comp. Both characters want to see that Castellas, and Atlas instead takes it all to himself, not letting either the eras or the X's take it. See specialized training denied by I here, preventing Itihan from getting it, like I said, who just takes built different instead. Now, all of their abilities, strikes, everything, will be 25% bigger. You know, winning strike wars against that will be incredibly hard. And
Yeah.
Eminent now taking extra special, which is really interesting, but with more Arenados coming out, might be able to get more use out of it and just force these hard checkmate situations that I has been forcing with the Arenado like before.
Yeah, and we are going to see, again, an open net, familiar story, an open net off the bat for UH, but Muncher is doing the thing he known for both, these dribbling plays, dancing around Minmouse right now, but it's just going to mean that Soren has a nice little clear on the top side with the death touch. ET-Han in front of the net again with the X Maximus swinging away. But right now, it's Riley's going to be the one winning a lot of the strike wars and going to have a little bit of an X Maximus dance himself. As now ET-Han forced to rotate on the defense to help out his goalie. Minmouse, low stagger, no dodge to work with. Riley's with a flip. Sent away by Soren with a nice strike, but it does cost him his flip in the process. Now, going into overtime here, the Maelstrom does not find anything right now as Riley is desperately trying to find that last goalie barrier to even up the point. Flip comes out from Hoishi. ET-Han not able to intercept as now we have an open map again with the black hole broken. Now, ET-Han with an excellent X Maximus preserve core control, but it's still going to be cleared away with the assistance of Muncher. But now the Celestial Intervention is blown and a flip is now here for ET-Han. If ET-Han could get core possession again, it's going to be curtains, but no! Hoishi reads where he's going to send it, calls ET-Han out on his bluff, and now the core is going to stay in play just a little bit more. We're going to see the Astral Projection come out, the Celestial Intervention. The stars are all here for University of Houston to get the core away from their net. Flip comes out from I, but it's going to be cleared again and again by Soren, who's showing so much core possession for the side of Lakeland University. A good little pendulum swing prevents Muncher in his tracks from getting anything. Minmouse dribbling away, but wow, an excellent bull rush from Riley's predicts where Minmouse is going to clear it. Now, one opportunity for Riley's not going to find it. Another one needs to come soon enough as Muncher trying so desperately, and an excellent strike war win against ET-Han will field gold it into the net past all the forwards and the goalie of Lakeland. 1-0, University of Houston.
Yeah, that was the truest Excelor I've ever seen. Riles, instead of taking any opportunity to catch the core from I, says, nope, I know what my mission is, and just starts beating the crap out of Soren, who is literally forced into that corner, leaving the most open net you've ever seen before.
Oh.
And now Riles just completely going off. Nothing can stop this guy. He takes both barriers and is getting prepped to score right here, right now.
Yep, and despite being the ones behind, it looks like UH is going to be the one finding themselves on a war path on the, on the college court, duking it out with Lakeland University. But for now, they're going to be on the defensive yet again as Muncher helping his goalie, getting a little bit of pressure off of him, but they can't get this clear even with the help of the Maelstrom, which means that final goalie barrier is going to go down. Pendulum swing from Soren isn't going to find the clear, but Minmouse is as well, but Muncher now pass up to Riley's. ET-Han losing a strike war means that the X Maximus will have to be blown defensively. Now Maelstrom is out. Muncher trying to find anything as we get into overtime, but oh no, we have a 50-50 shot. But ET-Han unfortunately not able to find the shot he needs. Flip comes out from Soren, and now ET-Han has another opportunity, but nothing is found. Xlor might be meeting us very soon, and there it is. ET-Han with a bull rush against Hoishi puts it in for Lakeland University.
All right, give ET-Han enough opportunities, and he will be putting it in. That bull rush, just stunning Hoishi. Unable to do anything. Bit of a trend with these X players is just you come in, you stun the goalie, prevent them from doing anything, and just watch as they get owned. Speaking of getting owned, Soren, where are your barriers?
Yeah, and unfortunately, double barrier means that we are going into open nets for both teams as ET-Han and Minmouse able to find it almost immediately back, and a nice little flip from ET-Han pockets it into the bottom side of the net, and we are 1 point away from UH going home.
All right, UH, been in this situation before last game, unfortunately unable to seal out the deal, but I think they've been playing a lot better this round and are prepped and ready to get in there and mount their comeback. If not, Lakeland will be taking it, but with Mouse off the field.
Oh!
And Soren too! We're going to a 0.5 this set, and UH is putting it all out there saying, we're not done yet. We want to go to a game 3. Let's get to business.
And if you are a Cougars fan, you need to hear the roar of the mountain lion right now. As Riley's, unfortunately, is going to be the one that's going to be roaring off the field. But right now, a reverse power play from Hoishi's core flip means that we're going to be actually having an open goal for Soren, an unfortunate death touch miss. But ET-Han looking to make up for the mistakes, trying to find that core possession. Maelstrom out from Minmouse means he has a 1v2 opportunity here if he can make it happen. X Maximus from Riley's is there, but cannot find the offensive play he needs. Now, Pendulum swing from Soren gets it cleared for now. X-Lore from Itihan is blocked away by the Celestial Intervention. The Cosmic Expanse now gone. Only has the Astral Projection to work with, but Itihan is one tick of health away from being staggered and sent off the map, but he's going to be regenning for now. Now Soren looking to go offensive with this Rasmus goalie, trying to get that much needed offensive pressure that Lakeland University so desperately needs. Rallies has one opportunity here. Flip comes out from Soren as it's sent down to the field. Bellringer unfortunately does not connect in the direction that they want. Min-Mouse is flipped, blocked away by the Cosmic Expanse. Soren clearing it topside, but right into the hands of Rallies Flip, who's going to be blocked away from the help of Min-Mouse. And Soren barely manages to clear away against the Shrink Ray, but Itihan finds himself with possession of the core again, but it's going to be cleared away from Muncher, and Riley's with an excellent strike to the bottom side of the net. Soren not quite big enough, not quite there. They're going to set 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, what a clutch shot. Riley's just standing right underneath the core, ready to receive it, getting there before Soren, and able to catch it. And that's I being awarded with Monumentalist, taking it over Quick Strikes, which is absolutely insane. Quick Strike's one of Era's best awakenings as a fast core control character. But that goes to show how much I likes this Monu and is ready to put it to work. But that does mean Etion will be getting Quick Strikes. These X Maximus Ult Strikes will be coming out. And Mouse picking up Fight or Flight means that each strike will be giving 50% speed.
Yep. And look at this draft here from Muncher. This eye here, a Monumentalist Specialized Training Perfect Form Tempo Swing. These natives are going to hurt, and he's going to be so comfortable. But on the other side as well, Riley's with 3 sparks yet again, but maybe this time it'll make the difference. But he's going to be spending a little bit more time on vacation, spending a little bit more time looking at the draft as we are going into it. He's back up again, though, as trying to get the core possession of Muncher. Muncher trying to find any sort of possession from the core, trying to get it cleared away from Itihan, but nothing is found right now. The flip comes out. Good patience. Blows 2 cooldowns from the side of the University of Houston. Now Riley's not going to find any opportunity with the core. Flip has to come out defensively from Hoishi. They cannot get this core cleared against the overwhelming offensive pressure of Min-Mouse and Itihan, but Riley's maybe one opportunity. No, immediately it's going to be stolen away, and all the cooldowns from this Alice is down again, but finally the core goes at lightning speeds and is able to snipe away that final goalie barrier from Lakeland University. Now Riley's with an opportunity. Nothing found right now as we get into overtime, as Soren's going to be the one that takes that last goalie barrier. Itihan with a flip. It's going to whip! Actually, which means that's all the defensive pressure from Lakeland University gone for a brief moment. Riley's 1 or 2 redirects from getting flipped. Soren has to make the play here, but no, it whiffs. Now Muncher trying to find position of the core. Itihan again with a 1v1. Riley finds the core, but he's able to get it. He's able to get it. A bounce off the bumper right back to himself, getting into the bottom side of the pocket, and UH pull away in the final set of the game.
Yeah, wow. Riley's just there at the right time, catching it with the biggest core flip I've ever seen, just on the very rim of the radius, picking it up and sending it right into the net off a dribble. It's just completely insane. And UH, for the first time, I think this entire game, pulls ahead and is ready to get in there. Again, trying to force a game 3 here. Here comes the big NATO, trying to grab this barrier. Or KO Emin and Mouse. Unfortunately, neither happen as Mouse regens, but seriously, just UH has come to play. Rile's feeling a little riled up, trying to get in there, grab the core, and put it in.
Absolutely, and if you are a fan of Texas, you will be roaring for the Cougars right now as Min-Mouse able to get that last goalie barrier, but Riley's is the one that finds himself with the opportunity. Cleared away by Soren. Itihan not able to find anything, is on the other side of the map. Min-Mouse snipes away Riley's. Now Itihan slowly advancing off the field. Pressure is building as we get into overtime, but it's cleared away by Muncher, who snipes it away with a Shrink Ray. Muncher! I keep calling him Muncher, I'm so used to it, but is earning their name right now with such a perfect Shrink Ray. Now 1 point away from evening up this series and taking Lakeland University to the game 3.
Yeah, Bewitching Beam, just catching that is... It feels like has gone Thanos mode. There is nothing you can do about this absolute behemoth on the field who's ready to do everything in their power to just put the core in the net. And here, see, the duo defense only lasting so long as Mouse puts it in, but they were holding really well from the devastating onslaught that Lakeland was putting up. But Lakeland here, not ready to go down without a fight, just like UH, battling to the bitter end, trying to win this game here.
Yeah, and Lakeland University with 1 point, getting a little bit of their momentum back. Perhaps they could convert that into another critical point. Again, this may be series set if Lakeland University is able to pull this one away. But for now, we're going to see Min Mouse trying to get the core downfield. Has that flip to work with, has a flip in front of Hoishi. But right now, it's going to be cleared away with the Astral Expanse. Riley's barely able to hang on for dear life, as he actually is going to get some nice regeneration from the Stagger Swagger. But he's taking so much damage, but X-Lore honestly eating it all up and having more for dinner. Right now, the Celestial Intervention comes out. Pass down, goes down to I, who's now sending Itihan all over the field with that specialized Monumentalist Maelstrom. Now, Riley's staggered, has no dodge to work with. He might be sent off the map in just a second, but Min Mouse is going to be the one that actually is in danger for now. Rise with a nice little strike or win means Soren has to play defensively. X Maximus is out. The Maelstrom from I means that Soren has to blow dodge, and now we're seeing the core go so fast! And Riley's there with a bull rush, X-Loring it into the bottom side of the net, and that's the University of Houston tying up the series.
Yeah, Superman take flight, dribbling it off the bottom bumper, and then catching it with the dash. Such a phenomenal play, and something we've been seeing Riles do a lot. Just able to nail it in there and secure the second game, meaning we're going to a game 3. We're going to a Clarion Corp game 3.
Oh, and that's avoiding that very scary night market from Lakeland University then, which means that this is anyone's series.
Right, anything can happen when you go to Clarion Corp, and really, both teams fighting to move on in the tournament, fighting to not get eliminated. Everything comes down to this, and I think both teams have proven that they're here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the deciding game for both these teams. Which team will be advancing to face the SLU Strikers, and which team will be packing things up and going home for honestly what both teams would probably consider an early exit from playoffs here. So anyone's game going to this final set here. And going back to the really quickly to talk about that game, on that era, they are absolutely monstrous, especially if we are going to Clarion Corp, which has a lot of tornado plays that you can make, has a lot of claustrophobic areas that honestly Min Mouse cannot play their Stellon super duper comfortably. We'll see, I think maybe a slight advantage go over to the side of UH, but honestly that's speculation to go anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And moving into this Clarion Core map, I really want to see what they pull out, what the picks are. We might see another Era X. It's just good on every map. Hey, where can't you run it?
Yeah,
but we might see something a little bit more interesting. I believe last time I personally saw Lakeland on Clarion Corp, we saw Etihan running the Juliet, and that might be a bit of a better pick than X on the map. And so maybe Era X is out of the cards. Maybe Lakeland says we have a player that can play Juliet to great efficiency, and that pick outweighs the success that Etihan can put out on X. Or they might just double down and say, hey, no, we know what we're about. We've got it locked and loaded, and we're ready to just go.
Yeah, and I think that Juliet pick does advantage Lakeland University a little bit. I don't think Riley's has a Julie, which means that he won't have the character pool that could potentially make the difference here on this map. Again, this can be a really claustrophobic map at times, which means that Juliet, of course, is going to be very, very strong. Things like Project Xeno, things like Project Maelstrom, things like Project Expanse, and Project Celestial? I don't remember.
Project Expanse. Literally
Project
all
Expanse.
of them.
Yeah,
every single one of them.
Exactly. Pretty much everything except the bouncy house and like kind of the glue, but that's still basically Neras, which you get claustrophobic in its own right. So when you have a map like that, you definitely want a Julie. We've seen Julie a lot on Clarion Corp here in the collegiate playoffs and in other tournaments as well. So that might be a little bit of a drafting advantage that Lakeland University would really, really like to have right now.
Right. You can never go wrong picking Julie. just any time. And we've seen Riles pull out the Rasmus, pull out the X's we saw last game. And so I think this map really comes down to your brawler's pick, and if they don't have something that can deal with the Juliet or just anything like that, if they can't put the core in the net, which is what Juliet is born to do, handcrafted to score goals, right, things are going to get a little tough for UH, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And this is it. This is such a critical game for both teams. Of course, whichever team wins will have to fight for their life yet again against the SLU Strikers, but that's a big placement. 3rd versus 4th puts you on the podium. So going in this final game, I think both teams will want to pull out all the stops, all the cards, all the strategies, and we'll see who we have. Maybe I will get their much coveted Octavia, but I don't think Lakeland University is going to let that through again. Or let that through at all. Sorry.
No, probably not. But hey, if we see the Octavia on the field, that means A, Lakeland has something that they're more afraid of than Octavia, which is insane. Octavia is a demon from the night. Or B, they're willing to deal with it, which would be insane. But here we see UH ban out that Juliet. They heard the cast. They said, we're not dealing with this. We know what's up.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. I mean, they're going back to X era. That's fine. This could be a classic
that works.
It's not as strong as it is on like Night Market per se, but it's a tried and true strategy. I mean, UCLA loves this for a reason. So many teams love this for a reason. There's a reason that on Night Market we see Eric goalie with an X midfield and not Julie midfield, right? So this is such a great combo, and it does look like we'll be seeing Lakeland University picking picks they're also comfortable on. The Amy going over for Soren and the Estelle for Min Mouse. This is a high pressure situation as we have a Spark of Resilience start actually, which is interesting as that means Spark scaling but also Stagger scaling is available for both teams at any point.
Yeah, for every player. You have to wonder what the other Awakening was and how god-awful boring it had to be for everyone in the entire lobby to pick Spark of Resilience. But hey, like you said, Spark Resilience, just the best Spark in the game, can scale with Stagger Awakening, scales with obviously Sparks. Hey, it's what they're built to do.
Yeah.
So, and scales with Tempo Swing for these X's here. More Stagger means more true damage coming out. Hey, can't go wrong with that. And so really, I think this game is going to spiral into whichever team can just pick up those Stagger Awakenings faster and outscale the enemy team. Especially with an Era X on one side and X Estelle on the other. Really, it's feeling like a bit of the battle of the X's and which one can become a monstrous threat first.
Yeah, and we are going to see Min Mouse actually doing a little bit of what his opponent yesterday was doing, getting a nice reverse power play, opening up the goal for the side of UH, but for now he's going to pay for that with his Stagger bar, as now I finds themselves as the one on campus, the big man on campus, big person on campus. As right now, trying to dribble it forward, trying to get the core into the net. Riley's trying to also get core possession, but nothing found against the defense of Soren. But Riley's eventually able to get it, and just like that, a wonderful pass from I to Riley's gets the first point in the game.
Yeah, I was fighting against Itihan there in the midfield, and getting it through. A couple strike war wins, and just throwing a beautiful dimer to Riles, who's able to catch it and put it in. Right at the end of their bell ringer animation. So, they were ready for it, saw it coming, put it in. A beautiful play coming out from UH, as we've been seeing. But hey, it seems like Lakeland is sick and tired of this enemy X on the field and wants him gone now. Putting him in the poison, in the goo, the glue, if you will. But unfortunately, taking him out doesn't matter, though, because Soren leaps in with that eject button extended dash, rips a core flip and puts it in top corner. Just like that, no questions asked. Next point.
Yeah, and that's going to be a nice little momentum swing for the side of Lakeland right now in such a critical match. I mean, literally an entire season's worth of effort and blood, sweat, and tears on the line. You're going to want to have that momentum advantage, and right now the momentum's going to continue as Muncher finds themselves with no stagger, no dodge, one hit away from spending 12 seconds off the field. But now it's actually going to be E.T. Han going to be the one that's going to be a little bit low on stagger, but able to pick up an orb, able to heal just back in time, and able there to receive a pass from Soren, which means that Min Mouse is going to find themselves with an opportunity. Nothing found just right now. The bull rush is there, and that's enough to open up the gate for the University of Houston. Now, Muncher able to win a critical strike war against Min Mouse, which means we're going to have an open goalie barrier for Soren as well. Now, pass from Hoishi to Riley's. Now, the core going in front of the net for Soren. X Maximus blown from E.T. Han. Now, we are going to see a little bit of a lull happen, and Soren has to blow that cyber swipe to make sure that Muncher doesn't get a really easy bottom pocket. And now he has no cooldowns for Riley's, but the core momentum allows him to get a nice, comfortable clear up top. E.T. Han not able to find the mix-up shot to the top side of the net that he was hoping to get, but for now, Muncher's going to find themselves VO1 with Flip and sends it right past Min-Mouse. Strike cooldown not quick enough up, and now UH pulls away on this first set.
Right, great core flip coming out, able to secure the goal. It just, hey, sometimes goalie's a little strong. Sometimes they're ready and willing to defend the goal. Who could have seen it coming? Sending it right at the midfielder, it works really well. Like you said, strike cooldown not there, so able to just get a free shot just like that. And now UH is up a point. And again, whoever can win this first draft or win this first set, get to this draft, and grab X Awakenings, we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah, and
I think that's a team that wins. It's a team that scales faster and wins.
Tempo Swing specialized on the table. Everything's on the table. Everything's so crucial. Like one good draft away from closing out this entire series and this entire season for the other team. As right now, Riley is able to get one goalie barrier, looking to make it two with a bill ringer, but it's a comfortable clear up for Soren. And ooh, the X Maximus from E.T. Han with a nice clean punch sends to the core, and Hoishi in the net tying up the set.
Right, one punch man, Hoishi hovering a little too close to the edge, gets doinked in there, and now we're taking our 0.5 to Project Base Drop, where, you know, hey, try and predict where the core is going here. That's the neat part. You don't.
Yeah, and we are gonna see a really fast cores already, as now E.T. Han and Min Mouse looking to try to get that final goalie barrier of the set, but no, it's cleared away by Muncher and Hoishi. Now, Muncher there again with a good Maelstrom, keeping the core upfield. Flip comes out, giving Riley's an opportunity, but that's just going to mean a defensive core flip comes out from Soren. Now, again, uncomfortably close to the goalie barrier, but it's barely able to be cleared away at a hair's length. But there it goes, right back in front of his net, and Muncher, a critical strike war wins, means that Riley's is set up in a perfect position with the bell ringer, getting the first set for the Cougars, and that's going to be so important maybe coming to this draft here.
Yeah, the bell ringer getting a ton of extra range to hit it in, and there's that tempo swing. That's going to be absolutely game-changing with this Spark of Resilience start. Big Fish also on the board, another stagger, or a stagger awakening, able to scale. We see I taking Chrono Boost, one of Era's best awakenings. You get buff and debuff extension, and also haste extension on the secondary, and Hotshot being picked up by Soren, not only denying Atlas, but obviously just great on goalies, great on Amy, looking good. Hoishi denies the tempo swing, as Etion was ahead of the draft, or further in the draft than Riles, not wanting to deal with any of that. Etion instead opting to take that big fish, and just again scale further with the stagger, and Riles forced to take heavy impact. Hey, not a weak awakening whatsoever, but compared to some of the other things on the board that he may have wanted, not quite there. So really, I think Etion getting these two stagger awakenings, sitting on the Spark Resilience and Big Fish, is incredibly dangerous. But with tempo swing off the board, both teams, you know, take a sigh of relief and say this enemy X will not just be doing a million damage for fun at any point.
And there we go. After so many pinpoint clears from Hoishi, it's just going to keep coming back. Soren able to provide all that offensive pressure and actually snag the goal away for himself, which means that Lakeland University not out of the count yet. As now, E.T. Han able to send Riley's out of the count for now, counting down 12 seconds until he's able to play again. Now Muncher, though, on the defensive again, a familiar position for the side of the University of Houston. A critical flip win for I means that they're going to be able to get one goalie barrier, but the second is crucially saved by Soren. Clear now up top side into the nice little invisibility fields that we've come to know and love from this map. And Soren able to use that firewall sentry to get it cleared, but Riley is able to win some nice little engagements on the midfield, means that Soren will be feeling the pressure. Bull rush now out. Nothing found though. Soren is calm and collected as he's able to get it cleared away from the two forwards of the University of Houston. Now E.T. Tan's time here to swing away with the X Maximus, but no purchase is found. The defensive flip is there from Hoishi and Riley's. Now desperately trying to find possession of the core against Soren. If he could get in the face of Soren, there's very little that Aimi could do. Not really well equipped to deal with melees in front of her net, but for now we are going to see an open net for the side of the Cougars. Now trying to rotate over to help their goalie. Nothing found just quite yet. No clears as it's very claustrophobic right now, but Hoishi with a pinpoint clear, able to find something, but the flip comes through. Hoishi barely able to fit him. No, a pixel perfect interception from E.T. Han steals away that goal, and now we're 2-0 in favor of Lakeland.
Yeah, Lakeland pulling it back this set, and really they're just putting on so much pressure offensively. I think in part due to Soren just having so many more cooldowns, able to get in there pretty much whenever he wants. I think E.T. Han is, with this extra size, just dominating in all of these strike wars. in these offensive plays with the X Maximus, getting even bigger. It's just been incredibly hard for UH's defensive line to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And we now are going to see UH in front of the final goalie barrier, and the flip is done from I to keep it going. Good clear from Hoishi, able to make a critical save against E.T. Han's aggression, which means that Riley's here has an opportunity but finds nothing. Flip is there from Hoishi, and there it is. Oh, Min Mouse winning a critical strike war against Riley's X Maximus means that now it's anyone's game. Clear goes up from Soren into Min Mouse. E.T. Han waiting there in the wings for anything as we get into overtime here. Bellringer unfortunately doesn't send it in the direction that the Cougars want, but it's barely saved away from Muncher here. Now Soren trying to get it clear through. Flip comes out, barely able to save it as the astral projection is burned to keep it away from E.T. Han. Here in overtime, things are so tense. The pressure is building for the side of UH here. Barely saved away yet again, but Soren is there to keep the core going, and it seems like it's only a matter of time before one team is able to get it through. But Riley's able to take advantage, but an unfortunate glitch pop is able to steal away that point from Lakeland, and now UH find themselves with a point on the set.
Hey, like you said, it's only a matter of time, and Amy goalie, something incredibly hard to pilot. Able to keep the core up, but struggles so much when the core, and like you said, a brawler's interface. Soren, unfortunately, unable to clear it there, but here we are on Project Obscura, and E.T. Han is just kind of running through the entire offensive, or entire defensive, sorry, that UH has to offer. And Riles, too, is just dying out there, up in the front, just suffering horribly of grievous wounds. Able to get both barriers, though. Now the net is open for both sides, but I has been knocked out.
Yeah, and we are going to see open net for both teams. Soren with a flip, able to get it downfield, but Hoishi matches it with a flip of his own. Muncher now back on the field. They are ready to go, ready to score this goal. Dribble comes through, X Maximus is there, but Riley's is not big enough to find it, which means that E.T. Han barely has a 50-50, but it's denied away by the Celestial Expanse. But whoa, the core is flying around the field right now. Hearts are pumping, the core's going at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Riley's again able to take advantage of an unfortunate glitch pop, and that's then tying up the set. University of Houston roaring back here with a 2-2 set.
Hey, that was insane. And hey, overtime hotshot speed sent that core at 1,000,000 miles per hour straight into the net. You hate to see it, but hey, what can you do? And we're back 0.5 on Project Base Drop. You know, core speed, the map. So now both teams have to deal with this red core coming out constantly.
Yeah, and if you are an IME, you are a little bit more nervous about that red core. You don't have as many defensive buttons as the Atlas has, who, you know, is the Iron Wall. Going back to the legacy days of CECC, this is the barcode character that held it down for ages against the team of Light. But for now, unfortunately, it's going to be an open net for both teams as Riley is able to get a nice little cheeky bull rush. No, Itihan misses such a critical core flip, and that might cost Lakeland University the set. But for now, Min Mouse is there, able to pick up the slack with a nice little Crystal Thorns shot. Hoishi not ready for that, and that's Lakeland University eking it out over University of Houston here, tying up the game.
Right, this Atlas has so many defensive tools, so many ways to deal with that, but Estelle just has so many hitboxes that can just poke it in and get it right through, and super hard to deal with. But here, we see Timeless Creator being taken by Soren here. Also, being denied from Atlas. There's no world where Atlas here, Hoishi, allows specialized training to get to the X here. Takes Fight or Flight instead. Now getting that 50% speed off of each strike. And secondary refreshes when staggering people. 1-2 punch falling to Riles, though, is such a big pickup. It does so much damage and is probably going to come out here and deal even more. I believe we haven't seen any sparks on any of the drafts yet, so on the Spark Resilient start, I hate to see it, but nobody's been able to grab those sparks and start scaling up.
Yeah, we haven't even seen like reverberation or bulk up either, I believe, or peak performance or anything. So all that scaling we were talking about, unfortunately, the Omega Strikers Pantheon not giving it to us. But for now, the final goalie barrier will be given over to UH as Muncher, I, and Riley is finally able to get an open goal against Soren. But Soren is back with a vengeance, trying to even up the scoreboard with that Firewall Sentry, able to finally get it on that last few bits of redirection. But right now we're going to see a crazy bounce actually come out. It means that there's another opportunity for UH here if they're able to get the core cleared, which they do. The bell ringer forces the glitch pop actually, which means that now Muncher and Hoishi find themselves on the defense. Flip comes out from I. They're not going to just give up this goal yet, as now the Expanse is out in overtime here. Soren with a glitch pop offensive, but a critical striker win from Hoishi. So clutch in that situation. The orb giving him the last bit of energy he needs to get a defensive flip up, which will be so important against Itihan here. But no, it whiffs. Itihan has an opportunity here, but Muncher is able to steal it away before Itihan gets his hands on the core. Now Maelstrom is out defending the core away. Riley's trying to find some offensive pressure of his own, but not able to find anything so far at this point. Now, Itihan, another opportunity, another day, another 9 to 5. It is too easy for him, and that's an all too familiar goal we've seen so far this series.
Yep, just knocking it in. No questions asked. And moving on to second point, here we are on Project Xeno. And this one really seems to favor, I think, UH, who's able to, with the era, dig the core out of places more often and able to, with the speed buff, get to be in more areas at once, covering more than just these single lanes, where Estelle forced to take skill shots and snipes to try and get anything, but it doesn't matter because Riles takes the shot, is almost in there. Oh my god.
Yeah, and a really good play from Muncher, basically able to get a 1v2 double goalie barrier take, but it might not mean anything as now the two forwards of Lakeland University find themselves in front of the net. Soren there with a flip, tries to get a mix-up shot, but nothing found so far. Riley is not able to touch the core to get a critical clear, but Hoishi, with some wonderful patience, keeps the core in play just a little bit longer. The flip comes out right at the goalie line, and now Muncher has an opportunity to get it clear. Butterfly is popped to get him a nice little positioning advantage, but nothing is found yet again. And Itihan with a bell ringer off the bumper, able to get a critical goal, and now Lakeland University is 1 point away from taking the set advantage in this last game.
Yeah, an insane bounce coming out there, and Lakeland, like you said, 1 point away from getting the set and 1 point away from getting another opportunity to get a ton of awakenings to just scale, and especially since, like you mentioned, we still have a ton of important stagger awakenings up, like Reverb and Bulk up. We still have all the sparks up. Lakeland is looking to seal this out right now as Hoishi gets KO'd by the core flip, and Itihan just knocks it in off the bounce back. and that is Lakeland taking the set. One set away from winning this series and moving on. And there's Castellas for these X's and Eras. There's a spark of agility, spark of focus, and Twin Drive almost definitely having to be denied by Mouse away from Hoishi, who would become just... Oh, and Spark of Strength. Hey, all the sparks are here. We found them. We did it. We made it. But Perfect Form being picked up by Itihan instead. Definitely a better pick. Like, I don't know, 2 sparks. Perfect Form is so strong in X. It is so strong.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like Riley's will unfortunately have to eat the bullet, only getting 2 sparks total this entire game, as now things are looking a little bit grim coming out of draft for Lakeland, or for the Cougars, but we're going to see a little bit of brawling back and forth. The Clash of the Titans X is here, but unfortunately it looks like Itihan's going to be the victor, as Riley's finds himself limping away from that engagement, spending a little bit of time in the Obscura glue as well, and right now the clears are all too easy for Min, Mouse, and Soren. The pressure ramping up for Hoishi, but now it's Itihan finding himself with a little bit of low stagger. On the other side of the map, we see Riley's just taking a little bit of a vacation to Obscura City right now, as now they're going to take a little bit of vacation to KO City, as they're now going to be spending 12 seconds out of the field. Hoishi, though, with a nice little clear past the forwards of Lakeland University, means that buys enough time for Riley's to be up here to help with his team. All 3 members of the University of Houston now here on the defensive, but it might not mean anything. Now Soren with a flip tries to get a pass up, but unfortunately backfires a little bit, as he's going to lose 1 goalie barrier for that. Flip comes out from Mid-Mouse as we get into overtime. Nothing found, but Itihan with a bull rush flip, not able to find anything, but is able to find a nice strike war win to get the 2nd goalie barrier of the set. And there it is, actually able to get it past Muncher, able to block the Egoist proc and block the flip. Now a critical point for the side of Lakeland University.
Right, that big fish going the distance, allowing Itihan to reach that, which I don't think he would reach otherwise. But Muncher goes for the double barrier there on the core flip. Unfortunately, doesn't get it, but a vicious play coming out of nowhere shows that really UH is trying their best to get whatever they can and claw back this game as soon as possible. Especially against on Project Base Drop, where things be bouncing and it is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and there it is, Itihan letting the bass drop, letting the tunes fly, and right now the marching band is playing the theme song of Lakeland University, 1 point away from taking the series and sending the Cougars back to their home in Texas. But we'll see if they'll be able to close it out. X Maximus from Itihan trying to show every bit of lore that he can right now in this critical point, but it's going to be Soren, the one on the defensive, able to get a nice goalie barrier with a pass up to Itihan. Flip comes out. Can it be defended? No. We have an open goal here for the University of Houston. 1 strike away. Bull Rush doesn't go in, but the X Maximus is there, but no! Hoishi holds with a critical strike. Now Riley's is there. 1 goalie barrier trying to make it 2 with assistance of I, but they're not going to find it. They are eventually going to find it with the flip. Now I trying to desperately get a flip before it goes back into the hands of Lakeland University. Has the flip. No, Min-Mouse is there, and no pass down to Itihan, breaks the ankles of UH. The Maelstrom is there. Itihan is knocked out, but Hoishi now has to get it cleared against 2 members from Lakeland. Now we are back in the Valentine's Day situation, the 2v2. Soren now 1 bar away on flip. Min-Mouse, no cooldowns to work with, but this is an Estelle against an open net. Alice, no, the bell ringer from Itihan sends it perfectly into an own goal, and that's University of Houston given 1 more shot at life here in the set.
That was a crazy X-Lore moment, sending it straight back. God's strongest goalie check, and unfortunately, Lakeland has to recover from that. Still 1 point away, but you know, the mental damage you receive from watching that go in, especially after such a close point that they were fighting so hard to try and score on through Hoishi. Putting on his Iron Wall cosplay here, and that is hard to recover from. And really, Lakeland is looking a little, I don't know, a little shaky. And I think a little staggered, and I think I especially, but the entirety of UH is looking so much better now after getting that point. Sometimes it just takes 1, and that's all you need to take it back.
Yeah, and the X Maximus is here from Riles on open net against Soren. Itihan whiffs the flip again, And now Muncher finds themselves as the big person on campus, able to win critical strike wars against Itihan and Min Mouse. Now the evasive used to get him upfield. Maelstrom there to get the core upfield to meet him. Soren with such a backline save against Rallies keeps the core in play as we get into overtime. Flip is here from Min Mouse. X Maximus from Itihan finds nothing. The core is sailing around this map, and now the final goalie barrier is taken. If Min Mouse gets his hand on the core, it doesn't even matter. Itihan receiving the pass from Soren takes it into the top side of the net and sends UH packing back to the mountain dens of whence they came. Lakeland University will be the ones advancing to meet SLU in the losers finals.
Yeah, Lakeland University in such a close set, such a close series, is able to claim victory there. UH playing phenomenally, going toe-to-toe with the second seed here. Almost able to take it, but unfortunately, just barely not there. And like you said, has been eliminated. Lakeland moving on throughout the losers bracket, and really just such an intense game down to the wire. Itihan with 8 goals, 0 assists. One-man scoring machine. X-Lore in the building.
Absolutely, this man is doing nothing but writing the X scrolls to be stored away in the X libraries. I mean, I think MVP of this series, absolutely Itihan. This man has scored 2.5 games worth of goals himself. 8 goals last game, 8 goals this game, like 5 goals or something previously in the game. I mean, that's over 20 goals in a single series from one single person. I mean, look at that. Just an insane play. 42,000 damage, out damaging, out redirecting Riley's on the mirror. I think, again, that happened last game as well. So I think we talk a lot about Soren on Lakeland. That's the current narrative around Lakeland. Can Soren carry? Soren's a superstar, all of that. But honestly, Itihan was the one that showed up to play and honestly, put the team on his back in so many of those scoring situations. Of course, nothing to say about Soren's aggression. He was able to play his game, able to be there when his team needed him, able to get so many critical goalie barriers and goals when needed. Min Mouse, of course, providing all of that support, getting so many dimers over to Itihan when necessary. But at the end of the day, I think it's the X show, and Itihan is going to be the one taking it home for Lakeland University.
Right, like you said, and I fully agree. Itihan just kind of soloed these games, all-star player in the building. And I've got to say, I've got to be honest, when I hear collegiate, like anything, I think, oh, it'll probably be pretty good. Like, I'll watch and I'll be and like, I'll enjoy it, I bet. Especially with something like Omega Strikers, I'm like, I like Omega Strikers. I'll watch that. But watching these games, this has been some of the most tense and riveting Omega Strikers I've seen probably ever. Like, each of these games are so close. It feels like anyone can win. It feels like the possibilities are endless, and each game is so down to the wire. Both teams are always fighting so hard to take that victory, to not get knocked out, to keep moving on, to win. And it's really, I don't know, inspiring to watch. I'm so excited to see the rest of these games play out.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen nothing short of, inspirational play coming out from all these teams here, showing up in the playoffs, fighting for their lives, fighting to take the gold medal home for their team. And like you said, we've got nothing but extremely close series. I mean, our last series that we casted yesterday, GMU, the Patriots versus Lakeland University, that one came down to the wire here too. And this time it's Lakeland University on the ones on top. But man, if you are Lakeland University, you've had some absolute nail biters, and honestly, you're not out of the woods. Yet. You've beat the mini boss. Honestly, that, not to disparage UH, but you've beat one boss in UH, and guess what? Level 2, SLU is waiting there. Bringing out their clubs, bringing out their chains, ready to break your ankles. And what are you gonna do going into that next series? But regardless, I mean, I'm not going to be speculating for that much longer because that's going to be coming up in just a minute. We've only got 3 teams left in this tournament.
Right, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for that. If you thought that match was exciting, there are literally only more exciting matches left to go. So, again, hold on to your seat, take a break, maybe grab a snack, but don't go anywhere. as we will be right back with more Collegiate Course-Strike League.
Welcome back to the CCL playoffs. We are down to just 3, and I cannot believe that the matchup, the gargantuan game, the Michigan-Ohio State, the Penn State-Ohio State, the Texas A&M of Collegiate Omega Strikers is here, and it's fighting for a spot in the grand finals. I'm Surplus, and I'm joined by Borg today. Borg, how are you doing this evening?
Pretty good. I mean, you know, got a nice little meal after the first game I casted earlier. Pretty hype game. That was also one of the UTD games, so I'm excited for the grand finals. But UTD, not in this game. Lakeland Esports versus SLU. Both teams that I've actually helped out with a little bit. And Vaughn actually is basically the head coach. If not, actually, he is the head coach of SLU. So definitely know a lot of what's going on over there. And I did help out Lakeland a little bit too, coaching them on some stuff. So kind of excited to see who's improved the most, right? Who has managed to adapt to the meta the best, manages to, you know, find these clutch plays the most often. Really, I mean, it's just what Omega Strikers is all about, right? This consistency, which team is going to be taking it, and which team is going to be going to the grand finals to face UTD, who just feels unstoppable right now.
Feels unstoppable indeed, and everybody had both these teams either in the first or second place slots the entire season. I don't think Lakeland has gotten any lower than 2. SLU no lower than 3 on the coaches poll rankings throughout the season. And we did see a preview of this matchup earlier this week where Lakeland took it 2-0 over SLU. And let's see. I think playoffs can definitely change things here, especially with how Lakeland has made a huge run ever since getting upset by GMU earlier yesterday, and they've made a tear through the lower bracket. Getting some close games, like last game against UH was a little bit tipsy-turvy, but at least they got it done here. And SLU, they're coming into this as, for most of the season, being the #1 team, but also Lakeland has always been a thorn in their side. Lakeland has won the matchup time and time again, from as recently as this past week to DreamHack, all the way into every other tournament they've played in. SLU has had this giant thorn in their side, and it's the Muskies of Lakeland University. So let's just hope they can get something here in where it matters, and especially, we're going to be on Inky's Splash Zone to start here, Borg, are you ready to get wet?
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not looking forward, but I am looking forward to map 2, which is my home court itself. You know, I deemed it my own map, but, you know, Clarion Court, my favorite new map. But to talk about this first game, Inkies, I'm just surprised we're seeing both those, to be honest with you guys. Atlas Lab and Oni Village were the bans, which is really different from what we've been seeing all tournament. You know, we get the Kai ban here, we get the Octavia ban here. Basically, the 2 best midfielders, in my opinion, in the game right now, both taken off of the field. So I'm expecting to be seeing some more standard stuff, some more old school stuff, as we've seen Era Hover and an Estelle lock in. So obviously nothing too surprising so far. Juliet getting locked in for coin. Rasmus going to be locked in. I believe that actually might be a goalie Rasmus. It could be either or. Goalie Rasmus is definitely very, very good on this map. We'll have to see. I know Soren likes to play it a little bit. Yep, it will be that goalie Rasmus. So definitely watch out for those hooks into the water cannon. Going to be some interesting plays that can come out from that, but yeah, wait till you see the Awakenings and get into this game. It's going to be nice edge and peak performance start.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense there, and especially Zoro and Soren, they kind of have a bit of a bromance as goalies, respecting each other a ton. You've got SLU in the blue as the winners of the coin flip. Lakeland in the red. Kickoff is here. We're on Inkies. Let's see what happens. Cords being traded back and forth. Trademark going to try to clear down and get this first goal barrier, and Coin will assist in that endeavor. The Inkies jet is there. A little bit of a propulsion. Coin can get there in time, and good save by Zoro to start things off.
Yeah, great save from Zoro. And then SLU kind of, you know, out the gate, rowing real strong right now as Trademark finds that Era beam, the Bewitching Beam, into that top corner. Soren just not quite there in time, even with the exercise from the Pauldrons and the speed from Nice Edge. Just a great little find there from SLU. And, I mean, really good first point to start off this match.
Very good first point, sets the tone, but E.T. Han is thundering back saying, we need another one here, but oh no, there goes the Rasmus, there goes Soren, no goalie here, so both forwards have to be in innuendo goalie here at this point. Need to make it work here with E.T. Han sending it up to M&M Mouse in a good clear while Soren comes back. M&M Mouse getting closer into this lane, but Zoro keep fending off these two stellar all-star forwards. M&N Mouse back to ET Han. Great Maelstrom as well. It gets the KO onto Trademark and gets the goal alongside it. ET Han on fire on the Juliet.
Yeah, Etion finding that crucial KO there actually on the Trademark, and then it seemed like Zoro kind of got a little bit lost in the water right there, in the tide, one might say. Just couldn't really figure out where to clear, right? Etion kind of covering a lot of the options there and right where he needed to be on that bottom side. So well played as we get into this next point here. One thing I'm going to be, looking out for here is which Juliet can kind of have the bigger impact. And we're seeing it right now. Etion with a great flip, but cannot quite get it there in time. Coin trying to make some impact of his own, flipping it into the water cannon, into the punch, getting the barrier on their own. Zoro now has access to that water cannon here. They're going to be starting to push here. Trademark hitting it right into the fountain. Nothing going to be really going to that too far. So we'll have to see really which Juliet can, I guess, capitalize on these goals first.
I've been saying it all weekend. You're seeing Inkies picked a lot more in playoffs by these top teams than any other. I mean, during the regular season, Inkies had a ban rate of literally 69% of people banning this map out. Now it's the first choice for a lot of these teams, and you're kind of seeing it right now. They're getting a little bit more used to it, especially Etion almost getting knocked out by that water jet. Has to pop the elusive to get out of that mess. Etion back towards Zoro. Trademark will make the core teeny tiny. We're in overtime, but that does not matter. And the KO doesn't matter either, as Etion slaps that one in for a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, just great performances right now from both sides. It feels like these points, a lot of the time with Inkies, it's either just the fastest point you've ever seen and it's really one-sided, or it's just a back and forth until someone gets KO'd, right? And there, it was kind of rather that, right? And then finally, Etion with a great shot placement into that bottom side. But another thing I guess I should be looking for here, and we kind of see it in action actually, is can the midfields get it past, each other and get it past to their forwards? And Coin making full use of that pass from Trademark, and a great save from Zoro actually, just keeping that barrier alive for now.
Keeping the barrier alive is Zoro's name of the game. Again, it's the only map in the rotation at the moment that only has one barrier protecting the goal from opening. So Zoro has to probably use this flip right there. Exactly. Coin tries to make a combo out of it, but Soren striking first here. Shield comes out. Core is levitating in between this midfield here. Water jet comes out, adding some extra speed, and with the assist, show me those Blastoise emotes, chat. We got a tie game.
Oh yeah, Poke Blastoise, whatever that emote is called. I need to spam a couple of those here. And one thing that's pretty interesting actually about these comps is that both goalies really, really good into that Juliet here. Actually, as I say that, the barrier already going down, just steamrolling points here as Etion finds that top corner. Doesn't even give me time to talk. The Atlas just unable to really hold the line there. I believe might have had some things on cooldown. But yeah, that's going to be first set going over to Lakeland University, and they're going to be getting that first pick on the Juliet. Will they get rewarded with anything crazy? Nothing too crazy. Going to have access to that tempo swing, access to that heavy impact if they desire, or if they really want to, they can spark it up with that Spark of Resilience. So we'll see what they pick here. Going in here, going to be the tempo swing. Twin Drive, obviously going to be a very, very good shutdown on the Estelle, and also just good in general on the Era. Aerial's obviously going to be going over to the Estelle, nothing too crazy. Prime time on to the Atlas. Really nothing too wild so far. Fight or Flight going on to Soren with that Knife's Edge, going to be making Soren incredibly fast, but that does leave heavy impact open for Coin, who has been finding a lot of KOs and a lot of dash punches so far this set, so definitely watch out for Coin. Might find a couple more KOs.
Absolutely. You see the wrestling belt also not taken, and that Spark's not taken either. Going to be falling through for this draft at the moment. I do like both of these teams' drafts at the moment. I don't think it really gives, other than what you said about Coin, doesn't really give a whole lot of the teams an advantage at the moment, but we'll see if SLU can make a comeback here and make things interesting. Goal is open here for Lakeland. Etion making quick work of that, and alongside the water fountain, Mouse and Etion grabbing the first goal for Lakeland.
Yeah, and actually a big weakness with both of these goalies is normally just in a one-on-one vacuum, they're pretty good into the Juliet because they have so many tools to actually stop that dash punch. But when you put in the water cannon into the equation, that just blocks off an entire side. Not to mention even the midfielders, that especially the Estelle, might just be throwing a laser, or a piercing shot or a blink, really anything just at a moment's notice. It becomes a lot harder for both these goalies to function on this map. So I'm actually pretty surprised we're actually seeing the Atlas especially here. So
yeah,
going to be here on great saves from Zoro so far, though, and it's going to take a lot more of those to really get them a lead as he goes down to that side.
My goodness, there goes Zoro. The Atlas is out for the time being, and Etihan and Min-Mouse are both in contention here. Soren getting the assist on that goal with Etihan. It's 2-0 set point, and it kind of makes sense here with Inky's being the first pick, and it's also LU's pick at the moment. It's a little goofy right now. Let's see if the Billikens can thunder back, especially now that this oh my goodness, this water pillar gets another one, a fast set to a 3-0 sweep. Lakeland thundering out here.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick set. I mean, both those points, those last 2 points especially, were just incredibly fast. But, you know, an interesting draft coming in here, actually. Lakeland's got so many things they can be taken here. Quick Strike's on the board, going to be taken away by Mouse, and it's going to be pretty helpful, too, in general. The Timeless will be coming up for Atlas, which allows those expanses to stay out just a little bit longer. Juliet going to be taking away the perfect form, actually, or taking away rather just using it and utilizing it, just keep the cooldowns up. It's going to be really, really nice with the tempo swing. That does leave Rasmus open to have size, since there were 2 size trainings here, which means that the Era really can't deny both of them. So gonna feel really good for Lakeland this draft. You know, nothing too crazy on the side of SLU. They get some useful things, but Lakeland is just really in the lead so far, I'd say, and SLU is gonna be needing heroics to actually keep up in this game.
It'll be a mountain to climb here, an arch, if you will. St. Louis University arches, y'all get it. You're not stupid. But what is stupid is the insane amount of play going on in between these forwards here. Look at the level difference between the 2 forwards on both teams. 1 level difference as well, but SLU gets this goal open. 1 start towards a potential comeback here. Etihan almost beating up on Trademark, but Trademark is not going to falter. The core is being brought back and forth and punched in by Coin. SLU on the board, finally in a 3rd set.
Soren trying, you know, one of the little patented angles, keep it on that bottom side, but just Coin taking full advantage of it, dash punching in there, interrupting that save and getting that crucial strike to finish it off. So well played to Coin so far. You know, it's a start. It's one step they have to time, but another step just getting taken away from them as M&M Mouse really just a great Estelle beam to take Coin off the field. And now can Lakeland actually make use of this power play, or will SLU hold as Coin comes back up? Now they have held.
Holding, indeed. They need the hold as much as possible. Both these teams do, especially, but look at this. Etihan jetting in at 1,000,000 miles per hour on the Julie, trying to get into Zoro's face, kind of get a bit of the mind games and physicality in there as well. Trademark staggered, gets rescued, a clutch rescue there by Zoro, props to them. Trademark comes back, is still staggered, and will meet their watery demise here as Soren walks up as the goalie, gets the core flip. Zoro still saying, stop it. Let me go. Min-Mouse, though, grabbing that one, tying up the set.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, that set was basically just all Min-Mouse. I think able to just find that KO early on with the Estelle, start the power play, and then just provide so much support and keep getting the core over to Etihan. And it's really the strength of the Estelle, especially on this map, right? It just allows those blitzes to happen so fast, and it doesn't really matter where you clear it. The Estelle will always have a way to get involved in the play. So pretty good Estelle play so far. And ooh, Soren almost getting his own barrier there, but on top of it, definitely knows what is going on with his own character's abilities, as SLU has a little bit of offense here, but will they be able to make use of it? No, Soren takes it away from the dash punch, and just Soren, I mean, keeps running through with that knife's edge. He's allowed to because he has that movement speed, and keeping SLU on their toes. Lakeland just feels like they're a step ahead this entire game.
The knife's edge really works well in Soren's favor. He can play a lot more aggressive, a lot like a eject button Kai, for example, or any eject button goalie in that case. But 1 goal barrier will go down here for SLU. It's a time to strike now. Core flip comes out from Etihan, a defensive one, but it'll be a stalling core flip. Zoro coming back out with the shield. The thorns coming out from Min-Mouse here. It's overtime. See what happens. Goal barrier going down now. Soren has to defend, but so does Zoro, especially with this nice water jet. Things will make it spicy, and spicy they are. It's match point here for the Muskies.
Yeah, I mean, Lakeland just feels like, especially like Etihan is playing with this water jet, this water cannon, the Inky Splash Zone special, a lot better than I feel like Coin has been able to so far. Really, it's just the chances and the circumstances, but Coin, as I say, like getting a great fiery flurry, able to get that barrier. Well, can they make use of it here? They don't even need the water cannon. A great strike into punch, just the one-on-one against Soren was just so good there from Coin, keeping SLU in this match. But like I said, I still think that, I mean, they really need this set, right? Not only for, you know, or else they lose, but also if they get this set, they might have a chance. There are still certain awakenings that will be very beneficial, especially for the era in these upcoming sets. So we'll have to see if SLU can really take this out here, but they got to get past Soren and Itian, who gets the barrier away from Zoro already.
Itihan in prime positioning with this kill component here already. The water cannon comes out. Itihan almost punches it. Good stuff there for the flip from Mouse by what I believe is Coin. Yes, that is Coin. Both are rescuable. I can't see their names. Zoro brings it down to Trademark, making the core teeny tiny, but Soren says, hey, Lamau, I can still guard that. Trademark bringing it up and around. Good thorns there by Mouse as well. Mouse down to Soren, and you're seeing this entire Muskies team play super offensively at the moment. Coin is low, and bring out the whole ocean. There goes the Juliet, but SLU gets the goal barrier in response, even though the power play is in Lakeland's favor. Let's see what they can do with this opportunity in overtime.
Can they secure this point? SLU has a chance right here. Dash Punch is going to be going away, though. Juliet, no abilities as Etienne now no Dash Punch, but it does not matter as Mouse finds, I believe that was just the blink that found that straight through the expanse of Zoro. Really unfortunate there. SLU unable to really, I guess, hold on in that map, and it makes sense why Lakeland chose that map here, as they felt super comfortable.
They felt comfortable indeed, and of course they would feel comfortable. Muskies are fish, and fish thrive in the water. A 3-0 victory royale for the Lakeland Muskies, and a really good start to this best-of-3 set here that determines who goes into the grand finals, who gets a third-place prizing, by the way. All these teams, UTD, Lakeland, and SLU qualifying for the HyperX Stinger 2 headset. Shout out to HyperX for providing that. Let's take a quick look at these stats as well. Soren has 4 assists, 34 saves, 10,000 damage. Not bad for a goalie.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how fast that game was, and that's kind of the strength of the Rasmus on that map, right? Excuse me. One thing, you know, this is definitely something that my team really likes to run as well whenever we play on Inkies, is that Rasmus goalie. It just feels so nice because you always have to watch out for the Rasmus to run up and hook you into that splash cannon, or might as well, you know, if you're trying to pressure, you can't really pressure Erasmus when they can just fight back. You know what I mean? Especially with that Pauldrons, has that damage reduction, has that extra power. So feels pretty good against picks like an X or picks like that Julie. So Soren definitely playing it to full effect here. And yeah, I mean, definitely showing up on their map pick. And speaking of map picks, the next map here, my favorite of at least the 3 we're going to be seeing here, is Clarion Corp. Definitely my favorite of all the new maps they've come out with. And I'm excited to see how these teams, I guess, adapt to this new map and what strategies they actually will come up with.
Same here. I mean, I would like to ask you, Borg. I mean, this Clarion map is pretty much the second most banned in this league. I'm pretty sure just because the map's pretty new and some of the teams aren't, you know, up to snuff with it. They're going to ban Inkies because they don't like it. They're going to ban Clarion because it's too new, and they'll decide between Atlas, Oni, and Night Market for the rest of the pool. What makes Clarion Corp an interesting map here for SLU, and do you think they can grab something from this?
Yeah, so, I mean, what makes Clarion, it's probably why it's banned so much, right, is because it's just 5 different maps in one, right? And all the maps, some of them have some similarities, but a majority of them are fairly different from each other, which means that different characters and different strategies you kind of have to utilize on each single individual map. And I think a lot of teams, you know, with how quickly Collegiate rather has been going and how close the playoffs were probably just not ready to really learn it, or really just not prepared to sink that time and effort into figuring out every single time, every single strategy, every single great pick that you can put on that map. But there are some pretty common denominators along, you know, certain maps. There's some picks that are good at like 4 or 5 of the maps, 3 out of 5 of the maps. One thing that we've been seeing a lot is possibly that Kai. One thing that I think is really, really good is actually that Zentaro. I don't really think we'll be seeing it here. We'll probably be seeing more of an X or a Julie on both sides. So, I mean, that's why I'm saying I'm excited to see what both of these teams bring to it because of how, not unaware I am, because I definitely am aware of both these teams, but how different they are from that mainstream, that NASL, that North American Strikers Academy, you know, both those leagues, which I'm a lot more familiar with, which I play in myself. I'm excited to see, I guess, how Collegiate operates on this map, because we haven't really seen it much today, right? So I guess to really answer your question, the cool parts about these maps is whether each team can capitalize on the gimmick, I guess, of each individual map.
Absolutely. And I mean, Atlas and Oni, two bread and butter maps, like peanut butter and jelly maps for a lot of these collegiate teams, banned outright at the beginning of this matchup. So Clarion being here is very interesting. We saw it on map 3, UH versus Lakeland. Lakeland's probably a little bit more comfortable with it because they played it more recently than SLU have, but this is their map pick. They might have something going on in the back of their pocket. Both these teams right now, Trademark is the only one not readied. I'm pretty sure they're talking to Coach Vaughn. They've got something in their back pocket. I was talking with Vaughn actually earlier today. He said, you know me, Dylan. I always have something in my back pocket. So I think this Clarion pick is a Vaughn special out here. And if Vaughn's in the chat, maybe he can confirm that for me or something here. But again, SLU down by 1. Lakeland gets another last laugh at them if they win this one to face off against UTD in the grand finals. And I just got to be feeling for the Billikens right now. They need to win this map now as we're queuing in to the Clarion test chamber. I think they can do it, but it still just seems so far away.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but like you said earlier, I think, you know, this is their map pick, and I think if they're going to be picking something as volatile as Clarion, they gotta have a plan, right? They gotta have a plan coming into this, and can Lakeland figure out that plan and counteract it quickly, I guess is the narrative going into this, right? And we're actually seeing Drakkar hover here, which definitely Trademark is very, very comfortable on. I think Drakkar is actually very good on this map, and the Kai as well, like I was saying, definitely very, very strong, especially that eject button Kai, which has been so powerful as of late in competitive. And we're going to be seeing an X ban from the side of SLU and an Octavia ban for the side of Lakeland. And I actually wasn't expecting an Octavia pick here in the first place. I think it's pretty good on some of the maps, but it can also just get KO'd very, very easily. And as we see a Juliet going to be locked in again from Quinn. No, it's going to be the Rasmus. Okay, so Rasmus, an interesting pick on this map. I am not 100% sure on, you know, whether it's the best brawler, whether it definitely has some... it has some teeth, right? You have a lot of interesting plays you can make on some of the maps with that death touch, but can they do it against that Estelle and against the Amy goalie from Soren, which is also another pick that I think is very scary on this map. We'll have to see what the plan is from SLU, but I'm excited to get into this.
Aerials and Spark of Focus, your two starting awakenings, and Trademark going on to the Drek as well. It's very interesting. I think a few of the pro players I've talked to are saying that Drek is sort of phasing out of the top brawler play as of right now. So it'll be interesting to see what Trademark can bring to the table. Maybe some unconventional back pocket usage by, again, Coach Vaughn here, but things are not going to play. Min Mouse and ET Han up, and making Zoro regret being there because both goal barriers are down. The goal is open here for the Muskies off first rep.
Yeah, I mean, making it so incredibly hard right away. MN and Mouse just, I mean, pretty much just showing this why this Estelle pick can be so insanely good. You know, it's just so explosive of a pick, and if the goalie's not ready, just like Coin was not ready for Etion's dash punch right there, they can get punished very quickly. As Etion finding that dribble down, Soren trying to make a thing work here. Oh, and a great play from Soren. The flip into the glitch pop, hits it into the glitch pop that was already ahead. What an insane play. That's a highlight right there.
I've never seen that before. Throwing the glitch pop out as you core flip is insanity. My goodness. Soren is on fire today. Soren, Liari actually in the chat said Soren has got to be feeling himself right now because this is a night and day difference from what we saw against UH. And I'm pretty sure it's just because these teams are both familiar with each other. They play against each other all the time. It's the biggest rivalry in Collegiate. So it makes a lot of sense though. SLU, though, has a bit of an upper hand. ET Han is down. Both goal barriers are gone. Goals are open. Let's see if Trademark and Coin can figure out a way to get this in here with a whip. Coin will do it.
Yeah, and there's that strength of the Rasmus, right? Able to come back and help control midfield with the help of Trademark Drakkar as well. Just found that KO and then able to slowly just push it forward, wait for Soren to invest in ability, and then you take it down. But now we're on, you know, what I like to call the barn, the bouncy barn, and, you know, a little bit of a, as Vaughn calls it, a slot machine map. As we're seeing right here, they just do not understand some of these bounces as it comes right back into Soren's face a couple times. The Amiel going to be placed down for now, keeping it safe, but Coin has it. Soren has to flip once again, and SLU are just putting so much pressure into Lakeland right now.
Trademark is super low, has to wait for some health regen for that stagger to come out. ET Han smelling blood in the water, but a missed punch will not do it here. Coin does a little bit of a dribble, wins the strike war against Soren. And I do like this portion of the map. I like calling it the bounce castle. That's my favorite. The bouncy house, you know, get some cake, some punch. That's a party right there.
Oh yeah, and that map definitely definitely a party, as a lot of people still quite haven't figured out what's going on, as all good parties tend to feel like, as Etion diffs Coin there on the bottom. Great find on the dash punch. I wasn't sure if Coin just didn't have an evade, or excuse me, Trademark, not Coin, rather. I wasn't sure if Trademark just did not have an evade ready or not, but definitely going down to Etion. Both barriers already going down here for SLU. Going to be a bit of an uphill battle at this point, but they are ahead in general. Etion getting down.
No.
Giga blasted. Giga Goat Zoro. Definitely with the help of Vaughn there finding that one, I guess, as Trademark and Coin now are trying to make use of this power play.
Power play needs to happen. 2 seconds left for the Julie to come back, and Coin is now super duper low. Etion immediately off the spawn says, hey, I'll take that kill. See you later, Coin. Looks like the Muskies are making the best of it, and Min Mouse will core flip into the goal to make this set tied at 2.
And what a beautiful core flip that actually was. Just the patience on it. Core flip right in their face and just staring them down in the eyes. Zoro used that strike, used the barrage into another strike, and Min Mouse did not care. Just shot right after all of that. So great patience there for the side of Lakeland in order to actually capitalize on that point and making it an even set.
We're here on the Obscura part of the map. Got to watch out for those barriers at the sides here as well, as they damage you with little bits and pieces as well. 1 gold barrier down a piece for both teams. Soren and Gang doing their best, but look at this. Min Mouse is staggered. So is Coin. There's a double elim opportunity, but it's just not happening as of right now. Soren brings it back down with a glitch pop. It goes right into Etion's hands, but Zoro is there in time with the defense. These plays are getting even more and more crazy as the round goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that's actually pretty funny is that sometimes it's actually a lot better to just leave them in the sticky goo, as some people call it, but definitely no time for that now, as Etion getting another power play, finding another dash punch, and Trademark just unable to get back in time. Zoro did not take the eject button, and just getting a great pass from Mouse in order to put it into that bottom corner. Lakeland now battling back in that first set to win it.
Soren MVP, very well deserved there. This goalie has hands, and we got Big Fish, Timeless, Built Different, Hotshot, Knife Set, Specialized Training, Heavy Impact. This is an insane draft here. Let's see what Soren will take first. Take the Timeless Creator. Yeah. I mean, there you go. Cast the last on to Zoro as well. Both these goalies playing absolute lights out at the moment.
Yeah, and Etion getting so many dash punch kills, and now the Knife's Edge going to be rewarded with it, which is going to be huge, right? Huge for finding more of these KOs. So definitely, I think Trademark and Coin going to have to watch out standing on the side a little too close to the Juliet on the side of Lakeland. Another cool thing from that is the Razmus actually getting size. So Coin, if they can get their hands on the core in an offensive possession, will have a lot easier time scoring. But that's going to be hard because you have to get that possession first, right? And now gets the middle, though, which is a huge buff on this map, giving your abilities back, giving you a bit more power and size. Going to be making a little bit of use of it, but only can get 1 barrier. Trademark battling Etion right now. Zoro finding another Strike War win. Etion is playing out of his mind, really, just this entire tournament so far in this match, kind of keeping the hopes of Lakeland on their shoulders, trying to end this out with a 2-0.
I really think it's because Lakeland got fed. During my interview with them in the lower bracket on Striker Central, they were ordering McDonald's. So, yeah, shout out to them for getting a little bit of food. I think this is just a completely different matchup, though. You know, SLU's has had some time to sit and ponder to help out with the brackets. You know, think about other things other than the game. And Lakeland has just been playing this game now for about 2.5 hours straight. So, they're playing absolutely electric. Both goals are open. MNN Mouse goes right to Zoro. Zoro will core flip back to the bouncy parts, but the bounce comes right back. Coin, though, trying to find something to work, but Mouse and Soren both on the defensive. The midfield helping dramatically there, and Soren trying to get a good glitch pop with Etion with the assist. It's a 2-0, and this is saying the exact same thing that we're seeing from the previous set here. It was a 3-2 Lakeland win. Now it's looking like it's going to be a 3-0 Lakeland win, just like it was on map 2.
Yeah, and one thing I'm definitely noticing from SLU that they need to figure out is what Trademark's job is here. It feels like Trademark just a little bit lost. You know, Coin doing really good things whenever they get the core, but hey, as I say it, gets that double barrier. Great play there from Trademark, a great strike shotgun, and maybe they have figured it out. Can they battle this set back and get one on the board? That's a great start as Coin puts it in right past Soren.
There you go. I love it how they got that double goal barrier there. That's a Yahtzee moment if I've ever seen one. And SLU finally getting back on the board here. Let's see if they can tie things up, maybe get into the heads of Lakeland just a tad. Getting a bit of a red core there is a good start, and especially with how drastic Coin and Zoro are acting right now on the offense. Things are looking a little bit up. The core will go back to the side of SLU. Need the defense to show up there. Trademark in the midfield, helping out as things go on. Mouse and Itihan grabbing one goal barrier as well for SLU. Mouse helping out with the clear. Coin is in their face at the moment. Zoro bringing it back down through the heat receptacles, but oh no, there goes Zoro. Power play opportunity here for Lakeland, and let's see if the Muskies, they grab that goal barrier, and Itihan punches that in for a 2-0. If you're a Lakeland fan, you're happy. If you're an SLU fan, flip this coin to coin at this point.
Hey, that's
Examine it. I love it. I'm loving it in the chat.
Oh yeah. Okay, and as we get into this draft now, Itihan, obviously with just how he's been playing, of course, gets the MVP. Going to get rewarded with the tempo swing here, a lot more damage coming in. Surprised, honestly, he hasn't been going Sparks, but I guess it's at this point too late. They're up 2-0. Might as well go for as much power as you can. Super Surge going to be taken away from Soren by Coin. Primetime going to get going for Trademark, going to help out a little bit. Stacks on stacks for Min Mouse, going to matter a little bit, you know, once he can get them stacked up. And Spark of Agility going to be on to Zora. Give him a little bit more speed, but really they just have to watch out for this Juliet. They have to watch out for Itihan on the side of the map with this Knife's Edge. It's just so hard to actually survive if you're anywhere near him. So I'd say just stay away as long as you can, and I might be smelling another KO here as Trademark going to looking a little bit low.
Trademark a tad low at level 5. Some other damage here, and look, the Julie is right there. That's a damage multiplier, a damage factory, a knuckle sandwich cannon at the moment. So you gotta watch out, Trademark. Get out of there, collect some orbs. Yeah, activate that middle pauldron there. Get the expanse out as well. But look at this. Bang from Soren. An entire team gets in on that one. 2 more goals, and Lakeland clutches the finals.
Yeah, it just feels like Lakeland is straight up just outplaying SLU right now. SLU feel like they're on the back foot so hard that they can't actually get back to where they want to play at. Lakeland is just forward pressure. Soren's so good at being aggressive, even on, you know, it doesn't even matter what team he plays for. It just feels like such an aggressive goalie on this Amy as well. But they do get both barriers here. Ethion looking for a KO, not quite going to be able to find it. Coin now looking extremely low as Min Mouse uses that flip. Trademark, oh, great save from Soren to block that shotgun. And now SLU gotta watch out because now they have to be on the defensive here, but a great save from Zoro, and all of them looking very low here. Itihan could try to fish for a KO at any point, and Coin now incredibly low as well. This is just a wild point so far.
Wild point indeed. When you saw Soren go up and try to grab the goal here at some point, M&M Mouse getting the stagger on stagger kill there. A double KO for Itihan as well. You saw Soren back up towards the goal, potentially looking for a pass, like, hey guys, I'm out here, pass to me, but the quarterback never sees you, and you go back home from elementary school disappointed. Soren with a glitch pop, has the co-op up as well, might use that at some point here. Both goals are open, it's overtime. This core will go a million miles per hour. Soren with a glitch pop out to Itihan. M&M Mouse recovers. Zoro, though, with a great save. Soren makes up for it, getting back up into the goalie's face here. Coin, super low, needs some help from Trademark here. M&M Mouse bringing it back and forth. The conveyor belt comes out for the IME here. Coin looking like to try to juke Soren, and the juke works. 1-1.
Incredible dribbles there from Coin, and just the fact that how much pressure they were actually under there was insane. I was getting goosebumps that entire point for SLU, but Coin manages to take a deep breath, you know, really just focus up and stay locked in, finding those dribbles, and just, I feel like Coin's just been playing great all game, but it just seems like SLU as a whole just has not been able to put it together here. But oh no, Itihan missing that last barrier, giving SLU just another shot at keeping this game alive.
Coin has to use the size advantage, doesn't get any goal barriers out of it though. It's a party at the top left-hand corner of the screen.
Oh my goodness.
My God! Mid-mouse, double KO! Oh no, SLU! Coin needs to defend, the only one left here for the Pelicans, but it's a match point! A series point here for the Muskies!
Lakeland are just on fire right now. I don't see any team right now stopping them in this tournament as they are trying to go to the finals. But this map, they have been stopped on twice already. SLU have been looking very good on this one, so maybe they can come back here at the start of the Bouncy Castle. We'll have to see, sir.
The bouncy house. Why did I say council? The council will determine your fate here as one goal barrier goes down here in advantage of SLU. SLU needs to grab this secondary goal barrier to stay alive in the series, to keep their grand finals hopes in the front way and not in the rearview mirror. That goal will open. Coin trying to hook it back, trying to juke out Soren, but a good glitch pop placement keeps Coin from moving any further. But look at that, slots it right in. Still match point for the Muskies, but SLU is still in this one.
Yeah, SLU won all 3 times on that map, so look very, very strong. But now, I believe they won last time on this map as well. So SLU, you know, hopefully they can use their comfort so far, it feels like, on this specific map. I gotta learn all the different project names. They're all so different. But side streets, for any beta knowers, they gotta win side streets right now in order to keep it advancing on right now. Trademark going very awfully low. No evades anymore. Zoro has to keep it alive, but no abilities really so far. SLU keeping it forward for now. Trademark and Coin managing to finally get some pressure, but Etion, just a simple strike is gonna do it, and now they're on the defensive.
The kill component is here. Etihan is in placement. The entire Muskie team is up. Core flip into core flip, blocked by Zoro here. Eminent Mouse up to Soren. A little bit of a breather here in this matchup. Coin says, no, I need to put the accelerant in here. The NOS in the car right here. They grab that goal barrier here. SLU can take a set here, or the Muskies can head to the grand finals. It's basically a coin flip. Trademark super low. The stagger is there. Soren down and over to Etihan. It's overtime. It's now or never for both of these teams. One team has grand finals in the front facing. The other one has it in the rearview mirror. Eminent Mouse and Etihan in a good spot. Soren does have to eject button back here. Etihan trying to juke out Zoro. Zoro uses the core flip. Core flip comes down from Etihan. And as time goes on, as time passes, Lakeland will always beat SLU. They're going to the grand finals to face off against the UT Dallas Comets.
And Lakeland just putting it away. 3-0, 3-0. Just like absolutely convincing series from them right now. And they are on fire going into the finals now, the grand finals against UTD. And this is just making me even more hype. And let's just take a quick look at the stat sheets, though, before we get ahead of ourselves into this grand finals. I mean, really well played there. I think a hard-fought effort, especially from Coin there. Most redirects had 68 shots, 20,000 damage, 5 goals. I felt played his heart out, right? And the rest of the SLU strikers, Zoro and Trademark, getting at 3rd place finish. Definitely not bad for how competitive this Collegiate League was this year. So well played to them, but it's all Lakeland right now as Eminent Mouse, Etihan, and Soren just putting up insane numbers right now on this game. Soren with 2 goals and 2 assists, Etihan with those 5 goals, just really making that map his own. And Eminent Mouse with the 4 assists, 2 goals, and 153 redirects, just playing so incredibly well. Well played to Lakeland, and, I mean, well played to SLU for making it this far. You know, you will be missed. Maybe next season, if we can manage to get one, they'll be back, but I don't know. I mean, well played to them. It's just, I'm still breathing heavy right now. That was an insane last game.
Thank you for talking, because my heart is beating outside of my chest.
Yeah,
I might have had a heart attack. So, that's the real price that pays when you yell into a microphone for a living. My goodness. But, dude, both these teams are absolutely insane. Shout-outs to SLU. Shout-outs to Coin and Trademark for making this entire league happen. Yeah. Getting 3rd place is nothing to shrug at. There's so many teams in this league that are trying to vie for that top spot, and you have been a contender this entire season, playing close sets against UTD, against Lakeland, against all these other teams right now. Nothing but happiness should be going on with Coin, Zoro, and Trademark at the moment. They should be nothing but happy for getting 3rd place. A little disappointed, sure, but Lakeland, man, they looked on fire. It looked like UH kind of had a little bit more of a stance against them in the match before this one, but hey, it's Omega Strikers, man. Things are going to flip on a core.
Yeah, good one. By the way, been waiting for that one. I'm sure cooking that one up. But yeah, I mean,
in my brain.
Great
but-
match against SLU. Lakeland just on fire right now. Like you said, playing for like the last 2.5, now almost 3.5 hours, just straight up playing. They might need, at least a 5-10 minute break here, as we will be heading into a break momentarily. So again, well played to SLU, and well played again now to Lakeland, who is now in the grand finals against the very scary looking UTD.
Absolutely. UTD as well. A bit of an update for anybody who doesn't know. Blue Blazing is unavailable, had an emergency, so the sub Cloak Oak will be in for him. A little dicey here, especially because the lower bracket team, Lakeland, if they win the first set, it will cause a bracket reset, and we will have to be casting again another full best of 3 against these two. But hey, two amazing teams here. UTD, the doubters have been doubting for the first half of the season, then stopped. Thank goodness. Lakeland, on top of the league pretty much all year, and it's just another one right here. Last time they met as well, UTD beat SLU, I want to say 2-1, and that was a major win for them, a major victory, but they had Blue Blazing on the roster, so things are going to be very spicy. We've got two amazing casters. We've got Saya and K-Bot. Shout out Saya as well for producing all day here on Odyssey Interactive. Please, please, please say thank you, Saya, in the chat. He deserves it, and here we go. Grand finals. Buckle up. Grab a snack. It's going to be a long one. We'll be back here on Odyssey Interactive for the grand finals. For Borg, I'm Surplus. See you in a few.
Over 2 months in the making, all come down to this moment with teams of 3 kids, teams of 3 students coming together, rallying around their university to participate in a little game we like to call Core Strike. Welcome back. When we're about to kick off with our grand finals of the Collegiate Core Strike League. My name is K-Bot, joined by Saya, who you have not seen on broadcast, but has been helping out and watching every single match that you see come forward here on the Odyssey Interactive stream. Saya, how's your weekend been behind the scenes, and how excited are you as we look forward to this next match?
It's been a long weekend. I think the stream was over 9 hours yesterday, and that's what happens when it's top 24 best of 3. The games are good, but they are long. Omega Strikers launch has been a very different game from the beta. That's when the last big collegiate event happened. And back then, Lakeland went very, very far, but UTD has become quite the powerful force. We'll see those two match up in this grand finals.
And that's the thing that we're looking forward to here the most. Both of these two schools have been powerhouses, yet they've also been doubted at numerous points throughout the season. Everyone, week one, myself included, was saying, UTD, you don't look very strong with this roster. You've got a goalie that has been playing very actively in the past few months, but hey, they've pulled it together. They clinched their spot here. Now Lakeland, after losing to GMU yesterday, had to go on a loser's run, and it looks like a completely different team tonight as they prepare and head into this grand finals moment. They're looking to prove their doubters wrong. And I gotta say, Soren, of course, known to do a little bit of talking here or there, but certainly this is the team he was expecting comes out to perform this weekend in what we've been seeing out of Lakeland, in especially their last couple matches, most notably those last two games that they just played versus the St. Louis Billikens.
Yeah, and both of these teams have had very, very different paths to get here. UTD, a quick trip through the winner's bracket, have been waiting for quite a while, but Lakeland, upset by the George Mason Patriots in the winner's quarters, had to win against NJIT, Wake Forest, UCLA, UH, SLU, all the way to face a bracket reset situation. They have to win 2 sets, while the side of UTD only needs 1.
So you bring up that bracket reset. We'll have to see how this one continues to play out, especially in this case where Blue Blazing is MIA. Instead, steps in Cloakoak. And Saya, I feel like not a lot of people might be familiar with Cloakoak's game, so why don't you run us through a little bit what we might be able to expect here for this sub player coming in for the UTD team.
Cloakoak, former IME One Trick, as many Omega Strikers are, but has been branching out into the Brawlers, into Zentaro notably, under the guidance of Borg, and is not a completely unknown player. Actually got first place in the massive Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 2. The Finale Invitational had the best players who had not hit Challenger yet at the time, and, you know, Cloakoak was on top of that.
So certainly a player that's been queuing, been in the mines, continuing to improve, and now finds themselves thrown into the spotlight here at the end of the season of the Collegiate Core Strike League. Let's take a brief moment to talk about the map pick ban before we get into our first game. We see the ban of Inkies get taken away, probably, I'm gonna guess, by UTD, because I know Lakeland really likes to play that map. And Lakeland has opted to ban away Onis, meaning game 1 picked by UTD is on Atlas's Lab, Night Market, and game 3, if we go there, is Clarion Corp. I gotta say though, Saya, real briefly, Clarion Corp has looked dominant from Lakeland across the board. It feels like they've got that map figured out, so I'm sure they're quite happy to have that as insurance in game 3 if needed.
Yeah, it's a map that they've looked pretty good on, but it's important to note, this is a very different version of the UT Dallas Comets. The addition of Cloakoak instead of Blue Blazing, their character pools are polar opposites. Cloakoak pulls out the Zentaro, pulls out the damage. Blue Blazing, you know him for the Asher, for the Juliet. But the Luna Zentaro combination is so damage heavy on a map like Atlas's Lab. This might be the ultimate version of UTD.
We'll see what happens here, but you see a very synergistic comp locked in on the other side of the pitch as well. It's the X-era combination coming in for Lakeland. We've seen time and time again Itihan prioritize this X, and of course, Min Mouse coming in on this era to pair with that. It's a Reverberation Deadeye start explaining Windows's tried and true Luna.
That Reverberation also quite solid for Cloakoak. You'll never complain about additional cooldowns as is Zentaro, and of course for that threat of a tempo swing later. But this X era, like you talked about, the standard for a reason, and this Lakeland roster has been piloting it for so long, but right now it's the barriers taken quickly by UTD.
Barriers taken, and now charging forward here, Itihan tries to buy a little bit of space. Getting it around Amarats, who is now on the Dubu thanks to the Atlas being banned away in Striker Select, something we've obviously seen Amarats on. He's been known for that Atlas for such a long time, going back to beta and the like, and now Itihan in the goal box, exactly where he wants to be. Doesn't commit the energy burst just yet to find that goal. Windowge boosts in, can't find the core. Now get knocked away by Min Mouse's Bewitching Beam and knocked away by the Gravity Well as well. Power play opportunity. Flip committed by Cloco here just to get it away and buy some space, buy some time, critically waiting for Windows to come back up, and will be successful in doing so there. Amarats back up to the top corner. Here comes ET Han. Nice summer assault holds. Now the energy burst comes out, waits for the strike, and now gets it away. Beautiful clears coming through from Amarats, getting this around ET Han, who has continuously been a nuisance in almost any team's goal box that Lakeland has found themselves up against. Windoge boosts back up, follows the core flip up the top side, and Amarats still finds the hold here against ET Han. We're not seeing as a lot of a forward presence here from Minmouse on this era. Here comes the energy burst looking to change that, and now we'll be able to with that corner shot.
Great coverage by the forwards of Lakeland. You saw ET Han in the midfield, not in the midfield, sorry, in the center of the field, covering the other clear angle from Amarats, which is why he felt pressured to clear it back up into that bewitching beam. And this team play is what got Lakeland this far. And the thing that I think viewers will be pointing out for UTD, how much has Cloco played with Windoge? I don't think it's going to be that many, as Windoge is taken off the map.
That's one of the things about these damage compositions as well, when you think about it, is that being able to identify who you're going to start targeting on the enemy team first, right, is going to be critical, and making sure you can unload all of your cooldowns onto that one specific player that you're targeting will be important, and especially without having more support from your goalie, that Dubu tends not to be outputting a lot of damage. But hold that thought now. Tofu Fortress comes out to hold the line there with the Maelstrom sweeps to the top side. Cloco now looking to knock around Minmouse a little bit. We'll go elusive for a moment just to try to find the clear. Windoge boosts in. Now looking for Cloco. Has the slice and dice. Tries to find it to the corner, but it'll bounce away off the post. Overtime once more. Here's the Maelstrom. Keeps applying that pressure to the blue goal box, but Amarats still once again finding this clearing angle, and now the timing of the gravity well is going to send it right back around to ET Han. Finds the crossover. It'll put Lakeland up 2-0.
And I think what we're missing here is the Windoge domination in the midfield. In the game that UTD had against UCLA, it was defined by Windoge interrupting every single dribble, every single attempt at a play with a rocket. But right now, there is no more Windoge. There is no more first set for the side of UTD. Lakeland 3-0, absolute dominance.
ET Han putting on a performance on this X. You will remember his name by the end of this. And now we see the Awakenings carousel comes up first here. Specialized training is one of the things I'm looking out for, but ET Han picks up this tempo swing first.
Yeah, the tempo swing, you don't want it falling to Zentaro, and you would much rather stacks go to the arrow, but perfect form is still available. This Zentaro, there was so much good stuff available in this draft regardless that, well, you would be, it's just so hard to deny it all. I still feel like you could have taken away the perfect form, the era could have taken away the perfect form, but now the damage is incredibly high. The control is incredibly high for UTD despite them losing the set.
We'll see if Cloco's going to be able to capitalize on that diamond, and now Windoge actually able to find that KO with a little bit of extra power behind that glass cannon pickup in the last one. Power play opportunity. Slice and Dice will find one goal barrier. Now extra speed allows Windoge to play a little bit more patiently. Tries to stuff it past this corner, and finally the Slice and Dice will hit. Back up the top side. Now here's the Oni's blade. Soren will send it away. Another day in the life here for Soren. You've seen that one before. Double barriers, though, fall on the other side. Able to find the crossover. Here's the Maelstrom keeping into the corner. Crater comes out. They'll send it to the other side of the pitch. Cloco can't quite pick it up yet, and here comes ET Han. Once more. Can't quite find it. We're seeing this core bounce around quite a bit. No. Soren hits the dodge there. Won't be able to send it away, and Windoge will get UTD with their first goal of this game.
Your performance on Windoge, and that glass cannon is putting in a lot of work, especially because that Luna is not being hit very much, especially when she is playing at that farther range. Will finally get shrunk here. Minmouse tired of Windoge's antics, but you can't sleep on Cloco. Goes in, stuns up Soren, gets the barrier, and I still don't know how this Zentaro got perfect form in a striker disadvantage situation, but both barriers are still up for UTD. All Amarats has to do is hold one, wins the strike war against ET Han, and the respawn will come through.
winning these strike wars against that X in the goal box is going to be absolutely critical. And then being able to create those surprises for your Luna to come in off of the boost to secure the goals is going to be exactly what is needed. See Cloco paying some respect there to the midfield of Windoge on this Luna. Again, want to comment on this Luna, Saya, right? It's basically Windoge's signature pick.
Yeah, and it makes the ban on the Amarat's Atlas even more inexplicable, right? If you think that Windoge and Amarat's are one tricks, even then you should be banning the Luna, especially on a Deadeye start, and Amarat can just play the Dubu. Atlas and Dubu, of course, he is more comfortable on the Atlas, but the difference isn't big enough.
Going to have to be a lot more thought given to future striker select screens, perhaps. We'll see what happens, especially as scaling starts to come online with more damage coming through, but already we're starting to see the impact of the cooldown. We're starting to see the impact of Glass Cannon. Now, Energy Burst comes through, and Mouse tries to find E.T. Han, but talk about scaling. Scaling on the other side of the pitch, known scalers of the X-Era combination as well. Looking for a couple of Awakenings to come. Castellast, Chrono Boost, good on both of these strikers, and it's so hard to deny those picks away. Still in overtime here. Crater comes out. Windoge able to slip it by. Now gets it right back up to Cloco, and now finds the KO! Takes Soren out with him! And Cloco will have the open shot to the net. It's a 3-0 set for the Comets.
What a moment in Omega Strikers. As the hook is coming out, the dash connects. The 1-for-1 trade, and of course, if you're UTD, you'll take that any day as Cloco is in prime position. We'll take away the quick strike, the midfield control, even stronger now. And look at the picks available for the Era and the X. Despite all that, the Castellast denied. The Zentaro will take the useless Awakening just to stop the scaling from Lakeland.
You say that, but even still, so hard to deny this X-Era combination, just like I was talking about. Minmouse gets the prime time, which is going to make those Bewitching Beams come out much more frequently, and you see the 1-2 punch come through for E.T. Han, paired with the tempo swing, which will make that X Maximus hit even harder, and you see it come through there, up to the top side, looking for a barrier. Here's the Bewitching Beam again, and now gets it around Amarat, and the second barrier will fall as well. Open opportunity here. Amarat's has to try to find this hold. Meanwhile, Cloco will slip it by one. Hits it around Soren, who immediately drops back to that second barrier. Protecting that one is going to be more critical here. Finds a death touch. Now Soren going in with the whiplash. Here's the Bewitching Beam down there. E.T. Han finds the KO against Amarat, and the X Maximus is online yet again. But the core is going to go to the other side of the pitch. Might not be able to capitalize off of this power play, and just as I say that, now Windoge has to try to make a prediction, but beautiful patience from E.T. Han finds that point for Lakeland. So difficult to defend that power play opportunity.
Very tough situation here, and Amarat is getting pressured too easily by E.T. Han in the moment on a timer in this game, as the rest of the offense has to come through. This time, Windoge, the one who's being targeted, the Tofu Fortress, is not favorable for UTD Esports. The Comets look to make some kind of offensive opportunity, but E.T. Han is getting the barrier, is getting the KO, looking for the goal, not quite, but Soren is hot on the tail, has the pendulum swing, 2-0 up in this critical third set.
It is, I feel like it's overhyped, obviously, because you always see the brawlers in the net score the goals. But what E.T. Han has been doing to continue causing disruptions in the UTD goal box is so critical to their success. It has been critical to Lakeland's success over the course of the day so far, and even still, getting up in the face of a Dubu, this melee goalie, which you'd expect to be able to buy some range, still caught being a thorn in the side here of the Comets, even if they were able to take a set earlier. Now looking for the KO against Cloco, goes in the Oni's Blade, is elusive for a moment. E.T. Han now low on stagger, low on energy, doesn't have the dodge, and will have to heal back up with the Vicious Fan Brace. But he'll still be the target of even more abilities. Dodging away now, Cloco tries to unload, and Amarat dodges forward, tries to find the defense here, but it didn't connect with the core, and it's a 3-0 once more in response. We're going back and forth on this pendulum side.
This time, draft is so scary. Fight or flight available, Chrono Boost available, but a consolation prize in the Super Surge will probably just be taken by the Luna. You don't want that denied away by any other member. Monumental is instead the pick, and this leaves a lot of goodies behind for the rest of this game. Soren gonna be the one to deny Super Surge, perhaps, as it will not fall to the Zentaro, but still, Fight or Flight is incredibly powerful here. Goes for a peek instead. Okay, stagger scaling, but overall,
There's a lot of decisions I think going through. Let's try to break them down. So Itihan picks up the chrono boost there. Makes sense, especially already having tempo swing plus the 1-2 punch. The Super Surge, of course, got denied away. So that one tracks out of Soren. And you mentioned that stagger scaling perhaps, which will buy even more cooldowns and maybe a little bit of extra speed as well. But I'm most looking out for Windoj on this prize fighter. Now down to 0 stacks as Itihan has been putting once again, showing what it means to be an X player. Truly excessive in this last point. And now has the goal gates open, starting to come up. Windoj will win a strike war, and you see the Tofu Fortress buys Amarats a little bit more space. Does have this energy burst as well, but as it goes to this top corner, now has to find that dodge, gets up to the goal line, and Itihan punishes once more on the 6 KO streak, and it's all a formality to send the goal in.
Itihan scaling so incredibly well this game. I just absolutely... It's just the later set X in action, and even with the earlier awakenings, just has been putting so much consistent pressure, running towards Windoj, running towards Amarats, getting the barriers, getting the pressure in, the chrono boost, being so helpful. Windoj flung across the map by Soren, and the KO once again on Amarats.
Amarats taken down. Now Soren will find one, and it feels like the damage is just too much. That tempo swing pickup in the first, one of those first sets for Itihan, putting in so much work. Feels like it's impossible to find the KO against this X, and Soren's been coming in, finishing the job time and time again with Deadeye on this Rasmus in the goal box, paired with those powerhouse pauldrons. You get that little bit of extra range, and now Itihan once again wins the strike war in the bull rush to find the barrier. It'll hit the gravity well. There's the X-Lore once again. 8 KO streak for Itihan. Saya, this is looking like it's all Lakelands to lose.
Maybe they were right in denying the Atlas. Maybe that was the only thing that would save UTD from this predicament, as it is just going downhill. The barrier so well defended by Soren. The attempts not being able to be formed at all by UTD because they're constantly on the back foot. Another goal going in by the hands of Itihan, and they are 1 point away from this first game.
At this point, it feels like you might have to consider going to the next one if you're on the comments here. But what are you looking for? We mentioned now they're coming in with a sub. They're probably not used to playing with Cloak nearly as much as they might be with Blue Blazing. The character pool differences is going to cause considerations to be made in striker select, and Lakeland is banning away Amarats' Atlas to provide healing so that Itihan can continue putting in work time and time again. Takes one more for the road as the last goal in the first game is secured. And what a showing from Lakeland within these past few games. They add another one to the counter. They are looking to continue racking things up. They are looking to find that bracket reset, and they are coming for that champion title.
Absolute domination by Lakeland in this game. The damage is too much. It's to the point where I'm starting to wonder, does Windoj have a pocket now? Because that unfortunately may be the only answer. But there's still more maps left to be played. Atlas Lab, the most violent of them. So with the next ones being Night Market and Clarion, maybe there will be an opportunity for UTD to find their footing.
You say that, but Lakeland's looked really good on Clarion in the past couple of days. So I don't know what to think here. I mean, you've got to be, if you're UTD, you are racking your brain trying to come up with something. Deathgrass is already trying to cook up what the composition's going to play, coach for UTD. And who knows what's going to come out, what they're going to try to play next year. doesn't feel like that damage composition was really working for all of them. Felt like they had a missing part, felt like they couldn't quite find the synergies. Sure, it looked strong at one point, but the X-Era combination, there was just so much that they couldn't quite deny away from those strikers on the other side. And we'll see what comes through here for UTD, as they are hoping to hold on to their extra life and not send this one to a bracket reset, because again, the momentum is all for Lakeland, especially at the end of a long day like this one, when Lakeland's been coming up with win after win after win, and UTD's coming off of a little bit of a break. Now they have a sub thrown in. They're starting to question themselves a little bit more. The wind is at the backs of Lakeland here. This small town team from Plymouth, Wisconsin, looking to show themselves at the top of Collegiate Omega Strikers.
And now it is Night Market, a map, as you said, that has been so good for Lakeland. They have been so good on it, and of course, the Era ban will come out, the Atlas ban. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now it is a bit of a different look for Lakeland. I'm assuming that is an IME goalie for Soren, and it'll probably be an Estelle and then X here. Yep. That is the comp for Lakeland. Same picks for UTD. I think this is their strongest combination here, but we'll have to see if Amrats can survive this one.
Starter Awakening's Monumentalist and Twin Drive here, which once again explains the Soren IME pick. Of course, the Rasmus goalie, something that we've seen Soren play, tends to switch between those two. And here with that Twin Drive online, it is so tempting to go for this eject button IME pick when you can have much more forward presence, pump out that additional damage, and make sure that Cloco never feels safe on this Centauro, which is exactly where we are 15 seconds into map 2.
And right now, the big question mark is Cloco. Of course, has that competitive history, but not nearly as much, especially on the big screen like this one. Windoj and Cloco desperately trying to find a way in, but Cloco's attempt is interrupted by the staggered state, by the KO combo from Min-Mouse. And once again, even without the Era, the damage is still piling up in the favor of Lakeland.
In fact, it's probably able to pile up even more with the Estelle coming through and that IME pick from Soren in the goal box. And now going forward, finds the flip, still has the eject button to get back in time, and now Glitch pops it away from the Oni's blade of Cloco, but it doesn't matter. Bounces around there a little bit, and Soren can't react thanks to getting knocked away by the whammy of Windoj. Coming the way. What?
You know,
for SLU, is that what we're going for here? For SLU for UTD?
Well, what I'm seeing here though is Itihan more than making up for that pass to own goal, getting 2 barriers, looking for the score here, but 1 barrier down in the favor of UTD. Can they get it out of this position is the question, but Soren's walking all the way up, challenging with a strike, unable to secure, but Itihan's in position to stun is not enough, as Itihan once again with the timing is perfect.
I haven't seen Itihan miss many of those so far. I think he's probably on about the 70% wins, win potential there. When it comes down to those kinds of interactions where something like the Tubu is able to find that Summer Assault, you'd think it's favored, but even still, the prediction comes through. It's practiced, it's timed. But now Windoj comes in on the boost to find the KO. Potential opening here. Now finds the second boost. There's the twin drive power that we've been talking about. Has to get it up to Cloco. Here's the energy burst. Rushes forward. Soren was in the dodge. KO comes through to extend the power play, but they lost core control, and Windoj will finally find another boost to secure the KO. Looking for the pass. Itihan still interrupts and now is finally able to secure the goal. It was only a matter of time there, but how many KOs did that take? How many boosts did it take Windoj to connect?
I'm going to repeat a joke made by an earlier caster today. They were being efficient. They were getting more XP before scoring. But yeah, it was honestly, I'm really surprised that the rush didn't connect. The blink didn't connect from the Zentaro. I thought it would. I thought the hitbox was right on top of the flip, but apparently not. Maybe a trick of perspective.
1 barrier falls there. Strike war won by Cloco here. Gonna need to see more of those. go to the favor of UTD, especially trying to get this one away from ET Han. Able to do it that time as Amarats, and now Clocoke in position, just Soren that time able to get it around. Glitch Pop comes through though, and the X train is coming. Send us to the first, this is weird to say, Saya, it's the first goal 5 of this match so far.
In a tournament filled with them, this is the first one. So honestly, I share that surprise here, but once again, the flip comes out. ET Han gets the KO, and this eject button twin drive Aimi is such a powerful pick, creating opportunities, doubling opportunities out of thin air. One berry turns into 2, turns into a goal, turns into a set win for the side of Lakeland.
This Lakeland team is seriously just standing there going, all right, you're next, fine, we'll handle you all the same. We'll take care of business and move on to the next one. How fast are some of these goals when they're able to find the executions here? Everyone is playing together so incredibly well, keeping that forward pressure and overwhelming the enemy team no matter what happens. And now rewarded with priority picks here on the draft. You see the Castellast go over to ET Han here. You see the missile propulsion for Soren on the Aimi goalie as well. Incredibly strong plays. Meanwhile, Clocoke picks up the first spark here. So that spark of agility, trying to play the long game if this match ends up going the distance.
Oh, and that's so unfortunate. The core sneaks under the Tofu Fortress. It doesn't form properly, and both barriers swiftly go down. Lakeland looking to exert their dominance still. Clocoke, though, getting one barrier, looking for another. Gets the Strike War win against Minmouse. Gets the barrier down. Maybe this is the start of something for UTD, but look on the other side. Amrats is nearly taken out.
Nearly taken out. ET Han now connects with the bell ringer and will find the KO. The Oki playstyle, Saya. This has been a thing in Omega Strikers for so long on this signature X pick here as well. ET Han continues to harass Amarats around, continues to whittle down that stagger bar, and there's barely anything Amarats can do about it, feels like it, at this point, especially with that Atlas having gotten banned away already. And now with Castellast on the X Maximus, look at how long that is sitting there for. Dives in, looks for the second goal barrier, but it'll get knocked away. They're still looking to try to do something here from UTD, but it's so difficult when Clocoke is low on stagger, cracked and getting knocked around. Windows now to about half stagger. Everything is crumbling here for UTD, and Amarats has to try his best to hold the line, but the next thing he knows, ET Han's right there in his face. Here's the energy burst, comes out, almost finds a wicked bounce off of that barrier, but it doesn't matter. Soren's able to find the clear, pass it forward to a teammate. Now Minmouse gets credited with the goal. Set point once more for Lake.
If you're UTD, I think you just have to have a mental reset here. You just have to calm down, because right now Lakeland are in full control. They have the comp that they're comfortable on. They have the X of ET Han that Amarats is being beaten up by, but right now I think you have a reset. You have that resource. Just figure out something here. Don't stress too much. It's not the end of the world. You are still on even ground.
Stuck between a bell ringer and the goal line. It's the name of the game here. Beautiful positioning once more from ET Han. Minmouse going to get the MVP for the set, and Lakeland will take yet another one there. They are now on a full 4-goal roll. Spark comes online here for Clocoke, but of course last in the draft. We'll see if it ends up getting denied or what exactly comes through, because there are another couple of picks that I'm sure everyone will take here, including Minmouse picking up those quick strikes first.
And Tempo Swing is taken away instead of the specialized training, which I'm a little bit confused by.
What if you do, like, darned if you do, darned if you don't, right?
Darned if you do, darned
the
if
X
you
either
don't,
gets Tempo
but
Swing or specialized training unless both of them are taken, but you can't take both of them.
But Luna makes use of one much more than the other, which is the confusion here. And ET Han has been just, the damage output has been ridiculous. Amarats already having some trouble surviving against this super powered X, and now look at the damage continuing to go onto Windows. has to run away. The glitch pop is perfect. The missile propulsion sets it up at a perfect timing, the perfect place by Soren to take the barrier. On the other side, Cloco looking desperately, but cannot get the KO, cannot get the barrier. The defense comes through from Lakeland, and the offense continues.
Still looking for it. Windoj backed in the corner here. Itihan in pursuit. Windoj, no energy. Now has to try to boost just to get away. Meanwhile, Cloco, energy burst, responded with Soren. And now there is that rush forward, interrupting things for Amarats, disrupting the play. And while Soren might have gotten credited with the goal, it's still a result of Itihan bullying in that goal box. 2 goals away here for Lakeland to reset the bracket.
And Window's taking a ridiculous amount of damage. The Tofu Fortress trapping the poor Luna. Amarats will help out with the stun. The Luna will fly away. Cloco will get a barrier. Maybe the start of something as Itihan's health bar is getting lower. The special comes out. Cloco secures the KO. Can they make anything of this power play here?
See if they can. It's bought a little bit of space, and now Oni's Blade able to find that second one. Window's looking for the KO. Can't find it there. Amarats trying to keep the play forward. And now the whammy comes through, connects with Soren, and Cloco will find a way to tap it in to cross the goal line. UTD's finally found something. Critically, they synergized, found the KO versus Itihan to enable them some breathing room, and then targeted Soren next side.
And this is how UTD can still win this game. The barriers that time. Itihan on a bit of a rampage, but the Tofu Fortress will stop both the X and the flip. And Cloco is slowly stacking sparks, not many of which have come up so far. So there is still that potential win condition here. But Soren, the twin drive Aimi, plenty of offense, but also just holding absolutely everything. Itihan with the follow-up on the barrier. And once again, Lakeland showing no signs of slowing down.
So close to finding both those barriers, and now Itihan comes in with another bull rush to find the KO versus Windoj. Here's the energy burst. Soren has predicted it, seen it 1,000 times before, and he'll send it away like it was another easy math question on a homework assignment. Power play opportunity here with Amarats down. Here's the energy burst. Cloco able to hold it with the Oni's Blade. It'll slip back behind everybody, and now open gates on the back here. UTD, maybe this is your chance. Boost slightly wide from Windoj. Will win the strike war nonetheless. Tries to get it past Soren. They'll be able to do so. Cloco tries to get back over there. Keep the core forward with the rush, but it goes right back to Lakeland and their offense. The piercing shot comes through. The X has got a cooldown there as well. And there's even more.
And that was the opportunity for UTD. It was in their grasp, but now it is a match point for Lakeland University. The KO comes through on the Cloco. The Centauro down. Windoj against the world. One barrier. Flashing the emote. The confidence. Looking for another. Gets the KO. Windoj. Maybe a chance for the midfielder.
Not going to be able to win the strike war, though, versus Soren. And now you see some of this speed come through with the Egoist that Soren picked up in the last round. Able to find the defense here. Now going forward. Flips it. Amarats will send it away. Itihan still looking to bully this Dubu. Here's the Tofu Fortress to buy at least an ounce of space. But even still, Cloco and Windoj haven't been able to find a crack in the armor. They want to get back down to that second barrier. Now looking for the KO as Windoj, but Itihan will go elusive to prevent that from happening. Another boost comes through. This one will connect. And Itihan now looking to pop this X Maximus, trying to heal back up the full stagger. But it'll be the goal gates open nonetheless, while the members of the Comets were busy trying to find that KO. Overtime now. Core going a little faster. Glitch pop out. Here comes the rollout log as well. Min Mouse in position. There's the crater. Now it's going to get blocked by the rollout log. Well done by Amarats. And here comes the boost in. Windoj looking to turn the tides of battle. Can't find it. Here's Soren yet again with this Egoist speed. Looking for the other side, and now we'll find the cyber swipe and the flip. 2 maps to 0 for Lakeland University. It is a bracket reset here for the Collegiate Core Strike League Grand Finals.
We got a reset on our hands and in dominant fashion as well, but UTD have gotten plenty of information, of course. The first set was brutal, but they can definitely turn it around, change up their strategies a little bit, because near the end of this one, they seemed a little bit more warmed up. They seemed a little bit more prepared.
But what's the answer? I don't know what else the plan is. I see a couple of other picks maybe that Amaranth can start to pull out here, right? It continues to get bullied away on this Dubu with the Atlas getting banned. You've got to find a way to create more space away from this X. Maybe they've got to ban the X out outright or something of the sort, because that's it feels like that's the biggest thorn in the side here for UTD, is that ET Han is creating so much noise in the Comets goal box. I mean, what do you think the answer is here, Saya?
Oh, man, it's a little difficult, right? I praised the combination with the Luna, the Cloak Oak character pool combination with the Luna. But the more I think about it, this team's bread and butter, UTD's bread and butter, is giving the core to Blue Blazing. And Blue Blazing plays almost exclusively stuffing forwards. So when you throw in a player that plays almost exclusively non-stuffing forwards, that mismatch of playstyles is so rough for the side of UTD.
And so they've got to find some other kind of identity here within this next set. Of course, we'll be seeing a redo of the map pick ban system, where in the last one we saw the Inkies in the Oni village get banned away. We'll see if that plays an impact here on things in general, but it feels like it's going to be hard to limit exactly what Lakeland wants to do with the resources that they have available, and given by the fact that Amaranth keeps getting this Atlas banned away, there has to be some other answer. And that was one of my largest questions coming into the finals match today here too, Saya, was with that conversion factor from Blue Blazing. It feels like time and time again he was able to find those stuffing plays to actually get that core back. Now we're seeing the transition of more of this damage heavy forward focus, but we're not seeing the KOs that can follow unless it gets played nearly perfectly, and especially when there's a little bit more room for error on those twin drive starts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the only answer remaining is just to ban out the X, because your goalie's getting sat on. There's no other pick that sits on the goalie other than Kazan, of course, but quite like the X. And of course, Etion's way more comfortable on the X. So I think as much as it feels like you're giving up a ban, sometimes you just gotta do it.
Sometimes you gotta. We'll see whether or not that decision is made after we see the maps come in here in a moment. And I know Saya is trying to grab those. But folks, hope you're enjoying yourselves here for the broadcast. Thank you everyone that has helped out to make this a reality, from Trademark and Company for actually running the league in the first place, of course, all the way down to Striker Central for their broadcast support and production that they're coming through, Odyssey Interactive for allowing us to use their Twitch page for the matches today. So many people have come together to make this league a reality, which is so incredibly cool to see. For those of you that don't know as much about my background, I very much come from the collegiate esports space. I'm so excited to see that continue to be supported in this community one way or another. There will always feels like there'll always be a place for Collegiate Core Strike here, and of course happy to be a part of it all the same. But Saya, there are just so many people that come together to make these kinds of events a reality.
Yeah, there are countless people who do a lot of little things, a lot of big things. Anything as small as pointing something out in time to get it done. And there's so many people behind the competitive Omega Strikers community. Of course, Blue Blazing, who is absent from this particular game, ran the CECC LAN, is one of the creators of Striker Central, who has been the broadcasting team for the regular season of the Collegiate Core Strike League itself, the very one you're watching right now. So there's a lot of people involved, and this is all a community thing.
A lot of people involved, and the reason why there's a lot of people involved is because they all want to pitch in to provide events like this for you all, the spectators and the participants that are all scattered across the 50 some odd universities that signed up with a team here for the inaugural season of the Collegiate Core Strike League. So shout outs to you. Hey, you're a part of this too, whether you like it or not, just by tuning into the broadcast today. So we hope you've been enjoying the show, and we're excited to continue watching and playing Omega Strikers, because Saya, as many have said, we're not going anywhere with this game. So many across the board continuing to voice their support regardless of what the future might hold.
Absolutely, and we're heading into the grand finals reset where the same map pick bans. Like, it's not a rule that they have to.
It's
they
the
just
same.
did the same thing.
Okay, well. So much for hyping that up. Back to Atlas's lab. Here we go, and this is the other possibility. Saya, you were right. That was like instant too, that they all just pressed the X button on the select there. Same exact bands come through here. Windows, though, currently hovering the Vice instead of the Luna. We'll see what happens here. What do you think the thought process is?
I think the thought process is keeping up that more consistent damage rather than going for the solo KOs. Just trying to stack the damage with Zentaro. Zentaro Vice, Vice Zentaro. The composition that absolutely terrorized the end of the first season of the North American Strikers League makes a reappearance here. And on the other side, it's Estelle Juliet, a tale as old as time.
Tale as old as time, certainly. Though this time paired with the IME instead of the Dubu. It's a prize fighter spark of focus start here. Amarats and Minmouse both picking up the sparks. Meanwhile, prize fighter stacks going to everybody else, meaning that these sets, Saya, could be snowballing out of control quite quickly.
And it's so important for Cloak Oak to survive here, but will get KO'd off of the blink. The tiniest bit of knockback on a Zentaro near the wall will seal his fate. And now Soren going in, getting the glitch pop follow-up. Itihan is low, but if the goal is scored, that won't matter at all. But the roll is good. The strike war is good for him. Amarats, and UTD holds on.
Holding on for now. So is Soren and the Lakeland crew, but Itihan was still in the goal box, still finds the KOs, sends one back, opens up the opportunity for that core, and it'll come on through there as well.
What a reversal. Itihan was staggered. Itihan was on death's door. KO'd Amarats instead, got the goal, and those prize fighter stacks are, of course, ticking up slowly but surely.
Got to watch out for those, as I mentioned. Things could snowball out of control here as more damage comes online thanks to those prize fighter stacks. You see Windows get their stagger bar taken down to about half as a result of a single dash punch combination from Itihan's Juliet that already has those two prize fighter stacks. But you see it come together there once more, and Atlas's lab strikes again with a black hole. Now Itihan finds the punish against Amarats, and Cloak Oak gets bullied away. It's an easy goal once more for Lakeland, who is executing perfectly.
And despite all this damage, the momentum boots pick from Amarats, I noticed it at the very beginning. It just feels a little bit awkward, right, when you're getting KO'd over and over by this Lakeland team that knows how to coordinate damage, that is so pinpoint accurate with the abilities. If you're taking momentum boosts, you're losing out on the pauldrons. I know the speed is so powerful on the goalie, but you have to make that sacrifice for the damage reduction.
Potentially so. We'll see whether or not that extra speed, because Amarats actually hasn't been the target of much. Now finally Itihan will find a punch to reset that speed for the momentum boots, and it'll slip by Amarats that time as the goal gates will open. Minmouse gets knocked around a little bit here by Cloak Oak. Will go elusive for a moment. Thunderstruck won't land, and now bounced off the corner as well. Still can't find these KOs, and sometimes it's all a matter of that positioning. Now Itihan sends one toward the net, now finds the dash punch there on a 4 KO streak already in the third map of this grand finals. Make it 5. Finds the double. Soren will get credited with the goal, and Lakeland will continue to roll.
Lakeland looking stronger than ever despite the X ban continuing to deal damage, so consistently rewarded with the first pick of this draft. And of course, we'll just take away that heavy impact. Such a good pick on the Juliet, and of course, the best in slot on Vice.
Take that heavy impact. Other thing that's worth noting, of course, there's 2 sparks appearing in this draft, meaning that no one can become mayor anymore. Not that it was going to be particularly nice. Amarats will pick up Spark of Agility nonetheless for that little bit of extra speed, in addition to the cooldown reduction that was provided by the Spark of Focus earlier. But the other thing here that could potentially play a role is Windowge picking up that Super Surge. That Thunderstruck's going to hit a little bit harder and go a little bit farther.
Yeah, already proving its worth here, as right now Itihan immediate KO and the prizefighter starts are so snowbally. If UTD can ride this momentum, can get another KO, can stack up even more, they could just win the set, go to a draft, and figure it out. And it seems like I'm skipping a few steps, but it is really that critical. The prizefighter is just so much additional damage.
Especially when there's 2 prize fighters on the enemy team too. You get a KO against one of them and all of a sudden you're reducing their effective ability in addition to raising your own. Now Windowge, oh, beautifully done. Patient once more, and he'll find the strike in, securing the first goal once more for the UTD Comets.
Perfect time to get the goal because Cloakoak was looking a little staggered, looking a little scared. But Windowge, threatening, that Super Surge. The Thunderstruck is so scary for Soren in the goal. If you don't elusive it, a lot of times you'll just be KO'd off of the back. And right now, Etion trying to find something, but Windowge and Cloakoak are playing a much more fluid midfield, passing back and forth. It feels like much better, stopping the potential offense. The Supernova just gets a barrier from the other side of the map.
Finds the barrier here, one apiece. Soren dashes forward though, and he'll find the barrier on the bottom side of the pitch. Now it's back up to Itihan, who will find it right beneath Amarats. Still finds the way to find these conversions, find these mix-ups, and sometimes it's those 50-50s as the goalie side. I'm sure you're familiar, and you do not want to be in that position, but not able to find many of these here. And now Lakeland finds a goal in response.
Yeah, and Amarats played that previous situation pretty damn well. Pretty well, but the issue is Itihan was just in such a good spot. Amarats could not push forward enough in time, but right now the prizefighter is stacking up once again for UTD. The KO comes through onto Minmouse, and Itihan is left alone. A Juliet doesn't have much. Soren zoned away, but the Firewall Sentry, the extra special, the low cooldown on it, allowing Soren to just defend that single barrier in the deficit.
You see UTD trying to commit everything there. Find that last barrier. They couldn't that time. Amarats will send it down to the bottom corner. Soren dives into the cyber swipe once more. Now pass up to Minmouse. Can't quite find the strike forward. And Cloakoak will be the one to collect the core. Now gets it right back up to Itihan. Still bullying Amarats away. Might be a less intimidating character on the Juliet, but still being a nuisance for Amarats. Amarats still trying to get Itihan away, and it is making the world of hurt here. Again, this thorn in the side as they continue to come along for this UTD roster. They're down now in this set despite being up in prizefighter stacks, and the goal gates will open once more. Itihan low on stagger. Somebody needs to find this KO right now if you're the Comets, but no. Minmouse will be up there in the corner with the Rose Warp forward. Doesn't even need the energy burst to take the set for Lakeland.
Another draft, another first pick for the side of Lakeland. And this IME has a lot of options available. Will probably choose to deny away the perfect form from the Zentaro. That's their way back into the game. You have to stop that, and of course it will be taken away, but still a lot available for the side of UTD. The Egoist will be very, very useful for Amarats in terms of not getting pressured nearly as much, but my main confusion is that Fight or Flight dropped such a powerful awakening drop to Minmouse by Cloakoak when it is so good on the Zentaro.
Perhaps just trying to look for the speed. If you can find a little bit of extra speed, maybe it'll help overall, but mention it there. Now Minmouse has aerials and Fight or Flight on this Estelle. Going to be moving around the map quite a bit, and will be able to apply that extra pressure forward, especially when Itihan can find those kinds of KOs. Once more, Amarats will fall. But Cloakoak is back in the corner. Will get one past Soren with the slice and dice, looking for the dribble. Here's the Oni's blade. Can't quite find the collection there. And Windowge was busy trying to protect in case Itihan was in position to send the goal back. But with Amarats online, we'll see whether or not Windowge can start to join Cloakoak forward. Here it is again. There is that power core. Doesn't quite hit it when you'd want. Now the Supernova comes out, but it's still to the possession of E.T. Han, who will win the strike war. Windows is back that time to collect. Cloco still staggered, looking for something on the enemy side of the pitch, but there's so much forward pressure when you have this eject button forward in the firewall sentry. Lakeland once continues this snowball rolling.
The cyber swipe, the firewall sentry, Soren with the glitch pop follow-up. It just feels like checkmate whenever the core is in that corner, especially when it's escorted by a very scary E.T. Han. And that fight or flight and aerials. Two very aptly named awakenings, because Minmouse is just flying across the midfield. Previously, it felt like the main shortcoming for Lakeland was that the midfield control sometimes was actually slightly in the favor of UTD. They were finding the passing plays, but no longer Minmouse is the ruler of the midfield now.
Able to have that much more advantage, less opportunities for Cloco to capitalize. There was one, almost found both barriers, not there, and now Tofu Fortress dissipate. Amaranth has to burn the energy burst. Now the KO comes through, thanks to that Thunderstruck from Windows. Here's the Oni's Blade forward, flips it away from the Firewall Sentry. Now will collect that second barrier. Now in the corner, Slice and Dice denies the flip from Soren. UTD will get one on the board.
It all starts with one, and if we check over on the prize fighter stacks, Windows sitting at 2, Clocoke sitting at 1, so not the, honestly a pretty decent spot for UTD, despite it being 1-1. They are ahead in that metric, they are ahead in the damage race, especially if they can get a KO on the slightly vulnerable Minmouse. E.T. Han though, looking for both barriers there, will be defended away by Amrats, but look at E.T. Han dribbling, the KO comes through, that's 3 stacks onto Windows, so much damage for the Vice, can they capitalize?
Cloco low on stagger, doesn't feel comfortable going in quite yet. Now we see the Supernova zoning away half the field, but E.T. Han wins the strike war nonetheless. Cloco now it's going to get bullied away by that gravity well, but Windows is able to find the slot to send it through. Soren a little bit too far forward there. It's a weak shot, but hey, you take anything you can get for UTD, who are looking to get a set on the board.
1 point is all they need to keep this game alive, to keep their reset alive, but both barriers will be taken. Amrat's a slight panic strike. I don't even think he would reach that second one, so can't really blame him on that one, but can they get this damage on E.T. Han is the question. That striker advantage is what they need to play for now, as this Juliet continues. Great flip by Amrats on the defense, and UTD continuing to keep afloat.
Firewall Sentry continues forward. Soren cyber swiping in, but the KO actually favors UTD. They go on the power play now, find one barrier. Amarats down around Minmouse. Cloco looking for it in the corner here. Soren's already used one cast of that cyber swipe, and now Cloco will win the strike war. Minmouse looks for the Rose Warp up to the top corner. Now gets knocked away. Looking to get taken off of the pitch. Here's the Thunderstruck. It doesn't quite connect. E.T. Han was in position, and Windows was casting the primary. It's another goal 5.
A chance, a moment for UTD, all slips away. The primary caught in animation, no strike available, and suddenly match point for UTD, match point for Lakeland. We've seen this story before, UTD needing this point for the set. They get one barrier, they're looking for 2, but Clocoke's health bar is going down, almost staggered. The Windows special will be great towards the Minmouse. The regen coming through though, Minmouse staying alive, finally KO'd. The striker advantage though needs a lot behind it.
Knocked out to that energy burst. Soren will commit his to send it back to the bottom side, but Amarats will find the hold. Now tries to bully away Windows. Amarats tries to slip around the gravity well. Here comes though both barriers falling at the same time. This is the opportunity for Lakeland. Summer Assault forward will send it away. Windows back on the bottom side. Cloco striking back up there. Looking once more. Minmouse back up to the top corner. Tofu Fortress buys some space. Here's the Supernova, tries to zone away and will find the rebound off the corner, preventing E.T. Han from getting it, but now Cloco gets bullied away. Power play for Lakeland, and Window just nothing to really do but try to just send it away. Soren cyber swipe comes up just a little bit too slow, and now power play dissipated, but it doesn't matter. Minmouse felt like was predicting the clear down to the bottom side, and Lakeland is just one game away from becoming the inaugural season CCL champions.
Up 1-0 in the grand finals reset. Lakeland looking better than ever. Not just Soren, of course. Soren, the name that you would think of when you think of top players in the CCL. When you think of high-level players in general, in all of Omega Strikers. But Itihan and Minmouse have been absolutely dominant in their respective positions. Have commanded a level of respect that I have not seen before. They have just been a step up in this tournament so far.
Like I said, I mean, I think a lot of people were kind of rolled their eyes, right? When Soren would come out and say something, trying to hype up Lakeland and trying to hype up his teammates, trying to hype up the team overall, a lot of people give Soren a little bit of the side eye. They're like, okay, but can you actually prove it? This is the form this team was expecting to come in with. This is the form that they were expecting to be at yesterday. This is the form they knew they could perform to, and they are doing it here today and tonight. The execution on just about anything they do and anything they're able to pull together is there. They have what they're looking for in terms of this ability to keep Itihan forward, win some of those strike wars, be able to execute, pile up the damage. Soren gets involved on some of those forward plays. You can tell they've been practicing together. You can tell they really want this victory, and they are looking to do it here with just one more game separating them here as we head back to Night Market.
Night Market is where the potential final, one of the last two, the ultimate or the penultimate game will be on this map. And this is Lakeland's pick. This is the map that they've been looking extremely powerful on. They have gotten the passing plays on lock, the core control, the middle speed gate. They have been really, really good here. So it's going to take a ton from the side of UTD to overcome that.
See what comes through here. We imagine not much is going to change in terms of this striker select, at least in terms of the bans, because it seems to be working for Lakeland so far. And there it is. Amaranth's Atlas gone. And the X gone that time as well, away from Itihan. And in fairness, there was less conversion factor. It felt like there was more breathing room in that last set, in that last game, I should say, for the UT Dallas Comets. But now, what's this? Cloco trying to potentially put on his best blue blazing cosplay here. Locks in the Asher. And this looks a little bit closer to what we know this team as, Zaya. But the question is whether or not Cloco can execute when the pressure is on.
This is their chance. This is their opportunity. They're changing it up. They're not keeping it the same thing, throwing it against the wall. But as we load into game, it is a heavy impact prize fighter start. And I have to wonder, does Odyssey Interactive hate the UT Dallas Comets? Because all they've gotten is damage.
You don't even have the choice to play something else. You either get damage or snowballing damage that could escalate with time. We'll see what happens here, because right now it looks like the team that's been building around, the team that's been executing on these damage comps is coming away with stagger bars, and now with at least one KO, maybe a second, Itihan punches it towards that barrier. Windows will try to just play for his life here. Itihan looks for the dash, but can't find it in the Flying Phoenix. Summer Assault covered by Windows. Now knocked back by the glitch pop. There's the punch coming through once more for Itihan. Cloco looks for the dribble play. Will find the Night Market middle, but there finally goes Windows on this era. Amrats tries to get back behind that core, but Itihan will send the punch away and will kick it down to the bottom corner. Lakeland takes first blood again.
And once again, on this damage starts, the gear adaptation is just not there. Cloco, slick kicks, of course, trying to make the plays, but sometimes you just gotta believe in your era. Like right now, Cloak Oak and Windows, I guess the Asher was the answer to stuffing. When you're against a goalie like Soren, needs to be there, because right now, if Soren can defend with only strikes, Soren will defend with only strikes.
It's back up to the top corner. ping-ponging a little bit. Itihan looks for that punish on Amarats, has the energy burst here, and low on stagger a little bit. Itihan in pursuit, potentially looking for a KO. Pass splitter from Cloak slightly wide. Opportunity still in play here for Lakeland as Cloak continues to get knocked around. And now Glitch Pop again bullying this Asher away. It's hard to make those conversions in the enemy goal box when you're not allowed to live, which continues to be the case. As now Itihan will punish Cloak for going for that very orb. And another power play to Lakeland. Now on 2 stacks apiece for both Soren and Itihan, and who's looking for the goal here. Summer Assault will come through from Amarat. Still has the energy burst, uses it there. Likely thinking to the top side, but waits just a little bit too long, and Itihan will strike it through.
The adaptation is instant from Itihan. No hesitation on waiting that long, getting the strike right afterwards, because the very last time that Amrat's flipped, he did the exact same thing. That's how Amrat's got out of the last flip situation. Itihan remembered, did not let it go past that time.
Finds one barrier here, tries to bully Minmouse away. Cloak looking for a second, can't find it there. Soren still's got the energy burst as well, but here comes Minmouse in with the energy burst. Beautiful snipe with a piercing shot to secure one barrier. Now Soren's forward, and the Summer Assault comes up just a little bit too late. KO comes through. Power play opportunity. Soren tries to get it back up to Itihan. Behind Cloak, and now Punch Itihan on the dribble and will be able to send it to the top corner. Lakeland, another 3-0 sweep of a set.
What a dominant performance they're putting on, and it will only continue. The hot shot available, the fight or flight available. So many options for this Juliet. The knife's edge available. Hotshot, of course, will go on the Estelle, and this knife's edge has to be denied, but Cast the Last will be the option. And now Itihan has become even more of a KO machine. I don't know how you're going to deal with this one.
When you pick up those prize fighter stacks, you got pummelers, and now the nice edge coming through as well. Not only do you get the speed in from the split gate right there in the middle, but you also get that speed on the edges of the map as well if you're Itihan. Paired with that little bit of extra power, Fiery Flurry comes out looking for that last goal barrier, but actually defense is able to come through, and now Pass Splitter will open up the opportunity for Cloak to find one. We'll see whether or not UTD can do it here. We're waiting for this spark to come together. This team that's had to have an unfortunate substitution with Blue Blazing stepping away, have to change, or feel like they have to change their identity completely to play with their emergency substitute player in the grand finals on the largest stage that we have to offer of Collegiate Omega Strikers. But even still, Lakeland continues to execute. Here's the energy burst forward, looking for Itihan, but Itihan finds the KO against Amarats. Cloak attempts to buy some space with a Pat Splitter, and now Windoge, hold on, actually wins the strike war, now finds the Maelstrom, pushes Itihan back away, but here comes the pass. There's another Bewitching Beam, and it'll actually slip by everybody. Beautifully done on that defense from Windoge there on this era.
A wonderful Bewitching Beam, a chance, a slight lead in the set. Right now, the Firewall sentries from Soren stopping any form of offense on the bottom side. Minmouse so quick to respond on the top side, the flip, the barrier taken. Itihan lower on the stagger, but elusives away from the Bewitching Beam. Soren with the misplaced glitch pop, maybe opening up a slight opportunity for UTD.
Looking for this once more, but Soren's comes forward on the cyber swipe. Goal gates open again. Loco tries to find a way to interrupt this one. Now Amarat's able to send it around Minmouse's piercing shot. Now rolls forward, and Windoge can't find the prediction as Itihan strikes it to the bottom corner. Lakeland once again finds the execution here, overwhelms and punishes even the slightest of mistakes from UTD.
Right now, Cloak doing their best, trying to push forward, but the damage stacks up. Stunned away, staggered almost as the barriers open up once again for Lakeland. The flip used to buy some space, but Minmouse is plenty healthy. Itihan has all the patience in the world, waits for the bounces to the bottom side, and it's another set point for Lakeland.
Lakeland now just need 4 more goals to call themselves CCL champions. A title that this team has wanted for so long. They've wanted to prove themselves. And at the end of this bracket run in the loser's side, they can say pretty confidently that they have. After the performances they've had over the course of the day so far today. Potentially just 1 more point, 1 more Awakenings carousel, and then a final set to follow. Tofu Fortress out here, tries to buy some space. E.T. Han waits patiently, now is going to punch away. Amarat's forced to use the energy burst, trying to send this one away. E.T. Han tries to steal that orb, but it's still low on stagger nonetheless. Here comes Flocoke and Windoge, though, looking for the shot. Can't quite find it. Now almost has it, but no, can't find the primary. Finally, Clocoke will find the strike. Here we go. How many of these have we had today, Saya? How many of these have we had this weekend? 2-2 in a set. There's been so many. There's been so many.
But this is the second one of this grand finals, I believe, and a slight hope for UTD. Because that previous point looked very, very good. And I think the main issue for UTD at the moment isn't even the lack of blue blazing. It's that the midfield is completely controlled by Lakeland. Minmouse playing the tournament of their career, but also when Soren's playing eject button Aimee, that's another midfielder to deal with. And even if Blue Blazing was here, of course, would be performing a little bit better on the Asher, on the Julie, but the number of opportunities is so few for UTD.
It is, with the amount of pressure overwhelming them. Windoge can only do so much on this era with the Flutterfly speed, the Bewitching Beams, all the like, and now E.T. Han will find a KO there, and will find the punch to send it back. Lakeland 1 set away here from becoming CCL champions. We'll see what awaits in this carousel.
And what awaits is simply a Super Surge or a Quick Strike. Probably the Quick Strike doesn't want Windoge getting any control, any foothold back into this game. But no, okay, opts for a Super Surge, goes the damage route, goes the extra range on the eject button Aimee, and it is one of her best awakenings after all. But this creates a situation. Windoge, honestly, like, a lot of people would consider them one of the candidates for MVP in the CCL. With the Quick Strikes on Era, this is their chance. The Quick Strikes Fighter Flight even, the double combination.
If there's a possibility for a comeback here after 3 games of what feels like such one-sided gameplay, despite occasional performances, occasional goals from UTD, it feels like it's been all Lakeland, who's been playing incredibly well. But if there's anyone that's going to turn this around, they've got to do it now. And you cite Windoge, who's had a pretty good performance at times here, held it down earlier for 1 goal to send it away. And they'll have to continue being everywhere on this pitch with the Quick Strikes and Fighter Flight. As we see the pursuit come forward from Lakeland. Here's the flip, up forward, looking for E.T. Han, but the Tofu Fortress is there. Minmouse waits for it to come out of the corner, and now his piercing shot lines up with 2, but can't find the core. Energy Burst used from Cloco will find the barrier, cross map, and it's now just got to close the gap with Soren, but the passing play still comes through. Somersault used. Amarat still in the corner. E.T. Han now repositioning, looking for something else. Cloco actually finds the way to strike it past Soren, who did not look like he was expecting that exact play. Well done to find that dash.
Very well on converting on the opportunities, and despite all the other factors in this game, it remains that the Quick Strikes Fighter Flight creates those opportunities that were missing. Whoa! You see that? The core just phased through the Tofu Fortress. I've only seen that once ever before.
Saya, I think you might have been onto something with Odyssey Interactive. Not quite thinking it's UTD's day to take something here, but hey, that's all right. They don't need that Tofu Fortress. They don't need it anyway. So now we see the forward pressure here. Cloco knocked around a little bit, low on stagger, and now has to come on through here. Soren will commit the energy burst. instead of letting that core fall to that Maelstrom. There's Tofu Fortress out once more. E.T. Han continues to knock Cloak around. It is now down to the bottom side with the split speed. Has the knife's edge speed as well, but gets stunned away by the Summer Assault. Windoge now in position, looking for the dribble, able to get it behind Soren, but now the KO is found by Minmouse with that piercing shot. Soren finds the double KO, and it's just Amarat's left to find the hold. Won't. So difficult to find it with the width of the barriers on Night Market. E.T. Han, or actually no, Soren comes up, with the glitch pop to literally pop Amarat's off the map. Nearly an ace. Lakeland trying to put the exclamation mark on their run this weekend.
Oh, and that was such a good opportunity too, but Windows caught near the edge, sniped away. And it's just so hard to find these opportunities now as Windows is being damaged. The stacks are being built up of Prize Fighter. The damage differential is so massive in the favor of Lakeland here. The KOs are just coming through over and over and over to Super Search, the Prize Fighter. It's ridiculous. Windows trying to find something with Cloak, but Soren is just striking it down, finding the gap in the offense. And once again, the barrier taken on the other side.
Here's E.T. Han, finds it with the Flying Phoenix once more. Soren keeps pressure up with the glitch pop. Minmouse tries to keep it forward. Here's the energy burst, and E.T. Han will find the strike. Lakeland now is on championship point.
One goal away from winning the Collegiate Core Strike League in its inaugural season. One goal from silencing the doubters, the people who laughed at Soren whenever he was hyping up his teammates. And honestly, I was a doubter too, but their run so far, all the way through the losers bracket, has been great. But as I say that, it is all Cloak, all Windows. The follow-ups, they don't want to go home just yet as they take both goal barriers.
Energy Burst already committed, still looking for this one, but Windoge, how many strike wars do you have to win? It's not just a series of wars, it's something much more. 2-2 now, it's another goal 5. Here it is, UTD. Once more. Find themselves with their backs against the wall, but there's no other wall that'll support them after this one. E.T. Han knocked back, stunned away. Here's the energy burst from Soren. Cloak actually finds that one away. Now an opportunity to send us to another set. Windows looking to take it themselves, and now we'll find it and slip it past. Cloak finds the punish, and we'll extend the game a little more.
That just was the farthest behind they could be. Down 0-2-0-2 in down 1-0 in the best of 3. They cannot be down even more, but the member of this team that can carry is Windows in the midfield, now picking up the stacks on stacks, fight or flight, quick strike. Quite possibly the best possible speed build in all of Omega Strikers has been given over by Soren with the quick strikes in the previous set, and that hubris might just be the reason UTD comes back.
Last thing on that carousel, though, E.T. Han picks up the tempo swing. A little bit of extra power, a little bit of extra healing. Going to be more difficult to find KOs against that Juliet from Lakeland. But it might not even matter. It's Cloak now able to come through with a couple more barriers. We see barriers fall within the first couple of seconds here. E.T. Han will trade for one. Cloak now tries to keep it back up the other side. And now Maelstrom sweeps through the map. Can't quite find the strike to keep it forward. Now it's E.T. Han's turn. Soren dives in with the cyber swipe. Amarats tries to commit some cooldowns in order to get E.T. Han away. Something to continue watching out for. Now Cloak open on the pass, but it doesn't matter. There's the cyber swipe. Now roll out log. Soren still has the energy burst. Pat Splitter will come up just shy. Windoge still looking for Cloak here. Picks up the speed boost. Now looks to dive in. Looking once more. Can't win the strike war. Soren's able to find it around. Energy burst committed. Can't find the core there either. And the Fiery Flurry will come out. Here's E.T. Han's energy burst now, but it gets denied by the bewitching beam of Windoge. Overtime. Still cannot quite find the conversion on this point with the barriers open are the UTD Comets. Here they come, looking for one more time, but Soren will still find a way to send it away. There's a Flutterfly speed out once more. Amarats now. The Summer Assault comes up just shy. Now flips, looking for Cloak there on the bottom side. Pat Splitter just a little bit too shy, and now it finds a weird bounce right back to Cloak. UTD, for whatever reason, Cyan, that last point, I think it gave them a spark of life.
And I gotta shout out Amrats in that last point. Of course, the barrier went down eventually, but the patience to continue clearing it up. Itihan expected Amrats to get impatient, to try and get out of the situation, to clear downward, try to intercept with the dash punch. But Amrats said no, just continued being consistent, continues being consistent to save these barriers both, still standing for the side of UTD.
Loco dives in once more. Amrats holds the line. Itihan can't quite find the collection on the core, but now Amrat's paying for it with this stagger bar. Here comes the Firewall Sentry, clearing out the bottom side of the map. Cloco takes a gut shot. Soren will defend nonetheless. Here comes the Maelstrom, trying to buy some space. Energy Burst used by Windows largely to just dodge away from Itihan, but you can't run for long. Here's the Summer Assault once more. Piercing shot, back down, trying to find a way to get it down to the bottom barrier, but for now, we're seeing better positioning come through altogether. Cloco finds a KO against Minmouse. Looking for this top side. Window will strike it right behind the Firewall Sentry. Cloco picks up the speed barrier, but Itihan is there, paired with the combination of the glitch pop. And so the play will dissipate. Minmouse now back down to the bottom side. We'll find that barrier. Tofu Fortress out. Still, there's a gap, though. It slips through. Summer Assault comes forward. Amrats is able to hold the line. Now has the energy burst there. Soren just a little bit shy. Almost reads the clear. But can't find the shot to the net. Minmouse, Rose Warp, denied. Amrats low on Stagger once more. Now gets sent away by the piercing shot. It's a power play here. Cloco's got to find a way to capitalize. Soren still finds a way to hold the line. Back up to Minmouse. Trying to do everything in their power to interrupt each of these passes. Minmouse rotates back into the net. Amrat's back online. Soren has the energy burst, but it doesn't matter. Windoge finds his core flip first.
And all three of UTD coming in very, very clutch. Despite Windoge being KO'd earlier, losing the stacks is starting to build them up. Sitting at 78, the win condition is online, alive and well. Cloco continuing to press forward, getting one barrier, looking for two, but Windoge's stagger bar is looking very, very low.
It seems consistently that the second that the Lakeland University squad gets complacent is the second that they start getting a little bit too cocky, little bit with a couple more mistakes. They don't give the enemy team the respect they deserve. But as I say that, they respond with another two barriers. Itihan will find the punch once more, knocking Amrats back and away. Lakeland's not done yet. You don't get these sets for free.
Unfortunately, Amrat's greeting a little bit on the elusive there. The meter needs to be used in those kinds of situations, or else it's checkmate in the favor of Lakeland. But right now, Amrat's continuing to hold on, but again, the knife's edge, the Juliet with everything, all of the power in the world, is KOing from all the way across the map, it feels like.
The Tofu Fortress doesn't hold the line once more, and it means one barrier goes down, but it's open gates on the other side for UTD. You see Cloco going elusive there for a moment, now gets knocked away by the Firewall Sentry, and the Energy Burst will be committed to make a power play once more for Lakeland. Amrats tries to send it forward. Now Windows, Flutterfly speed, might be trying to make a play himself, but no. Can't quite find it. Rose Warp. Now Itihan, piercing shot. This is dangerous. The Tofu Fortress held it there for a moment. Now commit the Flying Phoenix. A little bit too early. Loco looking to pick up this core. Trying to send it around this corner. Windoge isn't there in time. Bewitching Beam comes out. Now once again trying to get it around this Firewall Sentry. But it was so well positioned, and Minmouse is able to capitalize that it's once more another power play for Lakeland. But Amarat still will find the hold. Summer Assault will not fail him now. Cloco back in time. Provides a little bit of extra support. Back down to the bottom corner. It was open down there for a little while. And now Cloco will find the dribble off of the corner. It's a set 5. UTD is not out yet. Doubters, where are you now?
Amrat's holding on by a very, very small amount of stagger. The margins are tiny, and Cloco's gonna need to pick up some bulk here. But no, goes for the build different. Doesn't go for the extra stagger on the big fish. doesn't pick that up, doesn't pick up the Stagger Swagger, but Stagger Swagger available for Amrats. This is a huge pickup for the goalie who has been bullied. It is not denied away by the side of Lakeland. And again, it just feels like UTD are getting these small ways back into the game.
Potential opportunity here. We'll see what happens. And other thing that might have been the difference here, especially for a lot of these KOs, Cloco picks up that 1-2 punch, now has the build different for the increased hitboxes on everything. There are opportunities here. With Amrats picking up that Stagger Swagger, potentially more difficult to find these KOs as they've continuously drained that Stagger bar. Feels like the cards now have gone to the favor, the roulette wheel as it is, that has been talked about throughout the day, is now potentially favoring the UTD Comets. We'll see whether or not they can pull it out here as one goal barrier stands on both sides of the pitch. Cloco now will find the primary to send it down, but now Amrat's primary is just a little bit too late, and Lakeland's able to punish on the other side of the pitch. Pat Splitter won't keep the core forward here for UTD. Cloco doesn't have the speed to keep it forward to find that barrier beam, and now, my goodness, Min Mouse on the goal line sends it away. Fiery Flurry out from E.T. Han, bottom corner check. Amrats is there. Now, still trying to keep it in the corner, but can't find the push forward. Cloco tries to bully Min Mouse away. Doesn't do it that time. Now it's bounce. Weird bounce. Good read from Cloco. Almost finds it, but no. Now Soren's got the energy burst, and Amrats will be there to save. All about reaction time now and overtime, but Min Mouse will find the crystallized thorns. Lakeland, one more time, is 2 goals away.
What incredible play by UTD in that last set, but the ones who are just a little bit more clutch are Lakeland. Min Mouse in particular. Cloco doing some great night market balances to set himself up. Won't be enough though. Both barriers taken by UTD, but Cloco's taking a lot of damage. And these KOs are just so valuable for the side of Lakeland. The prize fighter just keeps on stacking up.
The one thing that Windowge did there to open up those barriers was land that bewitching beam onto Soren though. See what happens, or if Amrats can try to hold this line. Looks like he's successful in doing so, and now Cloco is back up. E.T. Han strikes it. Amrats in response. Doesn't have a dodge, though. Has to play this one incredibly carefully and loses a barrier now. E.T. Han now checks it to the bottom corner, and no one's home. Once more, it's match point. Championship point for Lakeland University.
But UTD have been in this position before. They have made it back from these deficits before, but Cloco is down. The prize fighter is incredibly scary at this point of the game. It's going to take a Herculean effort by Amrats and Windowge to hold on.
Crystal Thorns come out. One barrier is found. Cloco back online, looking for the KO against Min Mouse. Can't find it there to try to send it back the other way. Pat Splitter won't connect, and that airship won't come online. Now looking to collapse with the second barrier, and beautifully done by Windowge and Cloco, but the Firewall Sentry will buy a little bit more space from Soren. He's got the Egoist speed now, looking for his opportunity to dive in on the Cyber Swipe to create some havoc here on the goal line, but E.T. Han uses that entry burst, will find a KO, now finds the second KO. Cloco tries to take it himself, interrupted with a glitch pop. Open barriers now. 5 seconds before we see the Era come back online. Still able to find this hold. E.T. Han can't find the core, and the penalty's been killed. Here comes the Tofu Fortress. Out to buy some time, reset, a breather for a moment. Overtime now. The UTD Comets have come so far in this game, and now just need a couple more points. Here comes the Flying Phoenix again from E.T. Han, but it comes up just short. Cloco now sends it right back up there where Soren thought there was a clear. There is not. There's an Asher standing. This one's going to come down to the wire once more, Saya.
And if they could win a point like that, when it's only Cloco standing with the goal open, they could win any of these points. I believe in UTD now because they have shown that they can do it. They have the clutch factor. But right now, the Windowge health bar being taken low. Cloco as well has to run for an orb. Windowge taking so much damage. They're looking for the center, but Soren creates the flip, and it's defended away by Amrats. And once again, UTD are staying alive.
How about that hold? But now, Energy Burst used. Soren will find a KO with the glitch pop. This time it's Cloco taking off the match. Windowge might be next, has to go back for the orb, but E.T. Han's there to punish it. It's Amrats left standing. versus the world. Summer Assault's up, Minmouse is there, and now Itihan will punch it back. Lakeland University are the inaugural champions of the Collegiate Core Strike League.
And through the losers bracket against basically every team, they have been tested. They went against NJIT, Wake Forest, UCLA, UH, SLU, and now UT Dallas. There is no more excuse. You cannot make excuses. Oh, maybe Lakeland isn't. Maybe this team is better. Maybe recently they beat everyone.
They beat everyone. They can call themselves champions now until proven otherwise. This team of friends and players that is stuck together from the small town school in Plymouth, Wisconsin, are victorious here today and can consider themselves the best the North American Collegiate Omega Strikers has to offer. Battle tested time and time again, and they come through when it matters most. This team knew they had it in themselves to secure this championship. It was just a matter of proving it to the rest of the North American scene, and they have finally done it here. Standout performances across the board. Everyone has chipped in on this roster in order to make it something incredibly impactful and larger than the sum of their parts.
It's coming full circle, right? There was a bit of a popular headline, a bit of a popular video title when about the Shenandoah land for Collegiate Omega Strikers, where Lakeland dominated. The title was, "Is Soren the best goalie in Omega Strikers?" And that's used jokingly a lot, but in this bracket, he was by far and away the best goalie, not just defense-wise, but on the eject button IME, even on the Pauldron's Rasmus, creating so much pressure across the entire map. And that is what you expect from the highest caliber of goalie, and is why he is the champion here.
Folks, that does it for our matches tonight. Lakeland University is victorious. Shoutouts to this UTD squad, by the way, who was constantly doubted throughout the entire season, climbed all the way up to second place, and then had to try to find the adaptations with a substitute in the finals, and were almost able to find an extension in the series, but alas, they fall. Shoutouts to them and shoutouts to everyone who's been competing today so far. In just a moment, we'll hear from the Lakeland University squad, but for now, it's going to be Saya and I signing off. Surplus will be back to interview the champions of the inaugural Collegiate Core Strike League season. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back for the final time here to the interview desk. I'm your host, Surplus, and we're here with the champions of the CCL fall season, the Lakeland Muskies. Guys, give it up. How are you guys feeling?
We are so tired. Bro. Yeah, losers runs aren't a joke. Yeah, playing since 12 o'clock until just now, 8 hours on the mark.
I'm never playing Luna again. I'm so sorry. We would have had a quarter of the games if I just didn't pull Luna out that game. And
You're
I've
done
been
with
paying
Luna.
for it the past 2 days, bro.
Man.
I'm so tired. I was falling asleep during that last game, and they almost took a game because of it.
I mean to interrupt here. You're not in a bad way though, right? You were literally just that tired.
Oh yeah.
No, like my eyes, I was like they were getting blurry and like I wasn't seeing straight. It wasn't because of them, no.
I did hear you guys talking earlier before we got the interview started, and you guys were like, dude, last game, no pop off, no reaction, just we're done. And but look, I know you guys are excited inside. I know it's hard to express those emotions, but a year ago today, almost to the day, you guys lost 4-0 to Waterloo in the NA Collegiate Cup. Now, a year later, you guys 4-0'd UTD in the finals of the CCL. How does that show your mark and your transitioning into this game, your improvement in this amazing sport called Course Strike?
I mean, it definitely shows like how dedicated we can be, and once you put your mind to something, you can rise to the top. It's definitely been a fun journey, I would say. Yeah, I would say ever since we started playing this game and like competing in tournaments as a team, it's been a roller coaster a lot of times. Obviously, back then too, we made a losers run, and it feels really good to make the losers run again and actually win it all.
Yeah, I mean, as a team and specifically myself, like I don't think anyone wanted this win more than us, and we were hungry. Like we were practicing a lot. I've been putting in 40, 50-hour weeks into this game to win this title, and I'm so happy we were able to pull it off after a really early upset.
Yeah, even though you guys did, you won this one. Congratulations again. I do want to go back to a year ago though, because there's a bit of a sentimental story one of y'all have about winning that money that you guys did during the NA Collegiate Cup. Can y'all tell us about that?
Yeah, so that's my story. This is 100% real, by the way. This is not like some sob story. So I used that money to pay for my college housing, and if I wasn't able to pay for the housing, I 100% would not be in college anymore. Omega Strikers is the reason why I'm actually still in school, most definitely. It was at a time where I didn't have a car. It was at a time where I was just piss broke, and it helped out more than anyone could ever know. And I have to give shout out to Odyssey just for putting up that money.
That's exactly what we love to hear here. Omega Strikers changes lives literally in this community. It's just so amazing that just a tournament like that, even getting second place, helped you so much, and that is just so inspiring as well. Let's make it a little lighthearted here. Friends since middle school. Tell us that story. You guys all grew up in the same town. Now you're playing Omega Strikers together at the same college. What's that like?
So Ethan has a different story, but I met Ethan back in like 6th grade playing soccer together. We would like play Pokemon cards all the time at lunch, and then we got really in the Rocket League. Our freshman year, apparently Ethan met Mouse beforehand, but freshman year we kind of all met each other through our group, just kind of having the same hobbies like Magic the Gathering and stuff like that. And I mean, our junior and senior year, we competed in Rocket League together, won a state championship, which is why we're at this college right now. And from there, I mean, we found Omega Strikers, kind of fell in love, and have stuck together through thick and thin.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a cool story as well. And sorry if I cut you off there, by the way. You're good. Okay, we're good. Thank goodness. Let's talk a little bit about your opponents in the grand finals. You guys did get that grand finals reset. A lot of people were watching the sub for UTD, Cloak Oak. Do you guys have any words for him at this time?
Bro, you played like a beast, especially during that last game. I know I said I was tired. It's a bit of a John. You were like cooking really hard. I know Blue is gone, but you definitely picked up the slack and looked really solid. And I think UTD overall, like you guys played extremely well. Definitely like to get the run back someday, eventually, just to kind of prove our might. When we're not tired, we need an equal ground. But that being said, I mean, L for you.
That's true. That's true. That is still an L regardless. And do you guys reckon that if Blue Blazing was here and it was a full strength finals between you guys two, that the result would be different, closer, or would it be the exact same?
The exact same. I don't think there would be any way in hell that they'd beat us, in all honesty. Like Nick said earlier, or Soren said earlier, no one wanted this more than we did. We're dogs out here. We be flopping in the Lakeland pond. Feel me?
Yeah, Muskie's got to flop, bro, and flop in a good way, not in a bad way, of course. By the way, I do want to shout out your guys' subs, Crimson Flames, Witchings, and the GOAT, Big Mac 124, baby. You guys are walking away with some awesome HyperX prizing. Shout out to HyperX as well for getting that out. And one final thing. We're coming back next semester. The date will be decided at a later date, but because everybody on the organization team is all college students except for me, and we are coming back. We will have a season 2, and it's happening. It is 100% happening. Will you guys run it back, go back to back in the spring?
We better be first seed next time. We were flaming everyone at the start of the season when SLU was over us. We have proven time and time again since beta that we are pretty much the top collegiate team in existence. So we will be defending this title next semester. I don't care if UTD brings in a new player, like another amazing player to show us up on a different team. We will stomp every team in our path again.
I like that confidence there, Soren. And if you guys, I mean, to be fair, though, I do have to be real. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. And if you think you can topple these legends, the 2023 CCL champions, sign up once signups are posted. We'll have everything from the competitive Omega Strikers Discord, the coaching Discord, and the collegiate Discord available once spring signups are open. So sign up. We had 56 teams this year. We only hope to grow that number by, let's try 10 this next semester. We're hoping to get a lot more teams in this awesome league and this awesome esport. And guys, any final shout outs? Anybody who made you and brought you to this precipice, to the peak of Collegiate Omega Strikers?
All right, I guess we'll go down the line, starting with me again. My number one supporter, Coach Yoki. Love that guy. He's given us some tips in between matches while we're waiting for the next match. Got to shout out our Overwatch captain, Yeti, for getting us McDonald's and G Fuel and hand warmers.
Bro.
That definitely
hand warmers,
helped.
man.
Oh yeah, and thank Brett Sheldon, our esports coach, for giving us this awesome place and opportunity to prove ourselves. And yeah, that's good for me.
Again, yeah, Coach Yoki. My personal coach a little bit was Caleb, or you already lose, the number 1 ranked goalie NA. Bro taught me a lot about IME and how to play her correctly. I definitely think a big part of our win today is because of that. The EKC squad, Ketsuna and NXD, you guys are the GOATs. Thanks for supporting me. Bor came in a little bit too. Brett Sheldon, he said Yeti, our Overwatch guy, he brought us McDonald's, kind of fed us all day, made it a lot easier just to focus on the game. I shouted my mother and father out. I needed to also shout out my big brother, who I believe turned off the Packers game, which if you're a Wisconsin guy,
that's a big deal.
The biggest honor.
That's a big deal.
Today.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you so much for watching on the main screen today. And I believe that's everyone for me.
Yeah, I gotta shout out the GOAT, Yoki. Absolutely a beast. You know what I mean? Shout out all my friends, family. Shout out my mom. Shout out my brother, Bear. That's his name. Shout out all the OS guys. Shout out the Joker, Forgot, Miri Meg, Kasuna for warming us up. That was actually really huge. I mean, we said going into this that UCLA was our hardest matchup, and going from there was going to be pretty easy, and we kind of came over that hill. Shout out Runecord. Shout out Runecord.
Runecord, yes!
If you like Rune, if you're a Rune main, come out Runecord, dude. I mean, I know what I'm talking about. I just won CCL. Yeah, shout out everyone. Shout out Brett Sheldon, everyone at the facility. Shout out the Lakeland Gold team, Crimson Flame, all them people. It's just great people all around. Yeah, I could not be more happy with the people I have in our corner.
And shout out production, you guys. We love you.
Thank you so much. Also, shout out Zoro. I know you love me saying your name, for being my biggest fan and my biggest walking highlight reel, bro. I hope to see you next season.
Zoro is definitely going to be happy with that shout out. In interviews on Friday evening, he said, I will keel over and pass away if Soren doesn't shout me out. So he lives another day. Yes. Congrats to Zoro there. And that will do it. That sunsets an amazing season, a great 8-week extravaganza dating from late September to early November. We will be back next semester for the spring. And really quick as well, we do want to announce the winner of the HyperX Creators giveaway here. Can we get a drum roll, please, guys? I know we can sort of hear it. There we go. No joke, it is Syntix. Syntix, our second producer, won the draw today. He will be going home with a brand new 4K camera and microphone. Yes, Soren.
Sorry, I forgot to shout him out. This dude has been our biggest fan all tournament. I think he is the only one that won the pick'ems today because he's the only one that put us beating UTD today. Bro, every game was like, you guys are playing amazing. Keep it up. So I'm sorry, Syntix, bro. You're the GOAT. I love you.
There we go. Yes, that's true. Syntix is the GOAT, and he also won pick'ems, which is huge. So he goes home with, I think, a Sony mote and new HyperX gear, and today his headset broke. So this is the best gift for him as well, because Blue Blazing said that he would give him his HyperX Stinger 2 headset. Thank you, HyperX, for giving this to us, to him, because they both live in Dallas. So it's great. So shout out to HyperX. Congratulations again to Syntix for winning the Creators Giveaway. We hope to have another giveaway with HyperX again next semester. Before we close out, I'd like to give my biggest thank you, heartwarming thank you to Odyssey Interactive and to the founders of Odyssey for, number one, making this amazing game, for changing our lives, and also for letting us use the Odyssey Interactive channel to host the CCL broadcasted finals. We are very, very appreciative of that. We hope we can use it again. Shout out to Aesop as well for tweeting out the grand finals on the the Omega Strikers Twitter. Shout out to Aesop. A lot of these guys do so much work behind the scenes that does not get seen. So thank you. Speaking of people who do work behind the scenes that are not seen, I want to thank our CCL leadership, Trademark and Coin. Both of these guys, mainly it's Trademark. He came up with the idea here, and Coin helping out as well. Because Trademark is taking 18 hours, has a girlfriend, trying to get a job, and is running a league at the same time. This dude is the absolute Blizzard GOAT. Trademark and Coin, Blinka. Yeah, that's true. Exactly. Blinka, Achi, Blue Blazing, Fire Starrux, Jumper, Saya, and myself. I will thank myself only a little bit compared to these guys. They did all of the heavy lifting here. I want to thank everybody on the CCL Game Day cast. Vaughn, Gumi, 3Z Breezy, K-Bot, and also guest star Soren, guest star Borg, guest star Blue Blazing. Thank you guys so much for making us laugh and just forget about the world every Wednesday. It was awesome. Thank you so much to you guys for showing up and showing out. I want to give a huge thank you to HyperX for sponsoring the entire CCL season. We hope to work with you again very, very soon. I do want to give a very special shout out again to Saya and Syntix. Saya taking out an entire weekend of his week to help us and work with us and produce for us. You guys are absolutely amazing. Saya did everything here on the Odyssey Interactive stream. Syntix did everything on the Striker Central thing. We cannot thank you enough. Without you guys, this would not happen. And without Yoshi, who made the amazing graphics that you have seen this entire weekend and the entire season, thank you for making our stuff so special. And I also want to give a shout out to Striker Central artist HBCat13 and Dragoncloud for making everything from Twitter to Discord announcements to little graphics to even the CCL logo. Thank you so much for doing all of this. I also would like to go down the laundry list of casters we have had here on both Striker Central and Odyssey Interactive. Thank you to K-Bot, AJ Cannon, Eighth, Z Yoshi, Fam Slam Jam, Hamster Quest, Vaughn, Fudgy Waffles, Gumi, Brickbat, Sage, Ram Splooge, Blue Blazing, and myself. I will thank myself again only a little bit compared to everything. You guys are amazing. Thank you again. We hope to work with you very, very soon. And from all of us at the CCL, we will see you guys next semester. Have a great one. Study hard. After Thanksgiving break, it's finals, guys. So get off Core Strike for a little bit. Study hard. Read those books. Guys, any last words for the stream before we head out?
Much love, everyone involved.
Much love, everyone involved. A big shout out again to Odyssey Interactive. I want to thank everyone I've met in this community. Odyssey has given me pretty much a new home. I've met a lot of these guys in real life and met a lot of my my online friends from this community. So I just want to shout out them again.
Thank you again to Odie. Thank you so much for watching the entire weekend. We love you guys. We're going to be back next semester with a ton more collegiate action. But for now, study hard. Finals are coming, and we'll see you in spring. Well, I'm Surplus for the entire championship Lakeland University squad. The Muskies again, your 2023 champions. Have a great night, a great week, and let's go strike. Adios.